have ended their relationship roughly after 3 years together.
I like them both. I like Austin Butler a lot.
Source told TMZ, meanwhile, that the couple called it quits near the end of 2024. Rumors of a budding romance between the two started to bubble up in December of 2021 when they were spotted doing yoga together. Then in May of 2022, they made their red carpet debut together after being spotted many, many times.
Let's go do some more yoga, man.
Prior to Gerber and Butler getting together, Gerber had dated Jacob Elordi. Butler, meanwhile, had previously dated Vanessa Hudgens for 8 years before his time with Gerber.
Yeah, well, he has a good track record so far. He is so good in Dune 2.
He is.
I love the Elvis movie. What was the motorcycle movie that he was in?
I tried to watch that.
I liked it.
Did you? Okay.
Give it the full run.
Okay.
Is it great? No, but it's good, and he's good in it.
So I have another story concerning Real Housewives of New Jersey's Jennifer Aiden. She's the one that got into that spat with the Jersey Mike's employee.
I don't know who. Somebody's got to bring up a picture of her, please, because literally this is the only Real Housewives show that I actually ever watched. I watched like an entire full season of it, and I don't remember which one she was.
Jennifer Aiden. Her last name is spelled Aydin.
You might remember her, Casey, because she's the one who had Botox.
So she is being dropped from her Wives on the Waves Fans at Sea getaway. And Aiden previously joined the lineup with her co-stars Teresa Giudice and Dolores Cantania. I'm sorry, however you say her name. I don't give a damn. For a 5-day voyage. But organizers decided to part ways, citing their priority to create a drama-free, fun-filled experience for everyone.
Imagine how horrible you have to be dropped for being too narcissistic. I mean, it was the accusation was ageism, right? She was making fun of this older employee.
It was a little bit of this and that, and just elitism and all of that. So, a rep for Fans at Sea insisted the decision to cast off Aiden was neither personal nor an act of canceling anyone, but for whatever reason. Of course it was.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Jamie Foxx revealed at the red carpet for the Golden Globes that he apparently only had a 5% chance to survive from his 2023 medical emergency, at least according to his nurse. The actor previously revealed that he had suffered from a severe brain bleed and stroke, and he also shared that he had a no-nonsense nurse. After he thanked his nurse for helping him, she apparently told him, "Why are you thanking me? You're not special. I roll up my sleeves for everybody that comes in here. You're a patient, and I got to get you right." And he also shouted out his family for their support during a trying time. He joked that his daughter, Corinne Fox, turned into Michael Corleone because she stepped up when his dad was in trouble. And he said, "You don't understand. When Michael seen that his dad was in trouble, he stepped up, and she did, man." So he thanked her.
In my bedroom where my wife sleeps.
Yep. When my children come and play with their toys.
In my home. In my bedroom where my wife sleeps. Where my children come and play with their toys.
Blake Lively's legal team issued a statement rejecting claims that her legal moves against her It Ends With Us director, Justin Baldoni, who, by the way, is the co-star in the film, comes from creative differences. They say, actually, it involves serious claims of sexual harassment and retaliation.
Are you following this with any? I tried to avoid it, and then like Michael Corleone in Godfather 3, they pulled me in.
Yeah,
and so I see they have. So he has a whole stream of text messages that seem to run contrary to a lot of what their camp is saying. Blake Lively's camp, so that there were things about being shown porn, where apparently what he was doing is he was showing pictures of his wife's natural birth. I haven't seen the movie. I don't know if there's a birth scene or any sort of anything in the movie.
I mean, there is, but
okay.
It's not like graphic, right?
No, right. So, but
as if like to help her with her acting and how she should be.
Well, what it is, this to me has all the earmarks of the back and forth between Depp and Amber Heard. Like, who do you believe?
Well, you know what? So, I read a little bit about it, and the fact that who posted the original story?
So the original,
the New York Post,
the New York Times,
or New York Times,
had posted. They took her side,
right, and they stood by what they printed about all of the stuff that she said. So, like, to me, if I don't know, I just thought because they're standing by it, they're not issuing any apology or anything like that. I don't know. I kind of am leaning that way.
You guys want to bet that this one goes on for a long time?
It's going to go on for quite a long time because now they've really dug themselves in, Nick. So they both have lawsuits, and it's going to need to play out through the courts.
Yep. So the statement...
I'll represent one of them if they want.
The statement alleges Baldani and Wayfarer Studios engaged in unlawful actions and retaliatory astroturfing against... It's the first time I've heard that. Astroturfing?
It's equivalent to gaslighting.
Against Lively for simply trying to protect herself and others on a film set. Baldani's lawyer, Brian Friedman, has previously denied the allegations, calling them false, and saying that Baldani plans to sue Lively and promised to make evidence public. Friedman has gone on to accuse Lively of orchestrating a vicious attack through the media. He shared in a statement saying, "We are releasing all the evidence which will show a pattern of bullying and threats to take over the movie. We have all of the receipts and more."
So the chronology is they're on the movie. She wants to take a more active hand in the movie. The original accusations came. She disassociated him from the premiere. He and his family and entourage kind of had to stay in the basement of this complex during the red carpet thing. And then he was starting to see by his camp the writing on the wind that they were going to position him as a real dick and that she saved the movie. And all of this happened because apparently Ryan Reynolds was called in to do a rewrite and so on and so forth. Long story short, they respond. He hires a PR team to handle what he thinks is going to be this negative messaging against him. And so she finds out about that. And now they're in this back and forth thing.
And their chemistry, you watch.
Is it good?
Yes.
Yeah.
So watching that and then hearing this, I'm just so, I don't know. I'm so angry about it because the movie was so good and their chemistry in the movie was
You
great.
love the movie. What'd you think of it?
It was really good.
The word is she didn't read the book. Yeah, and that was one of the things
Stop,
too.
really?
Yeah,
Okay.
and so that he
Was that a professional decision?
I don't know, but he was.
I mean, I don't mind that.
No,
because-
it doesn't matter. But tonally, apparently, it is really about. You guys can tell me about a very abusive situation, and that there was more nuance to the book that they wanted. He was trying to get into depicting an abusive relationship.
Yeah, see, I didn't read the book either, but I know that my whole group of friends, they all read the book and they love the movie.
Okay.
You know what I think is an interesting perspective on all this is that people like Blake Lively and Taylor Swift take advantage of their perception in the media, and people perceive them as nice people. And I'm not judging at all. I'm just saying that they use that in the court of public opinion, and they use it to their advantage quite a bit. And the whole Taylor Swift Scooter Braun thing is a perfect example. I mean, she used that image and she used it really effectively. And I'm sure that Blake Lively's team is using her image and trying to use it as effectively as they possibly can.
Well, let's dive into Ryan Reynolds a little bit. He may have taken
I don't like that you brought Taylor Swift into this. I'm just saying. But whatever. Okay.
She's upset.
Yeah, watch that
If
documentary.
you mention Jennifer Lopez, she's going to bitch slap you.
Ryan may have taken some digs at Justin Baldani in Deadpool and Wolverine. And so fans are convinced that he did that with his character Nice Pool. In one deleted scene, the character says, "I'd be fighting alongside you, but my calling is to one day start a podcast that monetizes the women's movement." Baldani apparently co-hosts a podcast, The Man Enough, which explores how the messages of masculinity show up in relationships, body image, and so much more, according to the show's website. And in another scene, Nice Pool says, "Oh my goodness, wait until you see Lady Pool," who was played by Blake Lively. She is gorgeous. She just had a baby, too. You can't even tell. Deadpool says, "I don't think you're supposed to say that." And Nice Pool says, "That's okay. I identify as a feminist." Fans are saying that that's a direct take on how things were unfolding between Baldani and Lively on the set of It Ends With Us, but no comments from Reynolds people.
I absolutely believe, especially because there is a picture of apparently a part of the filming of the movie. He was rocking a man bun, Baldini, and so Nice Pool has one of those.
You're right. You're right.
My God.
Yeah. All right. Let's get to some nicer stuff. How about this? It seems that as if Lord of the Rings star Elijah Wood is married. He guested on the Inside of You podcast when he told host Michael Rosenbaum, "I'm beyond grateful for my family and my kids and my wife."
I just want you to know that I sent along 2 sweetheart champagne glasses.
I bought them for $18 at Kohl's.
You're not supposed to say how much you'd spent on
It's
a gift.
Middle Earth. We roll differently, bro.
Since no official announcements of a wedding have been released, this may be Woods' way of saying that he and longtime girlfriend, it's Met Marie Kongsved, I guess is how you say her name.
Which is a weird name.
It is. Have taken that next big step.
Her name's Gandalf, bro.
You want a piece of me?
No.
The couple is notoriously private, and the pair appeared to go public
Stick his wand right up her ass.
with their romance in January 2018, later welcoming 2 children together and a son and daughter.
Picture of him. He's a more diminutive guy, and she's a little towering. But they make a smart couple.
Very good. Let's see. The Tale of Two Evenings. If you believe the pics photogs took during the Golden Globes, Kylie Jenner couldn't get enough of boyfriend Timothy Chalamet with plenty of PDA on display. But if you believe her social media post, it was all about the girls.
It's all about the girls.
She posted some day after pics Monday that totally left Chalamet out, captioning the photos cutest night out with the cutest girls.
Go Squad.
There's a lot of U's in cutest. In a little 1999 Versace, they said. The trend isn't new. The two have been an item for nearly 2 years, but it's a rare moment that the actors show up, that he shows up in Jenner's socials.
She likes wearing those super low cut backless dresses. Cat.
That's hot. That's
right?
sexy.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, Nicole Kidman was wearing something that was like, does that even have a back to it? Like, it was. Did you see her outfit?
Was her butt hanging out?
remember.
It was all the way down to her
Quick
ass
question.
crack.
Do you think, again, Kathy, maybe you can answer this. When they do stuff like that, are they wearing, is it part of, can you go without, can you go commando when you're wearing something like that? Is that?
No bra, you mean?
No
Panties.
No pantaloons.
We know you hate that word.
Sure, they don't have
No
that on.
bloomers.
No bloomers.
I don't think they have. I mean, I don't. Yeah, probably not.
What about adult diapers?
There's probably some tape going on there though, so it doesn't.
All right.
I think if you're wearing a dress, panties are optional at that point. Yeah.
right.
How do you go pee-pee?
You sit on a toilet and go pee-pees.
What
In
do
a
you
dress like that?
You just
like
lift it up.
Getting that
Yeah.
dress on and off is easy. Like just
No,
lifting
you're
it
not
up.
Just
gonna take
hike it up.
She's just gonna lift it up.
It's not like a onesie pantsuit, which, Kath, you've worn those before,
And
right?
You know what you do?
Like,
naked at work to use the restroom. Yes.
Kathy, you just probably slide a Gatorade bottle under the dress, right?
Oh, yeah. In a onesie, you have to take the top all the way off, right?
Yeah, you have to, yeah.
You know
Like,
what
especially if it's pants. Yes.
I think that's hilarious. The notion of you standing in a
I
stall
know.
completely
The
naked.
first time I wore one to work, I was like, wait, what am I doing? I'm completely naked.
How am I going to piss? Wait, what am I doing in here?
You ever go skiing and you have a ski suit on and you have to go to the bathroom?
God,
It's
that's the
freaking worse.
It is. Yes.
Just forget it. Be in the
can't-
suit.
I was at Montage last year and I was standing next to these guys and I'm standing at the urinal. I'm like, I can't find my junk.
I don't
I'm
know
like,
what to
I don't.
do.
I can't. I'm trying.
You just go
Can't
dumb
find
and
it.
dumber. Just go.
Just go.
Speaking of which, Nick, you said, how do they go to the bathroom? So I go to my nail salon. I'm using the bathroom, and there's this poster hanging over the toilet, and it says, this is how you're supposed to properly go to the bathroom. And there's a picture of her, and they're saying, don't stand on the toilet seat and squat down. And I was like, who the hell stands on a toilet seat?
Wait, stand on the toilet seat?
Yes.
Men that go to nail salons do.
I don't even know. I just lift the toilet seat. But the
You don't go
pictures,
squatty?
The pictures indicate that people will stand on the toilet seat and squat, and I'm assuming women will then squat down, like not hovering over the toilet seat, but actually
Standing on the
standing
toilet
on
You
the
end up
toilet
looking like
seat.
I don't
Gollum.
know.
Okay.
Yeah,
I wasn't
right.
sure if that was a thing that people do.
You ever heard of that, Kath?
No, that's not a thing I
Okay.
do. I
Maybe
just
it's just a
squat.
joke.
Okay.
You think it's like it looks like it's in cartoon form.
It
Cat-
is.
all right, not to be indelicate, Kathy,
it's
but when
yellow.
you're doing number 2, do you stand up on the toilet?
I hang from the ceiling.
See, that's smarter.
Look I'm going to get this one in.
Fire one. Wow. All right, I have some other stories. We're going to move along.
We're going to play Hiroshima.
Standing on the toilet. Armie Hammer, the actor, is reportedly set to star in Uwe Boll's upcoming film, The Dark Knight. Now, it is not Batman, but the movie does reportedly follow a man who decides to take justice into his own hands and fight crime. Now, the local police chief, meanwhile, finds him a menace to society and works to take him down.
Tell me, do you like eating human flesh? You will.
Hammer will be playing the crime fighter, and the movie is set to start principal photography later this month. This will be one of his first roles after dealing with the sexual misconduct allegations a few years ago.
To put this in perspective, Preston, Yui Boll is like bottom of the barrel director. Like he's directed some horrible, like House of the Dead, that video game movie. I think he directed the Dwayne Johnson Doom movie. I mean, he has a steady string of crap movies, but at least Armie Hammer's getting a lead in the movie. Yeah.
Armie did a sit-down podcast with Tom Segura and Burt Kreischer, I believe it was a Two Bears one.
I saw a bit of that.
I saw footage.
He was
of
actually
it.
very engaging.
It looked like it.
But I mean, he's being very candid. He is like, I mean, even though his family's very wealthy, he has been disassociated from them, and so he's working his way back up.
All right, the trailer for Amy Schumer's upcoming Netflix comedy called Kinda Pregnant is out now. The movie centers on Lainey, who is Schumer. She fakes being pregnant because she's jealous of her friend's pregnancy, and she wears this fake baby bump.
Right.
The lie spirals out of control when she meets the perfect guy. The movie co-stars Jillian Bell, Will Forte, Damon Wayans Jr., and a host of others.
I hate this premise already.
It hits Netflix on February 5th. I watched the trailer, and it's very much Amy Schumer's delivery and style, and if you like that, you may like this.
Quick question. What is the condition where a woman in proximity to someone else who is pregnant will start to exhibit signs of pregnancy? Do you know what I'm talking about? I'm talking like I forget. It's a condition.
Are you talking about like they'll have the cravings and,
yes.
and they won't show or anything like that, but they start to take on. I'm not sure, Steve. I have heard of something.
So
like
I know
that.
the husband,
almost like sympathy pains.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm not really sure. All right. Let's see what else I have here for you. One more, and then we will get to the clips. What
you would not believe the number of texts we're getting about the Casey's toilet thing.
Really?
It's a lot of Asian cultures, including Indian and East Asian people, stand on the toilet. Preston, I don't know, 50 texts have come in since.
Casey, that would make
Casey brought it
sense
up.
because they're predominantly Asian.
Yeah.
Right? Isn't your nail girl Asian?
They're it's Asian owned and all that. And,
so maybe that does pertain to that.
Okay.
I know
Well,
that
that's what I was gonna- over there, don't they? Isn't it just like a hole in the ground? It's not like they don't have toilets. So maybe it's something.
I know that I've been in Europe, and obviously that's not an Asian continent, but where it has been 2 footprints and a hole in the floor. And that's what you do. And so maybe some people are used to going to the bathroom that way. I don't know, depending on what culture you come from.
The decorative toilets in our lobby with the plants in them, when I'm crapping in those
aren't, no.
Those are planters.
Those are planters. All right, I do want to get 2 more stories here, so let me do this very quickly. Turned out that Nikki Glazer's first gig hosting the Golden Globes will be the first of several. After earning universally positive reviews on the job she did on Sunday night, it's been announced she has been rewarded with a deal that brings her back for the next 3 years. She revealed that she received $400,000 for the performance, an amount that is said to significantly increase moving forward. And what's interesting is she decided to not go quite so hard at the celebrities, being funny while not insulting or embarrassing everyone. These things kind of go in cycles.
They do ebb and flow.
It becomes fashionable for a while to really go hard and dive into some stuff that's like borderline funny but insulting.
Right.
And she kind of reeled that back and just went with the funny.
So she didn't
It's
go
a good idea.
She didn't go Tom Brady on him, which she said she wasn't going to do.
Right.
She was great. By the way, she had a number of gown changes throughout the night. She looked sensational.
She was awesome. And I'm watching, and I thought, I watched her monologue, and I didn't watch much else of the broadcast, but I'm watching this, and I'm like, she raced her vibrator on our show.
Yep, in our studio.
Yeah.
We didn't tell her we were having a vibrator race. She just had a vibrator on her in her purse, and we used it. So rock on. One last thing. Season 29 of The Bachelor has revealed the ladies who will compete for Bachelor Grant Ellis's heart.
I love you.
The former contestant from last season of The Bachelorette with Jen Tran is expected to step into the role, saying when he got the call and said, I just expressed gratitude, and I said, of course I'll take the role.
Voices are coming out of this brick.
He said, that's a phone. He said, if you guys are going to help me find my wife, I'm excited about that.
Yeah, right.
The show kicks off January 27th. He'll meet women from places like Puerto Rico, Canada,
I love you.
and New York.
I love you.
The ladies' careers range from pediatrician and
love you.
venture capitalist
you.
to boxing trainer
I love you.
and social media manager.
I love you.
A former pro basketball player and a day trader.
I love you.
The New Jersey native is the second black bachelor in the show's history. According to ABC, Ellis is ready for a journey filled with romance, adventure, and genuine connections.
So the gentleman who was the first black, they billed him as the first black bachelor.
Mm-hmm.
And the woman he picked were two of the most, they were completely bereft of personality. I mean,
Really?
like bumps. It was excruciating to watch them.
He hopes the woman of his dreams shares his same values of loyalty, humor, and deep appreciation for life's simple pleasures.
Like fisting.
Yeah. Oh, my God. All right, we should probably play the clips.
Yeah.
So, in the anime fantasy film, The Lord of the Rings War of Rohirrim, Helm's daughter, Hera, leads the resistance against a deadly enemy. And here, Gaia Wise describes how the fight scenes were a workout in the recording booth.
I asked them once if they could bring in a stool and a mattress and I could wind myself, and they went, "We don't want to hurt the talent." And I was like, "What if I suggest it?" I think it was the fight sequences for me, and it was sort of like a workout because you're using so much energy and the breath work that you've got to do. I mean, it was a real. The breath work was amazing.
Boring.
Lord of the Rings in theaters now, by the way. Here's the next clip for you. Tonight, Abbott Elementary and Always Sunny in Philadelphia will show the rest of the world how small our city can be when two polar opposite groups of people meet. Here, Quinta Brunson and Rob McElhenney, it says Ron McElhenney, Rob McElhenney
B and N are right next to each other.
explain the premise. Here we go.
It's really, really cool to have two different episodes of TV that are crossovers of the same event. Our episode and their episode will reflect the same days. There's much more in a Sunny vein and ours in an Abbott Elementary vein.
It's going to be a very strange evening for some people who watch Abbott and then think, oh, you know what? I might really enjoy that other show. And then they can go back and watch 17 seasons of the most insane television show ever made.
The Abbott Elementary episode airs tonight. That's at 8:30, by the way.
Do you know in the coming attractions for this, and also as the seasons of It's Sunny moves along, they are all, when they were this ragtag collection of people who, had not fully grown in mustaches or whatever.
Right.
Now they're all very... they're very, very done up, and they got that sort of Hollywood sheen on them, and so it's interesting to see how they've evolved over the years.
Yep, so that crossover starts tonight, gang, and that is what I have in our entertainment report for you this morning. Okay, so we have a secret text word. Today we're giving away tickets to the Philadelphia Auto Show. Text word secret to 39333. We will see if you win a little bit later on this morning. We need to take a break because we have a guest who is stopping by bright and early.
Love it.
Yeah, Scott Wolf is going to be here in mere moments, and he's talking about his show, Doc, which premiered last night. We'll go live on Fox Good Day a little bit later on, too, and a few other things coming up. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Offhandedly mentioned Dachau.
Yes.
I did. I picked up on that, but I wanted to flesh that story out before I moved on to the Hitler stuff. But two historians have claimed that they have proof that Adolf Hitler suffered from an embarrassing secret medical condition. In their new book, which is called Hitler's Last Day, Minute by Minute, historians Jonathan Mayo and Emma Craigie claim that they have discovered medical records proving that the fascist dictator had a condition known as hypospadias, which results in abnormally small and deformed genitalia, sometimes referred to as micropenis.
Micropenis. Hitler had micropenis. So this on top of what you reported, I think, about a year and a half ago, that he had incredibly horrific gas problem.
He had real intestinal issues. He was a vegetarian, which
Tiny
actually
penis and gas.
They didn't know at the time actually exacerbated his problem.
Sure, yeah, he was
tiny penis. He had one testicle. This dude, no wonder.
This was a despot in the it's a perfect mix of what goes into making a completely deranged lunatic.
I honestly wonder how much of his demented view on the world had to do with the medical problems he had. You know, I mean, he obviously had mental problems as well. But
it was just, but it was all listen, if this is all as true as they're saying it is, that's certainly a stew that creates this kind of lunatic.
Hitler himself is believed to have had two forms of genital abnormality, an undescended testicle and a rare condition called penile hypospadias, in which the urethra opens on the underside of the unit.
What?
Yeah. Recently, a German...
I pee out of a small hole near my taint. Time to invade Poland.
Wow,
I'll show you what it's like.
he declared it. Recently, a German historian also claimed they had evidence that Hitler only had one testicle. By the way, there was a song in 1939 called "Hitler Has Only Got One Ball."
What?
Wow. Who sung that?
Want me to read you the lyrics?
Yeah.
Right. Hitler has only got one ball. The other is in the Albert Hall. His mother, the dirty bitch, cut it off when he was small. Hitler has only got one ball. Goering has two, but very small. Himmler has something similar, but poor old Goebbels has no balls at all.
Wow.
That was a song in 1939.
Who sang that? Bing Crosby?
No, it was Weird Al Yankovic.
Really? Yankovic.
Yeah.
The earlier. God almighty. That's heavy duty for that time.
Yeah, big time.
The dirty bitch?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't think it was recorded. I think it was one of those sing-along in a pub type of songs.
Not like an MGM musical?
No, nothing like that.
Ta-ta-da-da, that filthy bitch. Honestly, though, you couldn't exact the kind of revenge you wanted to get on a Hitler. I mean, what could you do that would equal the horror that he exacted upon the earth? But it's also a little comforting to know he had microphallus.
Yeah, it is kind of comforting to know. My son the other day, who I guess is learning about some of this stuff in social studies, had came to me and said, you know what, there was a guy that apparently saved Hitler when he was a child from drowning, and he lived with the guilt later on with the fact that he saved a mass murderer. But how would you ever know?
And
how would you ever know? And you would be living with the guilt that you let a child die.
And you saved at that point, which is probably, we don't know if all the things that were in place to make him what he would be were there at that point. You could have saved a completely innocent, which is probably the case, child at that point.
Yeah.
And then the influences of life, realizing he has a super tiny dong and farts a lot.
Right.
Yeah.
I've got issues.
Yeah, apparently. Well,
I wonder if he had put a cork in his butt if it would have finally popped out.
it would have made his genitals larger.
In fact, I'm putting my division on this. I want a longer unit.
Charlie Sheen claims that a testosterone cream was the reason for his bizarre behavior back in 2011.
That's what it was.
That's what did it.
Yeah, right?
That was it. It turned me into a warlock. A freaking warlock. I hate. That's the thing I hate most in his vocal. I don't know.
That's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
He explains in a new interview with Dr. Oz that was a very specific period
Where's the Tin Man?
Period of time that did feel very out of body and just very detached from all things real.
Almost as if he was completely deranged.
He said, I felt superhuman during some of that. He said it was
a freaking rock star.
A lot of highs and lows. Well, he did ride on a Mercury surfboard.
Mercury surfboard.
Yeah.
I've been riding it on a Mercury surfboard.
Like the Silver Surfer.
Yeah. He said I was taking
Fantastic Four.
I was taking a lot of testosterone cream, and I think I went too far with it. It was kind of like a borderline, not roid rage, but roid disengage. The former 2.5 Men star also addressed his violent torpedo of truth, defeat is not an option tour, saying, that's the stuff that I do look at and cringe a little.
Oh, good.
It was nice to give people a bunch of slogans and T-shirts and all that. But the rest of it was a lot of work. There were things about that person that were empowering, that were vibrant, but I didn't like the anger. I tend to be victimized by my anger at times. It was, I felt embarrassed watching that stuff, watching him implode like that. And then,
You're embarrassed for him.
Totally. That was it. I was embarrassed for him. They did when his first night at the Tower Theater, or one of the first shows was at the Tower.
Might have been local, yeah.
And it was just like apparently from what I heard, it fell apart. It didn't have any direction, and it was just embarrassing.
Jeff Ross told us he stepped in and did one.
Yeah,
he would have this touring sort of group of people, and then when he went to every market, he would bring in locals, and he would, for a large portion of the show, just sit in a chair on the stage
and talk
and ramble.
Yeah, and not really have an act per se. So
and it's not comedy and it's not drama. It's just rambling.
Yeah,
it's like Lake Wobegon days.
Yeah, exactly.
Frickin' Lake Wobegon.
We need to do a letter of the day. I understand, Casey, you are the keeper of said letter.
Yes.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, in the Preston and Steve.
Oh,
Holy crap!
I thought he fell.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's hippie Terminator.
Faster than a speeding bullet.
Bust him through that door. Hair all slicked back, shades on, looking crazy cool in his black jacket. Oh my God, he's about to pass out. Quick, somebody.
Stand behind.
Hold that man up.
Help me, Jesus.
Help me. Dear God.
All right, well, the music's already playing. So
No, I know it.
Preston
Hell
Steve
yeah,
Show
I
brought
know
you
it.
today by the letter
G is in great.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So tomorrow we give away a pair of tickets in the Comcast Sportsnet suite for Jimmy Watson Flyers Hall of Fame night on Monday, this coming Monday, including a parking pass, 2 CSN prize packs, and a visit to the broadcast booth during the game. Is he passing out or is he trying to read?
Did you run from the elevator?
Did I? What?
Did you run from the elevator?
What?
I ran the whole way.
Yeah.
I
You ran from home.
You are dedicated.
Well, I had that new sweat removal procedure, so I don't sweat.
Yeah.
You're good.
So,
Got the mirror dry.
got it. I'm dry. Mouth is dry. You know, when your mouth is dry, you're pretty high.
That's right. Thank you, George. Holding puppies can be attractive to some people, but a new study reveals nearly half of women are attracted to men holding fish.
Okay.
Men holding fish.
I saw this yesterday.
What?
Like holding a bass or like a bag with a goldfish?
No, like a bass.
Like a trophy. Like you caught a really big bass and you're holding it out and you're displaying this thing proudly.
Yes.
So why are women attracted to fish holding men?
Well, this is from a fish app called Fish Brain.
Okay, well, they have something to.
Yeah,
they have a
why.
vested interest in it.
But they analyzed Tinder photos, all right, used by 18 to 35-year-old men in Florida.
Oh, well, there you go. There's a lot of fishing in Florida.
Yep, exactly. And they found that 22% chose a photo of themselves posing with a recently caught fish.
I saw a hunk holding a fish. He was so sexy.
Researchers then polled more than 1,000 members of a college sorority to see how they felt about the
Look
photos.
at this dude holding the fish. He's like a Chippendales dancer.
And they
I don't think the fish has any friggin' thing to do with it.
Be holding a severed head.
Hey, I saw a picture of a guy with a 12-inch dong holding a flounder. Man, fish are sexy.
This guy is no
at
shirt and he's
him.
completely sculpted. I mean, he's cut up as you can possibly imagine.
I normally wouldn't give this guy the time of day, but he's holding a flounder.
I didn't even know he was holding fish.
Yeah.
Here's a pile of dead kittens.
Looks like he has an otter in his pants.
So they polled these college sorority sisters, and they found that 46% said they found the photos of men with the fish sexier, compared to those who had photos without fish.
Get Henry Fonda. Put a picture of Henry Fonda from On Golden Pond up there.
Hold him, Walter.
Am I getting you turned on? You see my droopy man boobies and my chicken gobbler neck? Am I getting you all hot and horny?
He'd be holding a trout, right?
Yeah.
Which is Walter, the one they caught in the movie.
Are your panties swimming yet? Leave me alone, you crazy old bitch. I'm going to go turn on some chicks. See him with his shirt off and the jeans.
The study was...
I pooped myself. I had a bran muffin and the motion of the power boat made me defecate. Loosen my bowels. And he always had that pain, that old guy pain look.
Yes, you're right.
There's about 7 different things that are incredibly painful going on in my body right now. They start just above my taint, and then it's ending right mid-chest where I'm currently experiencing a full-blown heart attack. Along the way, one of my nuts hurts. There's something in my stomach. I don't know what's going on. And I think I have a tapeworm.
Can I see that pain look again?
Let's go down and go after the big bass in the pond. You know how the old guys are like, I'm going to go look for the remote. Am I sexy? I look hot, don't I?
All right.
The great thing about my wife is that she shakes so much I get handies whether I want them or not.
Come on.
Oh, my
No, man.
God.
That was not intended to go to completion. And I just called. That's my morning win.
An unintended handy is this morning win.
I mean, we can wrap it up on that note.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Men holding fish are sexier than men who are not holding fish.
Who knew?
That's something I noticed, and I thought I'd share that with you. Japanese great tits, particularly vocal Japanese.
MMR.
Very rarely do I get to correct Kathy on a pronunciation in the traffic report, but
Was
it's
it
because it's
Worcester?
Worcester.
That's what I said.
You said Worcester, I thought.
No, Worcester.
Oh, okay. Well, you got it right. Congratulations. I heard Worcester, and I'm like,
I think
it's very rare that Kathy gets
bit.
to recorrect you. So.
Yeah, so she got to recorrect me. All right, I'm going to play a theme song for you. This show is celebrating its 30th anniversary.
I was like the biggest fan. Our next guest was definitely like I had picked magazine, tear outs of them.
Awesome. Party of Five, obviously, is what we're talking about. But our next guest is here to mainly talk about the new show that debuted last night. Doc is what it's called. It's on Fox. Please welcome Scott Wolf.
Yeah.
Everybody. Nice to see you. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Now, how do you feel about Kathy having all those pictures of you?
I feel great.
Yeah, you should.
You know what? Whenever I'm really into a show and I love it. Like currently, I just finished Yellowstone, and like I would have dreams about living on the ranch and like being a part of that family.
Yeah.
So when I was younger, your family, the Party of Five family,
Salingers?
I wanted to be part of that family.
You were the sixth Salinger.
Yeah.
I was out of, I think maybe I wouldn't say I was the intended target, but I thought the show was great. And 30 years on, to see everyone doing pretty well.
Yeah.
And you stay pretty close with a number of the members of the cast, correct?
I do.
Yeah, and it's always, and for some reason when people attach to a show, and a show that was as emotionally wrought at times and as was just warm and a good place to visit.
Mm-hmm.
It's good to know that the cast stayed friends and aren't in a mortal feud.
Yeah. And even at the time, I really do believe that, the fact that we felt like second family to each other contributed a lot to how people felt watching the show. Because it didn't feel like you were watching a bunch of actors pretending to love each other. We really loved each other and still do. I'll tell you a trippy story, Kathy. So the whole like photos, teen beat on the wall thing.
Yeah.
Basically, I grew up in northern Jersey and at the time the Party of Five was on, I visited New Jersey with my then girlfriend. And we went to my old house. I wanted to show her where I lived. And I was just on a whim. I was like, I'm going to knock on the door, see if anybody's in the house.
Yeah.
So I knock on the door, and this woman answers the door. And I was like, hi. I was like, I'm Scott, and I'm sorry to bother you. And she's like, oh, my God. She's like, honey, get Jessica. Get Jessica. So turns out this family lives in the house. They have a daughter named Jessica who's like, 14 or something. Huge fan of the show. So they're like, come in, see the house. So my mom comes in, my girlfriend comes in. They're walking us through the house. They walk us upstairs, and she's like, can I show you my room? And I said, of course. So she's in my room, right? So Jessica, this 14-year-old fan of the show, walks me in there, and over where my bed used to be is a poster of me. It was the Twilight Zone.
Totally.
It's the craziest thing.
So was that where you kept your poster of yourself?
They knew that you lived there, right? Like this wasn't or did they?
They did.
Okay.
They knew that I had grown up in that house, but she had no way of knowing what room would have been mine.
Right,
and
right.
so that alone was a big deal to Jessica. But it flipped me.
That's hilarious.
Scott, I wanted to ask about the show Doc. It premiered last night, and leading up to it, I'd seen the teaser trailers that had come out.
Yeah.
And when I first saw it, I thought this was a movie based on the lead character of her losing her memory and so on. Because I guess I just saw it like glancingly. It was on television.
It's very theatrical,
and that's what I thought. Is that it felt like that?
Yes, it's. I mean, look, it's shot beautifully. The storytelling feels incredibly cinematic, and TV's gone in that direction, right? The ambition creatively has kind of gone through the roof. And
if you want to be competitive, you've got to step up and deliver something that looks top level.
You do. There used to be this kind of acceptable
TV level.
Yeah, right.
No, it's the case. And this, correct me if I'm wrong, this is predicated on a story that actually occurred to some degree, correct?
Absolutely. True story.
Yeah.
So the show was taken from, there's an Italian show called Doc. And so that was the first iteration of the telling of this story. But it's based on a real life doctor who had an accident, lost 13 years of his life.
So in this thing, what I find fascinating about this is that the doctor who you're the chief, right? The chief of medicine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so she was your wife, right? Correct?
No. But the two of them were incredibly close.
Incredibly close.
Friends, yeah.
So on that point, she comes out of this.
Yeah.
And I love things like this because it asks questions about what if you came out of 8 years or 9 or 13 years in the real situation and found out that you'd become, by other people telling you, a person you may not wanted to have become.
That's right.
What would you do with a do-over of 8 to 10 years?
Yes.
How would you approach that? Yep. That to me is fascinating.
Yeah, well, thank you for just pitching the show for me. But that's it. That's look. I mean, it's an incredibly effective and powerful hospital show. In its own right. The cases that come through the door week by week. People needing their lives saved, an incredible team of experts saving their lives. But then at the core of it, there is this story that I haven't seen before, which is exactly what you said. A person who, all of us have things that happen in our lives where you might look back and think,
I'm not that person now.
That's right.
Yeah.
If I had a chance to do that again, how would I do it differently? Who would I be? But rarely do you really get a chance or circumstances where that allows you to go do it. And in this case, it does cause this giant reset. And yeah, she awakens to a number of things, not only, oh, wow, I remember myself to be this person from 8 years ago.
Right.
And now what I'm finding out is I became someone I never thought I'd be, and I don't want to be again.
So she's Amy, and so she has this situation.
Yeah.
She was up or was at least on a trajectory that might have made her chief of medicine, correct?
No, she was
chief of medicine.
Yeah.
I recorded it because we have the earlier, so I want
yeah.
Because it was definitely inviting. And so you, in a way, you now have the position.
Yes.
And this person you were close with now presents the possibility of someone coming in who is very competitive for your job.
Yes.
And that's another dynamic.
Yeah, well, so what basically happens is right when you meet the two, you see a confrontation.
Yeah.
And she basically accuses him of making a terrible mistake that was incredibly costly to a patient, and he denies it. And she says, basically, if I find out this happened, you're done. And then she gets in this accident. And that memory, along with 8 years of memories, is gone.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
So now she had been chief of medicine. It was where I always believed I belonged. But at some point, she actually usurped me for the role. So now I'm named interim chief while she is in this state of recovery. Will she come back? Will she have the capacity that she had? Will she ever really regain herself as a person, as a doctor? But to me, she's a ticking time bomb. Because
a constant threat to your career.
If she regains that memory, she's the one person who could end me.
I love that. So it takes somebody who might not have otherwise been what you would consider a villain.
That's correct.
And sort of ascribes villainous attributes.
100%. Yeah. He's like, look, as we go on here, I keep saying, I never looked at him as a villain. I love the guy.
Yeah.
And no villain is like, I'm a bad guy.
You have have to for any villain, and I always do use the old mustache twirling villain I have no interest.
No.
Someone who you can sort of understand.
Yes.
That's interesting.
100%. And what I'll say is, as villainy as he might get, out of necessity, out of protecting himself, as much as he inhabits that role in this show, just when you think you have checked the box on him or anyone in this show will surprise you. And in the most beautiful way. Not only does it ask these questions about identity and, second chances, I think it also peels back this idea of none of us really know what's going on in the life of anyone we're encountering. And if you knew everything, I think you'd have a lot more sympathy and compassion and connection to people than
Absolutely.
You've got a great lead in Molly Parker. Shows like Deadwood and movies like The Road. She's wonderful. Had you guys crossed paths before, or is this your first time working together?
First time.
Okay.
First time. And boy, am I lucky.
Yeah.
She is unbelievable. She's an incredible human being, an incredible talent. And yeah, look, the magic trick here, like we talked about with Party of Five, the magic trick, if it works, is that people fall into a world.
Yeah.
And, an hour goes by and it's like, holy moly, I'm in my living room again. And I just was in that hospital with all these people, or in the Salinger's house.
Right.
With Kathy. And,
or your old room.
But working with people that are, incredibly talented like Molly, perfectly, absolutely committed, and a real leader, on and off camera. So I've been a fan of her work forever. And some of the work that we had to do on this show is incredible. I mean, look, this is not, like you said before, the days of like, TV is TV and film is film, and it's all that is gone.
Well, that joke was made during the Golden Globes. Nikki Glaser.
That's right.
We have a number of film stars here, reels off the names, and a number of TV stars reels off the same names.
Yeah, that's right. Is it, you obviously had great success with Party of Five. That show lasted for years. How are things different nowadays in the machine that is making a television show? Anything majorly different, or is it pretty similar?
When you kind of whoosh open the stage door and go to do the work, it's pretty much the same.
Okay.
Like I said before, the ambition level has gone up markedly. So this idea that it's good enough for TV, there's none of that.
Okay.
I never looked at it that way, and thankfully have been part of shows that haven't looked at themselves that way. I've been very lucky to work on things that I've loved, and I the industry has shifted in a lot of ways. The days of bunches of pilots and there's less opportunity to be really successful
There's less
with shows.
risk taking, I would imagine. The studios are having to play it closer to the vest, on some levels. I think things are going to correct, at some level. And everything, it's funny. We talk about all of the things that happen, on whether it be AI or whatever, all these things, or podcasts and so on and so forth. But everything tends to follow the same path eventually. Is it good drama? Is it well acted? And that's what the deal is as far as
well said.
Eventually that's what brings people to the TV. Is it good?
That's my thing. Is the one constant that never changes. To your point, Steve, is like, a good story is a good story is a good story.
Yeah.
And people are always going to be part of telling and receiving a good story.
it. Yeah.
To that point, Scott, do you like talking about movies that you were in 25 years ago? Because I have a question about one.
Nick, it's my favorite thing to do.
The movie Go, I don't know if it's underrated or not, but it's a fantastic movie, and you were fantastic in it. And your relationship with Jay Moore is terrific. And I think that was like one of the first times where I really felt like a gay relationship was normalized on big screen and like in pop culture, right?
Yep.
And I grew up. I'm a little bit younger than you, but like it was easy to victimize gay people, and that type of slander was a lot easier in the '90s. And then all of a sudden, it's like, well, these are two cool guys who are in a relationship, and it was in that movie. It was completely normal. Do you ever look back on that and think about how it kind of changed the dynamic a little bit?
100%. I was really proud of that aspect of it. Was that anytime there were gay characters in that era and before, the story was about them being
right.
gay. This was sort of incidental to it, right? It was
They were nothing to do with it, really.
No,
except for that one actress that wanted to make out with you.
Yeah. Oh my God, Jane Kismet. She's incredible. That scene was so fun and awkward. And, but yeah, it was. At the time, I don't know that you're necessarily thinking we're breaking ground. Right. You're just playing a character, and Jay grew up in the next town over in New Jersey, and we had never met before, but
he's
really,
great.
He's awesome. Really, kind of, and we had like a great chemistry with each other, and it was funny because Doug Lyman, the guy who directed the movie, super talented and has gone on to do amazing things. Yeah. He was hesitant because he had cast Katie Holmes. I was on Party of Five. She was on Dawson's Creek. And, I didn't know this at the time, but he was hesitant to kind of cast too many people that were known for TV. I mean, to your point, Steve, there was still a kind of a delineation. And, but the two of us got in a room together and auditioned together, and it was just like, oh, this is Zach and Adam, and yeah, the fact that they were gay was just incidental, and but made for it was a blast to do, and yeah, a great movie. I'm really proud of.
Scott, why do you still look like you're 26 years old?
It's weird, right?
It's like unfair.
Why I'm not launching a skincare line makes no sense to anybody.
So
because I'm first in line for that.
I mean, you walked in and I was like, he looks like he did when he was on Party of Five.
Yeah.
It's got to be like a family thing or whatever. And I don't know if you've talked to your cousin Josh or not.
Yeah.
But we've had Josh Wolf in
many
here
times.
Many
No
times.
way. I thought this mic smelled familiar.
Smells like Josh.
Josh he's a great comedian, and the first time we had him
and
on,
writer,
but the first time we had him on was years ago. And he was on Chelsea lately, and then getting him in here, and that laugh is
my God.
Can I try one?
Please.
No, that's not even close.
It's kind of like the Joker's laugh in the Tim Burton.
Is it
Batman.
higher?
A little
It's
higher.
Is that? I don't know. It's not Josh.
It's early.
Not anybody. It is
It is early in the morning.
I'm still having my first coffee.
I wanted to ask you. You've done 4, including this, I believe, including this show where you are a doctor.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So I assume that after a while, you do a number of those shows. Do you get the occasional friend giving a call like, I got this thing in my I mean, because is there an implied, well, you must be on sets picking up stuff.
Right.
Are you sort of the default doctor amongst your friends?
No. No. But I do annoyingly, sort of diagnose people in my house.
Really?
And much to their annoyance. Yeah. Like even my 10-year-old daughter is like, Dad, you're not a real doctor.
Do you throw a little Latin at him to make him feel?
Throw some terminology in there. And be like, listen, you do absorb some things, and in studying for all these roles, and I've even observed surgeries and things in preparation for.
Do you have a stomach for it? I assume. I
do, and that was something I learned by doing it. I played my second doctor. I think it was.
You had Everwood, the 9, and the night shift.
That's right. That's right. And on the 9, I played a cardiothoracic surgeon, a heart surgeon, and I shadowed a pediatric cardiothoracic surgeon at UCLA. And I watched him do 2 open heart surgeries, standing right over the field, right over the body. And it was life-changing to witness that work and see. And look, it reinforced something that I already had, which was such an immense amount of respect for the work that these real-life heroes are doing. So when I do a hospital show, play a doctor, I really want it to look and feel authentic.
Right. Yeah.
I want that cardiothoracic surgeon to be able to tune in and go, yeah, that's what it looks and feels like.
Okay. He's holding the scalpel the wrong way.
Well, look.
He's holding it backwards.
And it's hard. I mean, I have doctors in my life and people I know, and I was just with a cousin of mine's a ENT, and he's like, I can't watch any of the shows. And just everyone gets it wrong. So there's going to be cranky people or people who just, they're always going to find sort of daylight between what they're seeing. But I can say it's incredibly important to everyone that's making these shows that it looks and sounds and feels as real as possible.
Very random text coming in from somebody who's clearly watching our YouTube stream right now. It just says, Scott Wolf looks like he smells really good.
That's really correct. I didn't even know I was on camera right now. I'm glad I'm not picking my nose over here. I do. I do smell pretty good.
Just wanted to verify
It's
that.
the way, in deference to the medical profession, you smell like formaldehyde.
I smell better than Josh. I can tell you that.
You guys have 10 episodes for this first season.
Yes.
I read when Party of Five came out. How many episodes did they run in that first season? Was it more back then?
22.
Wow.
Yeah, we got up to 24 for a season or two. It was always in that 22, 24, which was much more commonplace. It's much more infrequent.
They
now.
used to do I remember going back to seasons of Gunsmoke and early television. They'd do 35, 40, 45 episodes.
Yep. Which is hard to imagine. I mean, 22, 24 episodes. That's a beast of a year. You're working almost year round, and the writers it's a lot. I loved it because obviously it was more chances to tell stories, and we did 10 this year. When the show comes back, I would imagine it would be more than that, but whoever really knows. But it's interesting how, I don't know. It's hard to say what audiences expect anymore. So many shows are down in that 10, 13, streaming shows.
Yeah.
Preston, I think we've talked about, we love this sort of 10, 11 episode cluster where you can sort of consume it and, you're not running out of storyline and, everything's good.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask this as an actor, though. So you have these 10 episodes. Have you guys filmed them all, by the way?
We have.
Episodes? Okay,
Yeah.
so now you put this out to the public. You see how the reaction is, and then you hope, it's going to be picked up for another season, things like that. How does that work out for you as an actor? Because actors have to plan out their years of jobs. I mean, and unless all of a sudden they say, okay, we're going to do a 5-year commitment. Here you go. And you're like, bang, I got my schedule. I got my job. I know what I'm doing for the next 5 years. And maybe I can put some projects in between shooting and do some other things.
Yeah.
But when you put this out there, can you commit to some other things? Or can you not? Because there's potential that this might take off and all of a sudden a shooting schedule comes up and you have to commit to that.
Yeah, it's a mixed bag because, look, I mean, the whole hey, my next 5 years is set. I haven't had that in forever, even on Party of Five.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, even in huge success. Shows can get canceled anytime. Things change, and anymore, these days it's.
So the multi-year concept is it basically all year to season to season, and that's it?
Almost everything.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
almost everything, and you hear constantly. A couple of years ago, I remember hearing blah 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 show isn't moving forward at HBO, and I was like, what? Everything moves forward at HBO. They've never canceled a show in history, and so everything is subject to is kind of TBD, and so. Even in great success, Party of Five was always a year-by-year adventure. And once we got into season 3...
It had steam.
It had steam, and you felt like we're good for 4 and 5 anyway. But, this last show I did before this one had a great first year. We were told, kind of looks like a lock for 4 more, and we wound up doing 3 more. But in this case, there's a chance to fit other things in, and... especially not other series necessarily, but it's a tricky thing.
Well, you've been doing the Christmas movie because I'm a huge Lacey Chabert fanatic. So I love her. I love the Christmas stuff. A Merry Scottish Christmas you did with her. I loved it. But I remember leading up to it, I was like, they are not going to make them lovers in this because they were brother and sister on Party of Five. Did you get that kind of reaction?
Oh God, yeah, all the time. It was the first thing most people said.
Okay,
it was like, Lacey and I are doing this Christmas movie together, and they were like, no, wait. Please tell me we don't have to watch you kiss. And I was like, no one's gonna the last 2 people in the world who want to see that is me and Lacey.
So he wasn't alone in one.
No.
Have you ever had a crush on a co-star?
Wait, who said what?
I said, have you ever had a crush on one of your co-stars? My first feeling is no. Okay.
It's never been. I dated someone on Party of Five, but she wasn't my love interest on the show, but she was another actress on the show. And no, it's never really crossed over. And
Not Jay Moore either.
I had a small crush on you.
Who doesn't?
Yeah. Well, listen, Scott, we know you got a busy day and you got to get rolling.
I'd stay here all day.
We would
guys
love
are
to
a
have you
blast.
here all day, but we will be watching you on Doc. It premiered last night. It'll be Tuesday nights, 9 p.m. On Fox. Also streams now on Hulu if you want to grab it there as well. But great to meet you, and congratulations. This looks like a really, really good show, and we're happy for
I
you.
love it, and I'm super proud of it. And we just handed it over to audiences, and hopefully they grab it and eat it up every week. And
Yeah, it's a great concept.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
thank you, guys.
Good luck with everything. Scott Wolf, everybody.
Thank you all.
Thanks for being here. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3.
Tits.
Okay.
All of a sudden, Kathy heard that.
Yeah.
Particularly vocal songbirds.
Oh, like a titmouse.
Okay.
Like
Yeah, it's a
titmouse.
bird.
Yeah, titmouse.
A titmouse is a bird.
Ow.
Yes.
Not a mouse. Yeah.
And
right.
a
Come
Japanese
on, you filthy-minded
Now I'm
bastards.
bored again.
and Japanese great tits are birds.
That's cool.
Not on the sites I go to, but proceed.
They also use compositional syntax in their bird calls, according to a new study published Tuesday in the Journal of Nature Communications.
So the Japanese tits are smart.
Yeah, great tits are talking. I mean, they're actually speaking to each other,
Wow,
which is
I'm
pretty
amazed. They seem to be sort of roundish and fleshy.
Yeah.
No, the birds.
Well. Yeah, we're looking at a
They are
picture.
kind of round.
Roundish and fleshy.
Look at this picture of great tits of a great tit right here.
What is that part in the front of the great tit that sticks out a little bit from the rest of the great tit?
That's the beak. It's not a nipple.
No.
They're
It's-
hairy too.
They're not hairy.
They're
They're
fuzzy.
feathery.
They're fuzzy.
You know
fuzzy.
nothing about
They're
Japan.
fuzzy
Yeah.
tits.
So anyhow, this is the lead study author, Toshitaka in Suzuki.
Tits.
Said in an
favorite bird.
said in an email, our study shows for the first time that birds, like humans, use the rules of syntax to chat with others. This finding reveals an unsuspected degree of semantic complexity in avian vocal communication.
To what level do they say? Do they liken it to like a porpoise, or I mean?
I can only speak about the tits.
Okay.
Birds twitter, chirp, peep, warble, and sing to communicate the location of food of a food source, to warn the danger is near, or to woo mates.
Oh my God.
That was. You two didn't even look at each other. You just both went for it.
Please welcome Patrick Warburton to our program.
Preston, Steve, gang. Thanks for having me here.
Good to see you, sir. Thank you for being
Good to be here.
But I love. I'm a fan of your voiceover work. I mean, I have kids, and they're turning into teenagers now. But from time to time, the TV will be on, and I'll just hear your voice pop up. And I mean, in Mr. Peabody, you were hilarious in that as well. You get quite a bit of work in that field, don't you?
Yeah, I've been doing, since I started about 15, 16 years ago, I had two great opportunities. One was to do Buzz Lightyear in the TV series because Tim Allen wasn't going to do it. And Kronk in The Emperor's New Groove.
Yes, yeah.
That was interesting because I didn't do voiceover work. And I just got these 4 pages of a Kronk and an Yzma, and Disney's very secretive with their stuff. And I had to look at this, and you got to figure out what this character sounds like. But first, if it's animated, you got to figure out what the character is. Like, I don't know if he's an ogre or a robot or a giant or what. It's
Once that's established, do they kind of leave you to your own devices to sort of hash it out? Or does a director say, we want it tonally to sound like this, or
no? See, they don't know.
Okay,
they don't know what a character sounds like until they hear it. You know, they can see in the storyboards what it looks like, what he looks like, and this and that. But they want somebody to come in and show them what the character sounds like.
They rely on you as an actor to kind of
bring
give a
something to the
subtext
table.
to it. Wow,
Right.
okay, that's cool.
So I was looking at it, and all I knew is he's a big guy, and he was sort of a reticent henchman. And I thought, well, you know, he probably doesn't sound dark or this or that.
Yeah,
he seems kind of sweet. He likes to cook, so. You know, it all kind of came down here. And this became a little goofy. He likes to talk to squirrels. You got to be well versed in all the woodland creatures, not just the squirrels. Squeakity squeak.
It's great. I can actually now. There's like 40 characters going in my mind that pass through.
Can I ask you one question about Putty on Seinfeld? Whose direction was it, or was it your idea to just stare off into the distance? Because you got so many laughs without even saying a word some of the time, and it just was. You just sit there and be kind of a brain dead idiot.
I'm going to take credit for the just staring and Putty was it was just a guest spot, you know, and really it was just a means to an end. It was just a guy who stole Jerry's move because Jerry told him about it. And I thought I had to bring something else in the room there that maybe like a different direction with this character that they hadn't seen. Because if you look at it in the writing, you know, the guy doesn't seem like he's
particularly amusing, right? I mean,
yes, or perhaps even missing a few marbles, I guess, as they say. So I just kind of made him, a little bit clueless.
You need to see his face right now.
Yeah.
He just went into putty mode.
Yeah. And I think a lot of guys went in there and they're like, I don't even do that, or whatever, like Tony's and Vinny's.
Right.
I just made him just a big idiot.
You made him more superficial than was she, and because the cast was, and that was her whole thing. They were very superficial people, and you exceeded her, and she didn't know how to deal with it. The
Steve,
character,
but Putty was spiritual, and don't forget
spiritual,
that.
Yes, he was.
He wouldn't steal the paper because he wasn't going to hell.
No, absolutely. Yeah. Your association with Seth MacFarlane on Family Guy and the Ted movies and all that stuff. When did you first meet him? How did that start?
It was just a pilot or a first pickup for this show, and I looked at it and I thought, can I do this? This is terrible.
It's so passionately wrong that there's a certain charm to that it's so committed.
Yeah.
That makes it uniquely, I think, lovable. Yeah. Does that make sense?
I still have to keep explaining satire to my parents. My dad, because they're so religious. My dad was almost in tears one time. He left a message on my phone. He said, in a future episode of Family Guy, God is sitting in a lazy boy chair next to a bottle of lotion getting ready to masturbate. I wish you would get off that show. Click. And
oh my God. But you have I've seen you publicly sort of say you there sometimes you have difficulty. I mean, they have to be happy that at least you voice some reservation periodically to keep harmony at home.
Sure, at times. But I mean, the greatest irony is that I donate. I send money. I got to send money my parents' way, and so we helped them out a little bit here and there. But my mom can't stop donating to her charities. I'm like, Mom, if you're asking for money, you can't be donating to charities. One of her charities is Parents for Quality TV, and all they try to do, my mother signed petitions, actual petitions, to get Family Guy off the air.
So you weren't joking earlier when you said
joking.
that.
No, I was not joking. No,
my God.
So I go, Mom, if you can't see the irony, I give you money, Family Guy money, and you take it to get Family Guy off the air. She goes, well, I have a responsibility to the Lord and I don't care.
Oh my gosh.
I waited until I was 50 years old before I decided that I wanted to sing and be in a band.
Wow.
Now I have a Pearl Jam cover band. We're the Bearded Pearl Clams.
Yes.
Yep.
Well, this station specifically was called out on stage locally by Eddie Vedder himself, and Nick was mentioned on stage by Eddie Vedder himself. Right here. Is he acutely aware of your overarching fandom?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I probably met him, now somewhere around a dozen times, and he's been super, super cool. He let me write it. I met him backstage once in L.A. and I got word that this is in Los Angeles, so everybody was there. Sean Penn and John Krakauer, and there's 200 people backstage. But somebody grabbed me and said, "Eddie knows you're here. He wants to see you." So. I go back there and he goes, "Yeah, you got to write a set list." And he gave me his email. I wrote a set list.
What?
Yeah, and then I brought my son to his first concert, but his first Pearl Jam concert, and we were there. And
for the set list you wrote,
for the set list,
all right.
Holy crap!
What they open with?
Well, they didn't open. There are about 33 songs, 35 songs in the night.
Yeah.
Probably about 27 of them were my set, So
my God.
They didn't open with it, so I didn't know what was going to go on, They opened with Long Road, which should have been on my set list, but it wasn't. And then I forget what the next song was, and then they did Alone from Lost Dogs. I was like, oh, wow, was on mine. And
so
then,
you thought maybe?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, and then a few more started rolling out. And
how much time and effort did you put into writing that set list? I mean, did you think it out, this will flow great into the next song, or did you just put a bunch of songs you liked on there?
I just put I pretty much just put a bunch of songs. that I
Okay.
liked. And I had some friends that I know that are hardcore.
So did you weave in?
The rest of the show is courtesy of Patrick Warburton.
Did you weave in hits and rarities and like did
Yes.
you? All right, so as a Pearl Jam fan, you had it in the back of your mind. I got to I when they were in town, I asked him to open up with "Release," which was my favorite Pearl Jam song, and he said, right, but he said no. But
what do you think you are, Patrick Warburton?
Right. But he asked later because he was crafting the set list when he came in and did the interview with us when Eddie did that, and there's a song called "Comeback," which was on the last record, and I asked him to play that, and they did. So like, I don't know. This is I'm totally geeking out when talking to you about this, but I'm really glad you can appreciate it because as a Pearl Jam fan, it means a lot.
I was at a show one time. Well, this is the show when because my wife just knows like how ridiculous it is, and we're backstage and Eddie gave me his Social Distortion T-shirt, and we're walking back to the car, and I haven't said a word. And but my wife knows I'm just beside myself. He just gave me his email. I'm going to write a set list. He gave me his Social Distortion T-shirt. And right when we got to the car, I just looked at her and I held the shirt up and I sniffed it.
Of course.
and then I looked at her with this terrible frown on my face and I go, "It's clean."
Now be honest.
Brilliant.
Is it your whoopee now?
Ladies and gentlemen, Patrick Warburton.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here. Why'd you staple this in the right-hand corner?
Because if you notice, I messed up the left margins, so I couldn't staple in the left.
Okay.
Wasn't it for a church event too?
It was.
And isn't the left side evil?
Correct.
There you go.
That's why I did that.
The left side's evil?
Sure.
That's
The
why
left side is
That's why if you
evil?
write with your left hand, they used to hit you with a ruler to make you right.
Did they really? Yeah, that's right.
yeah.
That's right. I remember hearing that left-handed people were considered
Something.
touched by the devil or
wasn't
something
good.
like
Yeah.
that.
The word "sinister" is from the Latin meaning left.
Shut up.
Oh.
And I think when you get your communion, you're not supposed to get it with your left hand. You're supposed to get it with your right.
I always do the chuck
No,
it.
they put it in your left hand.
Yeah, you're supposed to put your right hand on top of your left.
Yes, like this.
Not your left hand.
Have you been doing it wrong all these years? Kathy, you're evil.
This sow is mine.
Your mother is going
Oh
to
my
have a
God.
few words for you today.
She probably will. I'm going to ask her. I
My
don't think I
daughter's
believe you.
been seduced by the dark side.
Because you pick it up
She
then.
does everything right. She eats tomatoes to avoid anal cancer.
Because you pick it up and feed it to yourself with your right hand.
I don't know.
You know, that's what I always thought.
I don't know.
Okay.
Because it doesn't feel right to pick it up with my left.
Right.
But I had been doing it, I thought, the opposite way.
Go have mass in Ireland.
Been living a lie.
Right?
Yeah. They just, like a Mississippi
Oh, really?
poker dealer. Yeah.
One of these days, I'm just going to go and pick it out like with my fingers. He goes and hands it to me, and I'm not going to have
Can
him
I
place
pick
it.
my own?
Yeah.
Can I pick my own?
No, not
I
that
wanted
one.
that one.
The game we're going to play is young versus younger. All right, and we use that term young
Oh, I crack up at this.
loosely.
Yeah. I don't fall anywhere within the realm of younger-ish.
Marissa came up with a list of terms a while back that pertain to different generations, okay?
She did a good job.
She did a really
It's
good
hard,
job.
yeah.
So there are some terms on here on the younger list that might be a little fresh and new for us, the show members of the Preston and Steve Show, to know exactly what they mean. Now, vice versa, we have a list called young, which is really old. And it's a list of terms that are kind of from an older generation. Not going way back, but something that we here, the members of the Preston and Steve Show, would definitely know what they are. But we want to see the younger members of our family, the Preston and Steve interns, if they know. Our interns playing this morning, we have intern Aaron. Hello, Aaron.
Hello.
How you doing today?
I'm great. How are you?
Excellent. And Aaron's just learning how to use it.
All right, thank you, Kath. We got about a minute and a half here. You know what? I'll bring this up now. I saw this email I got from a guy named Rick. Sent me an email, and the Pennsbury School District is pleased to announce that nominations are now being accepted for the 2025 class
Oh, God, here
of
we go.
Pennsbury High School Hall of Fame.
Come on.
Come on.
Kathy. To nominate someone.
So, can anybody and everybody?
I don't know.
I think that's the way this looks. Like, I can contribute according to this email.
You have a link or anything there?
Yeah, levittownnow.com.
Oh,
No.
We'll give all the credit to Kathy.
So you can go to levittownnow.com and vote for Kathy and ask that Kathy be one of the nominees.
I think you have to nominate her, and then I don't think she's been nominated yet.
I think it's a given for crying out loud.
But that's a news source, so he probably has some sort of link on there.
He does. It's Levittown Now, and then the rest of it goes Pennsbury seeks Hall of Fame nominees.
We can do this. Noted.
Team Kathy to the bitter end.
OnlyFans foot model Kathy Romano gets her position.
Oh, that is not getting me in. Leave that part out, please.
Foot.
My graduation year was 1996, for anybody who feels like maybe nominating me.
Were you aware of this?
Aware of what?
That they had these nominations, these open nominations available.
We talked to Richard Kind. Is that why do I keep the other? Who's the other Kind? I keep getting mixed up. Anyway, when we had him on last year, I think we
I just
talked
didn't
about
remember
it.
that part.
Yeah.
All right. We should be hearing music in about 5 seconds or so. And look, it happened right then and there. We're going to go on Fox Good Day now.
7:57. Let's get to Preston and Steve.
Hey.
Because, hey, guys.
Hey, good morning.
Good to see you in the new year. Talking on the phone, apparently, gives Gen Z anxiety. Do you guys get anxiety? Because so many people are texting now and messaging. Actually, talking on the phone, some people are like, I don't want to do it.
Yeah.
So this new study finds that they don't have the confidence for it. How do you guys feel about talking on the phone now?
Me personally talking on the phone, I don't mind talking on the phone. I like to keep it short. I don't like to spend an hour talking on the phone. My wife, but she will talk for hours on the phone, and that I'm not that type of person. But if I can succinctly engage with someone and convey the message I want to easier than texting, I prefer a phone call.
If you want to get something done, this is my thing. I pick up the phone and call. Like sometimes my wife likes to email and text, and I'm like, going back and forth. You want to find out? Just pick up the phone and get it done. But I do know a lot of people who are afraid or don't. They're not good at that or not conveying their message succinctly on the phone. But something about hearing the person's voice and hearing the passion of their physical threats against you can make things work out better.
Drives the point
But
home.
this is a real thing. I had this as a kid because I sounded, before I hit puberty, sounded just like my sister. So people would call and I'd be like, hello? And they'd be like, hi, Denise. And it like hurt my spirit, but after a while I kind of went with it. And I was like, hi. Yeah, so I had the fear of like answering the phone and carrying on conversation.
And there's a name for it.
How far did you carry that when you were confused with your sister? Did you end up at prom?
Until last year. Yeah, this is actually a fake voice. As soon as I leave here, my voice goes up 10 octaves.
Right back.
What's the name for it, Alex?
Telephonophobia.
Telephone. Come on.
They got really creative.
That's really.
with that.
It was a half staff that day at the clinic when they named that one.
I know, right? So apparently they have classes and things that they can do to help people to get that confidence. Like for example, like my cousin, sometimes you can order pizzas and do all that stuff online. They do not want to call and even order a pizza. They're like, oh gosh, no, let's just do it online instead of talking to someone.
I believe that 100%. I think I think a lot of that. I think the interpersonal, just talking to people, talking to strangers, conducting, going into a store and asking a salesperson to help you. A lot of those things, at least for that particular, is Gen Z, you're saying, is the deal. Yeah, they're having trouble with that. So those are skills you need to develop.
True. So would you pay? They're offering coaching for younger folks who feel like they need help with that. As a parent, would you guys pay to have your kids?
No. That's my job.
The hell with that.
Yeah, that's right. That's his job.
I don't need to hire a coach. I'll just talk to my son directly about how to talk on the damn phone.
Nick feels strongly about
What
that.
about when it comes to bill collectors? That's a whole different issue.
Learning how to elude bill collectors. Yes.
That should be a course.
Yes.
It's all part of it.
Thanks,
guys.
Take it easy.
All right, we'll see you guys.
Just say, talk to my sister.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. There are times when the idea of going online and ordering something, if I start to go through the process, if it's a website that I'm not familiar with or a restaurant or whatever. And then all of a sudden there are more steps than I thought were involved.
Exactly.
And it's going to take longer where I could have just picked up the phone and said, hey, I want to get this. I'll be by to pick it up in, 20 minutes.
Exactly.
I don't think I have, sorry, what is it called?
Telephonophobia.
Telephonophobia. I don't think I have that, but like if I'm with someone else and we're calling, say, well, I'll use, ordering food as an example, I'm like, no, you do it. But I don't think I have that. I don't think I'm like, it's just like.
Does it come down to this? Because I will find if I'm texting, I'm like, I'm tired of texting. I'm going to simply pick up the phone, talk to them and get it done quickly. That's another thing.
Sometimes that's like with friends though, like just with friends, I'll do that. Like occasionally I'll say, okay, this is going too long on text. Let's just talk on the phone. But half the time you call and they don't answer and then you get a text right back, putting the baby to bed, in a meeting, whatever. So you're like, okay, I'll just continue on text, I guess.
What do you place more emphasis on? You get a text that you're supposed to respond to or a message, an actual phone message, a voicemail left. Which do you feel is more dramatic to respond?
Text. You're like more immediate?
Yes.
Yeah, I think text.
I go the other way. Like a voicemail is more immediate. Okay.
I won't even, I'll see a voicemail pop up and I'll forget it's there. And 3 days later, I'm like, oh, that's right. I had a voicemail.
Yeah. Text messages and voicemails, I ignore them both equally.
But for me, text, no, because I'll clear that number. Do you know what I mean? So like if I leave here and I have there's chains going and I have 26 text messages or whatever, I won't go before the day is over. I'll clear those.
You don't like to see that little red number next to your message?
Not on text. I have number for emails. I have every calls.
But not on text. You that's your thing.
Yeah.
You like that clear.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right. Well, a little peek into our world. I have some bizarre file stories. Let's go for that.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Special Olympics Pennsylvania, inviting you to get freezing for a reason at the 2025 Polar Plunge February 1st at Citizens Bank Park. For more information or to register, visit phillyplunge.org. That's phillyplunge.org. So what was meant to be a bonding experience between human and beast turned into tragedy last week at a wildlife sanctuary in Thailand. Spanish tourist Bianca Ojanjaran Garcia, 22 years old, was with her boyfriend at Koyao Elephant Care, bathing one of the elephants, and the elephant suddenly killed her.
Oh, my God.
Although some media reported that she was gored to death, the elephant's tusks were not involved. Instead, the elephant, a 50-year-old female, appeared to have landed a fatal blow with its trunk. Oh, geez. Killed her with its trunk.
I can believe that.
Wow. Garcia, who was living in Taiwan as an exchange student and visiting Thailand with her boyfriend, was rushed to a hospital after the attack and died there. None of the 8 other tourists and 10 staff members present were injured. The owner, however, confirms to the paper that the Elephant Center closed after the incident with no reopening date. Experts say that the elephant may have been stressed at having to mingle with humans outside of its natural habitat. Animal activities animal activists have long decreed elephant care packages where visitors can prepare food for, feed, and bathe the elephants. And arrangements to bring her body out of the country are in the works. But that's messed up.
Yeah, but you think about the size of their heads and how big those trunks are. We tend to think either the tusks are getting stomped to death. But yeah, man, there's a lot of weight to those.
Yeah, and if you get hit in the head with that, forget it. All right, by the way, I had a lot of heavy stories in the bizarre file. This one is not quite as heavy, but there are a lot of them, and I'll try to intermingle some lighter ones in between. But you don't want to mess with this woman. 71-year-old Linda Rosa. 4 teens tried to steal her purse as she was exiting a Brooklyn subway station, and it didn't end well for them. Wow. As Rosa tells it, she grabbed 2 of the attackers by their hair and slammed them face first into the floor, saying, "You want to fight?" So it was on New Year's Day. She was making her way to a church service when she stepped off the number 3 train and into an ambush. Just after passing through the turnstile, a group of 4 girls approached her. One of them tried to snatch her purse. She said, and then I said to myself, oh no, this is not going to happen today. When the second girl also reached for her purse, she said, okay, you want to fight? And that's when all hell broke loose. The first person, she said, kept fighting.
I want to fight you.
Listen, she said, she punched me in the face and I have my glasses on. I have a cut to my nose. When she punched me in my face, I guess my glasses flew to the floor. Meanwhile, the other young lady was still trying to distract me to get my pocketbook or go into my purse. It contained her ID and medical records. The girl successfully wrangled the bag away from Rosa, but the scuffle continued. She said, I was still wrestling with the first person. Then I was trying to kick her in between the legs, but my leg wouldn't stretch far enough, so I believe that's when I fell. And then she stomped on me. The quick-thinking victim, however, made the girls regret ever targeting her that day and somehow managed to turn the tables on her attacker. She said, I got the impression that she was going to stomp me again and she was going to aim toward my head. So I got up right away, and with that, I grabbed her braids and twirled them around in my right hand.
I love it.
And I pulled her down. She had her head down, and the other young lady said, let her go. And I said, I'm not letting her go. So with one girl pinned to the ground, Rosa began calling for help, but no one came to her assistance. Unfortunately, the fight didn't end there. She saw a second girl charge toward her again. She said, so out of nowhere, I grabbed her hair and twisted it around in my left hand, and I had them both face down. And she said, I had them like rams when they're getting ready to fight.
Dude,
so
that's
she had
awesome.
them face to face.
That is so
by
cool.
their hair, holding them together.
Pull hair if you have to.
By that time, the other teens were screaming at Rosa to let their friends go, but she refused and held on tight, yelling, I need assistance, but to no avail. When the senior released the girls, they ran out of the subway station. And Rosa gathered up her belongings and walked to the church about a block away. The staff there called 911. She was taken to the hospital, treated for her injuries. And then the NYPD released surveillance footage, which they have from the train station of the perpetrators. They are currently still at large, but they have some good close-up video pics of them.
Complete shots of their faces, yeah.
How funny is that? You little bitches.
Yeah.
You
Totally.
little bitches. And like you're attacking a 71-year-old woman. Then she finally gets the beat on you. Let me go.
I know, yeah. And she kicks their asses.
Yep, it's a great story. All right, here's a weird one. In England, residents on a Nottinghamshire road have been left perplexed as to why a mystery plate of bananas keeps appearing on their street corner once a month.
So a plate presented as if someone were to eat them on the... Wow.
The bananas, always whole but peeled, have been showing up on a regular basis in a residential area of Beeston for more than a year, residents say.
I'd like to report a plate of bananas on the street in front of my home.
And people want to find out who is leaving them there. The bananas, about 15 or 20 of them.
You guys love bananas.
I love bananas.
Wouldn't it be great if you had somebody who delivered banana service to your home?
And that many? That's awesome.
I don't want them peeled, though.
15 to 20 or so. They're placed on a plate opposite a church on the corner of Abbey Road and Windsor Avenue. Some residents said that they were oblivious to their presence and had walked past the spot multiple times without noticing them. One woman peered out of her windows a couple of doors down and said, "What bananas?" Others said,
"Those bananas!"
They always noticed them and were desperate to know the story behind them. James Avito said he walked his dog past the corner nearly every day and thought the bananas had been appearing for about 2 years.
Oh no, the banana man is back.
He said it's quite strange. There's always a big bunch of them peeled on the plate, and they always appear to be drizzled with what seems to be honey.
So they're prepared for a wonderful meal.
He said, I thought it was just perhaps a religious thing. Is this a Jewish thing? No, the religious thing, or maybe someone just likes to feed the insects or something.
What? Feed the insects?
One of the main theories, though, is that bananas are being placed there as a religious offering. In Hinduism, offering bananas to deities is a common practice, with the fruit said to represent abundance, fertility, and good fortune. Honey also has symbolism in Hinduism, considered to add natural sweetness and nourishment in offerings. Others think perhaps someone is trying to feed the local wildlife, although the bananas don't seem to get eaten. But somebody has been leaving these for years.
Okay.
Is that a Jewish thing?
That's what they're wondering. All right, one last story. Unfortunately, we're going to end on a downer one, but 2 men were found dead inside the landing gear compartment of a JetBlue airplane in South Florida.
This happens occasionally.
Yep, after a flight arrived from New York City late Monday, the discovery was made at Fort Lauderdale International Airport during the routine post-flight maintenance inspection. The identity of the individuals and the circumstances surrounding how they access the aircraft remain under investigation. Deputies with the sheriff's office responded and pronounced both people dead at the scene. The identities of the two were unknown. The aircraft originated in Kingston, Jamaica, but it stopped at JFK, Salt Lake City, JFK again, and then hit Fort Lauderdale. It's unclear where the people got into onto the aircraft, because usually if the altitude and the lack of oxygen or cold doesn't get you, the mechanism can crush people.
Yes, absolutely.
It's crazy to do that. All right, and there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. We will take a quick break, come back in a second. Don't forget, we have a secret text word, and we are going to give away tickets to the Philly Auto Show to our winners this morning. So text the word secret to 39333. We'll be right back.
She's a video chick.
I wasn't thinking about it.
How long have you been here, by the way?
Since August.
Wow. Okay. All right. So she had the microphone like backwards. Not quite backwards, but it was pointed the wrong way. Then we have intern Sam. Hello, Sam.
Hi.
Sam, you're one of our, I guess, amongst this crew, one of the newer ones, right? How long have you been here?
Since September.
September. All right. Just shortly after Aaron then. And then we have intern Chris, or 11, right?
Yep.
And where did you get the name 11 from?
At the Camp Out for Hunger at the Papa Shot Challenge, I scored 11 points.
That's all he can get.
Which I think is like an all-time low.
Yeah, 11 points.
Stephen Hawking got 13.
And Chris, you played this game last time.
I did.
You did pretty well.
Well, we all stunk.
Yeah.
All the interns stunk. I guess I was the least stinky.
Okay, so and we've done this only once before, and also joined us last time. We have intern Brianna. Hello, Brianna.
Hello.
And how long have you been here?
Since January.
Okay, all right. So you're the newest of the crew.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, we're going to try this out. And we're going to see how it goes. I have 8 callers on the line. So here's what we're going to do, guys. Because playing for the Preston and Steve show will be Steve, Casey, Nick, and Kathy. I have the answers here, so I cannot play, and Marissa's in the other room.
For the same reason Alex Trebek doesn't play Jeopardy.
Exactly. So I'm going to throw out a term. You're going to write it down. We'll give you a few seconds to write it down. Then I'm going to have to ask for an answer, no matter what it is. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Let's go with this one. Butt chugging.
Butt chugging.
Yes.
Butt chugging.
Yes. BUTT. Chugging.
I wrote drinking beer through your gaping anus.
Ah, and you know what? You're correct.
Yes.
Alcohol enema for faster intoxication.
Yes.
That is correct, Nick.
Drinking a beer after it was poured through an ass crack.
Ah, incorrect. So Steve is the only one that got that right. Okay, let's go to our interns, and it's younger. I'm going to give you a word from a previous generation, and let's see if you can figure out what this means. Malarkey.
Malarkey.
Let's go to Aaron, who is going to be playing for listener Fred. Aaron, what do you have for malarkey?
I put bull crap.
Bull crap. Yeah, we'll accept that.
Right. Yes.
It's meaningless talk or nonsense. That is correct. So that means that listener Fred wins Big Short on Blu-ray, I believe.
Yes.
All right, and then let's go to Sam, who's playing for Ed. Sam, what do you have for malarkey?
I also had crap.
All right, yes, we'll go along with that, too. Let's see. Chris, what did you have written down?
I put nonsense or crap.
That's it. Yes, absolutely correct.
They're rocking it today.
We'll get a prize for Matt on line 7. And then Brianna, let's see if we can do a clean sweep. Brianna, what did you say for malarkey?
I'm the only one that got this wrong. I said nickname after a famous actor.
Nickname after a famous actor.
You know, Malarkey?
No. Do you remember an actor named Malarkey?
No, it just kind of sounded like a famous last name. I don't know.
Okay, all right. No, that's incorrect.
Oh, very Malarkey-esque in that performance.
Let's see. We're going to do an acronym, okay?
Okay.
Thought. T-H-O-T.
Oh, I know this one.
Thought. T-H-O-T?
That is correct.
Oh, man.
All caps. T-H-O-T. Thought. Do you guys know what it is?
I didn't
Don't
know
say it.
I didn't know it stood for something.
I do.
Okay, all right. So
I think I know.
A couple of the youngers know
I'm
what
thinking
this
through
is.
this.
Let's go then to Steve first, and this is for listener James. Steve, what is thought?
Touching horse ovaries tactfully?
No, that is incorrect. Sorry.
Oh, man.
I will not tell you what the answer is until I get a correct answer. That is incorrect. Sorry, James. We got to let you go. Hold on, Casey. All right, so Casey is playing for Alec on line 2. Casey, what is yours? Thought?
Too hot ovaries testicles.
No, sorry. Incorrect. That is wrong. Buzz. Wrong answer. All right.
Preston's like, go camera 2.
Exactly. I'm just going to direct. Kathy, what do you have for thoughts? T-H-O-T.
The hell out there.
The hell out there. You're actually the closest.
Ooh.
Yeah. You actually actually got one word right in that. So that means that Chris does not win. Is that who Kathy was playing for? All right, so for listener John, we go to Nick. Nick, what does thought stand for?
That hoe over there.
He's correct. That
How do you know that?
Over there.
Twitter.
Yeah.
Like a lot of these bay and thought and that kind of nonsense. Yes.
Chris, did you know that that's what it meant?
Yes, I did.
Okay. All right. So fair enough. Write this down. Hepcat. HEPCAT.
There we go.
That's actually even before our time.
I don't know what that
Our
is.
time. Hepcat.
Hey, good luck with that one.
Look at the look on Brianna's face.
Preston,
Is it like an acronym?
well, we're not going to give you the answer to that. How are you going to
I
determine?
hate these terms.
Hepcat. Hey, Preston, how about Ovodio dough?
Yeah, right. We'll throw that one in there too. So it's of the same era. All right, Hepcat. You guys got it written down? All right, let's go to Aaron. You're playing for listener Evan. Aaron?
I know this is wrong. An STD test.
No, it is not an STD test.
I wish Hepcat was an STD test.
Sorry, Evan, we got to let you go.
I don't know what it is, and that's what I thought. It sounds like an STD.
All right, let's go to Sam next. Sam, what do you think Hepcat is?
It sounds like a part on a car, like the hepcat is broken.
That's a good guess, but that's way
Sounds like
off.
hubcap, right?
So sorry, Jay, you don't get anything. Chris is playing for listener Steve. Chris, what's a Hepcat?
I put like a test a nurse would take.
A test a nurse would take. Kind of like the LSAT.
Man, I got a 550 on my Hepcat.
No! Sorry, Steve. All right, and then listener Kim, Brianna is playing for you. Brianna, what do you have as a Hepcat?
I'm sorry, Kim. I said scanner.
A scanner. No, that is incorrect. So, Kim, we got to let you go.
Do you guys know what it is? What a Hepcat is?
I don't know.
It's a cool person. Cool person.
Yeah.
He's a Hepcat.
Is a term for jazz and beatnik subculture.
Yeah.
So that's what that means. All right, here's one for you guys. Throwing shade. What does throwing shade mean? What does throwing shade mean?
Insulting or disparaging.
That is absolutely correct. Talk trash about a friend or acquaintance to publicly denounce or disrespect. Ding, ding, ding. Thank you.
Ready, Bell? Q Bell?
Yeah, Q Bell.
I'm the worst.
Kathy, what does throwing shade mean to you?
I just want to say, I wasn't kidding. Like, I heard that, and I wrote down the first thing I thought it meant, and I put sunglasses on.
Oh, my God.
What? That's shades. I thought we were going to nail this.
Sorry,
one.
listener Brian, you don't get anything. Nice job, interns. You kicked ass. A new study confirms why we close our eyes when we kiss.
Oh.
Do you close your eyes when you kiss?
I do.
Yeah.
Open them occasionally, but no, I don't stand there wide-eyed the whole time.
Your face looks funny this close.
Well, that's why you close your eyes. You can't see, right?
I think, so why do you do it?
When it comes to kissing, we close our eyes in order to focus on the physical sensation of kissing. So
It's interesting because my wife and her brothers, a couple of her brothers, will close their eyes when they're eating, when they actually are chewing. Mm-hmm. And that would be in line with this.
Yeah, to take in a little bit more, to cut off
one sense.
One sense you can focus, you can sharpen the other ones a little bit more.
Why do you squint during a handy?
Maybe it hurts and you don't know.
Oh.
Yeah, loosen
Take the welding glove off.
You don't want to look at him right in the eye.
Sorry about accidentally texting you. I hope this makes up.
But honestly, when something really does taste good, don't you go, oh,
you do.
Close your eyes. I'm a sensual eater.
You are.
Oh, God. Dude,
yesterday, you were doing it yesterday with that chicken.
Oh, yeah. G-O-Z-O. I know.
Do you, on Thanksgiving, do you stick your head down and lick the stuffing out of the turkey?
Dude, Thanksgiving is a bit of an orgy.
Yeah, oh my God.
For me.
It's very sexual.
It's my favorite. It is my favorite holiday of the year because of the food thing. Last night I had tiramisu ice cream.
WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kath. We like to keep things pretty light on this show, but every now and then we dive into something that's a little bit on the heavy side, and it's only when it's called for. I think that we go in those directions. And
if it helps someone,
yeah, I'm just gonna let Nick take the floor on this.
I don't want to be controversial, guys. Okay. And this story and the position they're in requires a tiny bit of setup. So give me a moment here.
Please.
But my son was leaving work the other day, and so he was driving home after his shift, and he ended up driving his car in between two people from his high school that he can't stand. And these two guys are kind of noted a-holes, and nobody really likes them. So he's explaining this whole story to me.
Are you sure this is okay to tell the story?
I checked. Yeah, I asked because he
can only make things better.
He told me the story, and I was laughing, and then and I was like, we might end up talking about this on the show. And he's like, well, it's a pretty good topic. I was like, all right. So he's stuck in between these two guys, and he ends up getting home, and so he's on a group text with all of his friends. He's like, guys, I was driving home today. I was totally in the middle of this ass sandwich, referring to the guys in the car in front of him and the guys behind him.
An ass sandwich.
Guys, I was in an ass sandwich. So Ben, my son, is relying on the support and from his friends.
Oh, no.
Acknowledging that these two other guys are total idiots. And the guys are like, so were you the main ingredient of the ass sandwich?
Yes.
Are you the said crap and ass sandwich? And he's like, no. The bread was the two pieces of ass. So like Ben does what I do occasionally, which is like completely tries to defend himself and defend his position. And he's like, well, a knuckle sandwich, like the knuckles are the bread and the knuckle sandwich, and his friends were like,
no, they're not.
No.
Yeah.
And his friends are like, Ben, you call it a turkey sandwich for a reason. Like turkey is the meat. You are the ass in the ass sandwich here. And I was like, so they were just giving him a hard time and laying into him. But I appreciated his attempt at defining what the actual ingredients are in an ass sandwich.
A valiant attempt, but he's wrong.
I appreciate the term ass sandwich.
Right, yes.
I think it's great, and I get it, and I understand, but colloquially, that's incorrect.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you would not call it a rye bread sandwich. You call it a turkey sandwich, right?
I mean, I did understand it, though.
Yes, I did as well.
Right?
Yes, but if we're going to break it down into semantics.
So, okay.
For breaking down ass
Is there
sandwiches.
any wiggle room if it was an open-faced ass sandwich?
Right.
Well, this sounds like it was closed.
It was closed.
Right.
Yeah.
But an open-faced ass sandwich might give you some wiggle room.
Right, and I understand your point, Steve, but he is definitely the meat in this sandwich.
That's the way it works.
The two pieces of bread.
When you're defining the sandwich, you're defining it by what is between the bread.
Guys, I'm in an ass sandwich.
I guess it would have made a difference if he said I was in the middle of an ass sandwich.
Perhaps.
Maybe.
Well, he's saying I'm in the middle of an ass sandwich,
I'm the
therefore
ass.
I am the ass.
Right.
And then he was asking me afterwards, he's like, is there any way to defend my position where are there any other sandwiches?
Ass wrap.
Are there? Well, the question, Steve, was, are there any other sandwiches defined by something other than like a turkey sandwich? Like, would you call an ass sandwich ever something that's where the ass isn't the meat?
A grilled ass sandwich, because that at least gives the bread a lead. I don't know.
The way to phrase it would have been, I was sandwiched in between two a-holes.
Casey,
is there another thing that we could use other than sandwich that might be a good description?
The question he's asking, Casey, is, you call it a ham and Swiss on rye, but what you really say is I'm having a ham sandwich, right? You don't say I'm having a rye bread sandwich.
Right.
So is there a way to define I'm in this ass sandwich without the ass applying to the meat of the sandwich? Are there any other sandwiches that the definition of the sandwich?
I am so sorry, but my brain cannot comprehend the question that is being asked right now. I'm going to tap out. I'm going to let you guys have this.
So, but I can see where some you might make someone's eyes roll white, but it is. I think Preston, you and I both immediately said, he is the ass in the sandwich,
right?
But because that's the way that it's framed. It's like different applications. Like it's a great one, an ass hat. When you call someone an ass hat. But this one, I don't think, Nick, there's any application to this where you can make the asses the surrounding. There's no food that I can think of.
Oh,
maybe like a cordon bleu.
Maybe it's not a food. You know what it could be? Ass muffs, like ear muffs.
All
yes.
right. Okay.
They're on the outside.
Okay.
But
so I see, like visually, he's trying to explain these two jerks were on either side of me. and therefore he went with the sandwich scenario because it makes most sense. You know, I mean, but what do you call that?
Right. When
the bread are the two asses.
And calling it an ass sandwich is a move in the wrong direction.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And are there any other sandwiches like a knuckle sandwich? Like, what other expressions like knuckle sandwich exist? I was trying to think of like even trying to apply an expression.
I mean, if you did like a lettuce wrap, right? That would be where so it would be like an ass wrap.
But I mean the word sandwich showing up in an expression like a knuckle sandwich.
Knuckle sandwich is the one that comes to mind. Sandwiched in between.
Right.
And then obviously the various litany of sandwiches that we're aware of. But no matter what variation you use, he ends up being the ass in the ass sandwich.
Yeah, he's not making himself look
Are
good.
you trying to think of other slang terms that use sandwich?
Is there any other example he can use where the slang term of sandwich would help him get out of this situation?
No.
I don't think that there is.
Well, you would have to put the his situation as the meat, so to speak, right? So it would have to be, the word would have to be like some sort of sympathetic word, right? Like poor guy sandwich, you know what I mean? But like, because
Even
the
still,
ass is,
Yeah, because once you have to explain it past a couple of words, you've lost.
Yeah.
Somebody texted and said a hoagie is defined by the bread. So maybe an ass hoagie.
All right.
No, it's not.
because
the word hoagie comes from Hog Island. It was invented on Hog Island Road in like Tinicum, and that's where hoagie comes from.
Okay.
It's hoagie is not the bread.
Yeah, he would have had to have said, people are texting this in, he was sandwiched by asses.
Right.
Yes.
He's not in an ass sandwich.
That's the only way. I agree with the people who are texting with that. You can say I was sandwiched in between two asses. I was,
like a deconstructed ass sandwich was a text that came in. I like that. Ass bookends. A few people have texted.
I was bookended by
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't mean to get controversial. I needed your take on this and a ruling, and I felt like my ruling on it was fair, and I felt bad for the kid.
Assanini. Assanini. Thank you, Texter.
But you could say that I was sandwiched by a couple of a-holes.
Yeah, we said that.
Oh, you did already say that. Okay.
Yep. People are saying that Oreo could be used, but I don't know.
To streamline it just doesn't work.
Right. It's too much explanation.
Yeah.
And in the end,
you lose it.
Yeah.
You lose it.
Yeah.
And I bet he was proud of that term.
I think he was.
Sandwich, too.
Yeah.
And then to have it thrown right back
His
at
friends
him.
just
His friends didn't need to do that. I mean, I'm glad they did.
I am
but,
too. Yeah. And I understand his reflex, but
I was the butthole in an ass sandwich.
Right, yeah. And Steve, like as he's explaining the story to me, I'm I'm trying not to laugh directly at him, but I'm like, buddy, man, you're gonna lose this. I love you and I'm on your side, but I'm sorry, pal.
In front of you can see him, you're like Kevin Costner in JFK, so trying to explain.
People are missing out on this. Somebody says ass pita. The pita is the bread. No, that's not what you're still. The ass is going to be inside, in between, in the bread. That's not what we're looking for.
Right.
We want to make the bread. You know what I mean?
The object of the asstum. So we need to apply the ass to the bread, the surrounding pita, the surrounding lettuce wrap, and there's no way that does it effectively.
Yeah, I mean the expression "ass sandwich" I think is a good expression. It just does you paint yourself in the wrong way.
No, you can use it. You can use it. Say, you know that life just handed me an ass sandwich.
Okay,
so that's
there. You go.
There you go.
I like
that. That's how you can apply it.
Yeah, because S sandwich,
right?
Yeah,
is a term.
Yeah,
yeah.
Life is an S sandwich, and we all have to take a bite.
And you don't want to be any of the ingredients in an S sandwich.
That's right.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Somebody had a good idea here.
But ass muffs that's probably the best one.
Ass muffs?
No. Again. No, it doesn't make any sense. Because the ears are on the inside. Damn it.
Brown-eyed cheek dance. What the hell is that?
Why not?
I don't know, but I want to do it.
That's just a good phrase.
I like that. Sandwiched between two a-holes.
Yeah, we said that.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Well, so I think that's kind of what the consensus is.
I think we settled on.
All right.
Thank you.
Do you want to settle another one? Because I got an email from somebody.
Yeah.
This is from, let me see if they want to remain anonymous or not. This is from, no, she signed it, Gene.
Okay. All right.
She says, hey, Preston and Steve, and this is her question, and she wants help from the audience. Is OnlyFans cheating?
No.
Oh.
Well, hang on. And she says, I just expressed to my boyfriend that I am uncomfortable with him following OnlyFans girls on Instagram. He chose to fight about it and call me crazy. I don't care about porn or anything like that. We all watch porn, but OnlyFans seems more personal as you can message and talk to the girls. And she says, am I crazy? Side note, he is no longer my boyfriend. Anyone that chooses to fight for an Instagram money slut over a person who loves them
there you go,
is not for me, but says, curious to see what the people have to say. And then she had added an addendum to it. She said, side note, no shame or disrespect to the OnlyFans girls. Get your money, girls. It's a hard job that takes a lot of work, and I'm not knocking it at all. I just don't want my partner to participate in that.
So I know a friend, the wife, she found out that her husband was following an OnlyFans model, Footy Foot.
Oh, no, what happened? What happened
No,
to them?
I think that delineation is exactly right. When you start corresponding, when you're going another level. I'm sure this person who sent you this email would not mind if her boyfriend, went on to Pornhub occasionally or checked some. You're removed. That's it. There we go.
So here's what I'm curious.
Interaction is where it becomes really problematic.
Yeah. But if he's following OnlyFans girls on Instagram, that's different than following them on OnlyFans and paying.
Was that
and then
that was specified?
interact. That's what she
Okay.
says.
All right.
Yeah. Because I follow a lot of very attractive women on Instagram because I like the way they look.
Yeah.
You know
But
what I
are
mean?
you messaging them?
No.
So I
not.
think right? Does she say that?
He's messaging them.
So I think that might be the difference. Like if you follow them and you watch them on their OnlyFans or you watch them on a porn site, that seems all the same. Once you start interacting with them, that's a different story.
And interaction means that they're like, for example, on OnlyFans, a lot of that money, from what I understand, is accrued by the
chats.
The chats, exactly. And
So,
then they
okay.
pay for that privilege.
All right. Well, so then if that's the case, I mean, I think that would be an issue too. And half the time, like with mine, Nick is who you're talking to.
Right. Yeah. But it helps to know your customers.
Yeah.
He updates me each day on my customers.
You get more tips.
This little piggy.
It is funny because I do, I follow some women that I find attractive and some, mid-sized models, so to speak. But it is so funny to see men comment, you're so beautiful, and they're trying to be like, and I'm putting in air quotes, supportive. You know what I mean? But even supportive is creepy, right? I don't like their posts. I don't like their stories. And even mid-sized models are like, oh, I like that outfit. I would like to tell you that, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. It's just so creepy.
But why? Sorry, why do you follow them?
Because I'm attracted to them. I find them attractive.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen,
why do guys look at Maxim magazine or Playboy or whatever? Like, you know what? Like, I don't go and search them out, but sometimes, some along the way over the years, people have ended up in my algorithm. Like, yeah, I like that, and I'm going to follow that, and you're going to end up in my feed, and I'm going to watch that. But for me, that's where it ends.
Yeah.
It's interesting because I think that it does, and I'm going to defend this a little bit, of looking at attractive, whoever you find attractive, and it could be a variety of different types of peoples. But like, if I am online and I see a picture of Alexandra Daddario pop up, I'm like, I'm going to look at this for a moment. This makes me feel good. You know what I mean?
It makes
Why
me
did
feel-
Scott Wolf hang up in your bedroom? You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah, like same thing. You're
It is
just
the same
following. You're not doing it for.
I'm not trying to get closer to them. I'm not trying to know them. You know what I mean? Even though they put their lives out there,
I think though, at some points it can become slightly, just a little bit. Hear me out. Don't attack me. Insulting. So like if it's
What do you mean?
So for your significant other, right?
Oh,
so
okay.
so if you're constantly out there, if you follow a few mid-sized models, okay, fine, no big deal. But if you're now like searching them out, there's more and more, and you're constantly, following and liking and interacting in
what
that
I'm
way,
doing.
it's slightly
Yeah.
like, well, why? Why so much? Why does that have to be so much?
Then it's because then
It's almost like-
you're on the hunt and you're interacting and hey you and hey and liking that. That is now you're building up this relationship at some level. And you're exactly right. If you're in your feed or whatever, there's an actress like you've mentioned, Preston, that you think is very attractive, and occasionally you want to see what they're up to. That's fine. But Casey, it's like you talk about the guys who are commenting. It's if anything is going to make you do that less, it's reading those comments because it's so. it's just creepy.
By the way, feel free to call in 215-263-WMMR, and it's okay to have things into your fantasy life.
Yeah,
I think.
Well, and I think it also goes to for.
I apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrysagon, the Philosopher of Evil, and the Skull Sealer. I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck, for incorporating them into my fantasy life.
So part of it, I think, is also how accessible the person is. So if you see a picture of a Hollywood celebrity or a model, a high profile model, they're not accessible to you. But
yes.
A mid-size, well, I don't want to keep bringing Casey into this, but an influencer on social media, they're much more accessible now.
Right.
So it almost makes it real life.
Yeah.
Right. Yep.
Which is why I leave it at just me gandering. You know what I mean? And Liz, all right, so for instance, Sarah Clayton, she's a friend of ours. All right. She was in our calendar and all that. So I follow her, but I actually have a personal connection to her. But I see the comments and I'm like, oh my God, cringe.
Yeah.
Just cringe. Even if they're just trying. I know
she does porn, right?
Yeah.
That's
but not on Instagram. On Instagram, it's a lot of scantily class stuff. But then she also does style stuff. But I'm just saying, I don't want to be that. I don't want to be the creep. The guy who is trying to appear as just being supportive, but in reality,
I think you picked the exact framing of it correctly, Case.
Yeah.
If you're in the parameters of you've opened up an issue of FHM or Maxim magazine, and that's the level you're operating at, that's fine.
Yeah.
When you start to conduct at any level a sort of relationship and you're going back and forth, that's when it's going to become an issue.
So Gina asks, is that cheating?
No.
I think so.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Wait, if you just follow on
No.
OnlyFans?
If you start
the OnlyFans,
okay.
like cheating, like full on cheating.
Yeah,
I gotta see the wording.
I think it's emotional cheating. I think that
chatting with these people,
that she is her boyfriend, her ex-boyfriend, is seeking out some type of relationship with these OnlyFans models. And Casey, it really changes the dynamic from gandering, looking, ogling a little bit to interacting and pursuing. And once you start interacting with them, in my mind, that's a cheating.
Okay, this guy's not interacting. She says, is OnlyFans cheating? And then she says, I just expressed to my boyfriend that I am uncomfortable with him following OnlyFans girls on Instagram. There is no indication that he is interacting with these. Okay. He chose to fight about it and call me crazy. I don't care about porn or anything like that. We all watch porn, but OnlyFans seems more personal as you can message and talk to the girls. As you can message and talk to the girls.
That's what
She's
Steve
not.
Said. That's not sort of what OnlyFans is based on, right? That you can have more personal.
He's saying this
connection.
guy isn't doing that.
This guy is not doing that. As far as this email is concerned, this guy is only watching and observing.
So she's upset about the fact that she's following someone that he could potentially interact with. That's what you're thinking?
That's what
he makes a case. He makes a case.
But because I didn't know this, but you said that OnlyFans, that's what it is. It's not like watching porn. It's more interactive. So
it can be more interactive.
It is. So here's the deal: when you are on, and I'm not on OnlyFans, but the understanding is that you basically subscribe to these people that you're following, and you pay a monthly fee, and you pay them for content.
It's different than Instagram. It's flat out different than Instagram, and the way that you interact with somebody on OnlyFans is different than what you do on Instagram. And I think that the reason that it's cheating is from the get-go, she says, I am uncomfortable with you doing this, and he decides to do it anyway. So for him, it's more important to interact with these or to follow these people on Instagram and to follow them on OnlyFans. And she has expressed to him, I'm not comfortable with you doing this. And he's like, no, screw you. I'm doing it anyway. They're more important to him than she is.
Well, then they probably both don't need to be in that relationship together because if he maybe he can find somebody that doesn't have an issue with that.
Right. So listen, you're saying they're more important to him than she is. I don't see it that way. The way I see it is she's being way too constrictive and controlling, and he doesn't want, and he's putting drawing a line in the sand saying,
I think we're both reading way too much into a relationship where we have no idea who these people are.
We don't know the details.
I mean, we're probably informing our own opinions by our own interactions with people over time.
I think the bottom line is what it comes down to is like Nick, you would stop following the Instagram people if
my wife asked
by
me.
her.
Yeah.
Casey, if this gal asked you to, you probably wouldn't, and because it would be too controlling for you.
Well, listen, they're boyfriend girlfriend. I'm in a different situation.
I'm not
right
talking
now.
about your wife. I'm talking about say you're. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just in general.
Listen, So your wife doesn't ask you, Case, but your girlfriend does.
Right.
And you have to come to some decision.
I have to think about it.
Yeah.
Here's a text from somebody who says, nope, strip clubs aren't considered cheating. So my opinion is as long as there's no physical contact, it's not cheating. Go to a strip club. There's physical contact. There's lots of it.
You ever seen or heard Looky No Touchy, in a strip club?
No.
Or like, isn't it, like, I think that
What do you
type-
mean?
You're allowed to look. You can ogle all you want, but like the moment you cross whatever line that there is, you go from looking to wanting to touch or trying to touch or whatever. It changes the dynamic of you as a customer versus them as the person you're consuming their content.
Are you talking about Looky No Touch as what your significant other tells you, or because the club you can get dances?
I
and
know,
stuff
but
like
I'm applying that overall philosophy to your interaction with the stripper is similar to your interaction with an OnlyFans model.
I don't know.
It's
I don't either.
interesting.
No, I'm just sharing opinions.
Here's a text.
I got
that says,
it. I'm still working on an ass sandwich.
Here's this text says, just having this conversation with my girlfriend. The reason is different now. The reason it's different now is that we don't have social media access to these actresses, models, whatever. So now you're interacting with them on social media, whether that to be
I think it's similar to what I
whether
said.
that be in their likes, their comments, their DMs. It wasn't just, I found this attractive person in this movie and I thought she was attractive. It's now you have instant access to them.
That's exactly what I said, is that they're just more accessible. And when that happens, that's when it can cross the line for some
But
people.
I wonder if it crosses the line for this gal that he just follows these people and maybe he's not interacting with them, and that's enough for her. It's not clear enough in this email for me.
The question too would be to flip it over and to say, how would he feel if she was following? Because there are male OnlyFans models or on Instagram.
Right.
How would that dynamic sit with him? And so, and if you can through that figure, okay, maybe I wouldn't be cool with that, or you would be cool with that. Then, as you said, maybe these are two people, and it clearly not.
Yeah,
that should not be together.
By the way, if I were, like the ones that I follow, if I were to start interacting with them, and Rochelle had found out, I would have to say, you realize I have no shot with these people at all. Ever. They're way too good looking.
Yeah.
See, with my account, I need a permission slip from your wife.
Dear Footy Foot. I love your feet, but my wife is upset. Would you talk to her?
Let me get a couple of calls. I'm going to go to Mike. Hey, Mike, morning.
Morning. What's going on, guys?
Yeah, buddy. You want to jump in on the combo?
I think, Preston, I think you hit it right on the head. Is you have access to them, but it's setting like a false precedent. Like, just because you have access to them doesn't mean they like you or they're going to respond, or it's even them who's responding. So you're creating this world of you're exacerbating this world of fantasy, and nothing good is going to come out of it. And I actually think, if your girlfriend or your fiance or your wife asks you to stop and you don't, personally, I think there's a bigger issue at play. And I think OnlyFans is more on the side of cheating than not. As soon as you start paying an individual creator, I think that's where the line really blurs. Like, if you're paying, like if Instagram was a pay model and you paid to have access to Instagram, you could look at anything you want on Instagram, that's fine. But when you start paying one person directly, that's for me crossing the line. Like,
Mike, I think you're right, Mike. So I actually a friend of mine and somebody that we all know, her ex-husband, now ex, and this was part of the predicate for that, was following specific people, as you said, Mike, interacting with them. It's to me, it'd be akin to like a long-distance romance, or maybe in this guy's mind or whatever.
Right.
But that's he's now conducting a sort of circuitous relationship with these people.
Yeah.
And I think that's you're going down a slippery slope on that one.
Yeah, and again, there's no payoff. It's a business for them.
Yeah.
They genuinely.
Oh no, they love you.
Right.
Like oh no, this stripper's really into you.
Yes. Exactly. Yeah, they don't care, and half the time it's probably like Kathy said. It's Nick responding. It's some guy in a in his sweatpants and a Delco hat responding.
Wait.
Footy Foot. Dear Footy Foot. I didn't know you were so into Pearl Jam.
All right, thank you, Mike. Appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah, so I need to defend myself here because I see some text coming over, and I am defending the way the email was written. And so in the way the email was written, this guy was not messaging with these people. He was only following. Now, I also
it's the potential to be able to
you have
interact.
you think that you think then because you have the potential to talk to.
I'm just clarifying your stance.
He's supporting you. He's supporting.
I got you.
And what you're saying is absolutely correct.
But I also
the guy we have no indication that he was doing the things she feared he might do.
Right now, I'm also not policing my spouse's. Who she's following on Instagram, his social media. Like she is, I think, still friends with old boyfriends on Facebook and stuff like that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not her boss.
I just think the bigger question is there a difference between interacting with somebody on OnlyFans versus Facebook and Instagram?
I think there is.
And I think
there is. OnlyFans is a different animal.
And when you
I do, but that's not what the initial conversation. That's not how it started. So I don't want to be represented as supporting people who message and interact with people on OnlyFans.
You were bringing up the point that what was happening here is he was following OnlyFans models on Instagram.
Okay. I'm going to change the dynamics.
Back to Ass Sandwich?
No, not back to Ass Sandwich. Well, by the way, speaking of Ass Sandwich, I got this text that says, cheating changes person to person. Some don't consider sex with other people cheating. If it makes her uncomfortable, you're cheating with that person. And then this is the person that wrote Ass Panini earlier.
Okay.
So I wanted to bring it back to that. Let's change the dynamics of the root of this conversation. Let's say that the guy is following an OnlyFans model. Is that cheating and interacting with the OnlyFans model? What do you think?
I think there's more of a case to be made that there is a cheating element to that. They may listen, as you said, everyone can frame it in their deal. If she had said in this email, she said my ex was following a particular OnlyFans model and interacting with that model, I could clearly see a reason to be uncomfortable with that.
Yeah, I think it's an inappropriate relationship.
Thing,
I don't know if I would consider it cheating, but it's definitely inappropriate, and she's uncomfortable with it.
Yeah.
And he continues it. She did the right thing by saying, "Go ahead, follow all you want. I'm out."
Yeah, I think you nailed it on that, Kathy. Because also with these interactions, sometimes end up leading to having people spend more money for them. So the model is trying to get they have things like wish lists and so on that you can purchase things for.
Getting in touch to find out what you would consider an ass sandwich.
Pay the creators. You can pay them more money. You can tip them. You can buy things on their wish list. So they're trying to do that. And I could see the concern of the partner thinking that they're getting lured into this.
I would also submit that Instagram for OnlyFans models is just a marketing tool for those models. And so like in this particular dynamic, the models that he's following on Instagram are using that as a way to just lure him in further. It's just a different angle on the same initial question, which is the OnlyFans interaction.
And this guy might not have the money to spend on.
I'm too poor to cheat
on OnlyFans. Well, I mean, listen,
you're right. Yeah, and it can be expensive.
Yeah.
From what I gather.
Interesting text. This person says, "How do you guys feel about your partner following OnlyFans models who you both personally know?" I would say,
well, that's like what Casey said with Sarah Clayton. Like if we know her personally, but she does things like that. So I would say,
I know, yeah,
because we were friends with her before she started, or at least was open
she was
about doing what she did.
a friend of the show. Yeah,
I don't know. I'm curious about. I'd like to see that.
Wait, what was the question? I was reading in text.
I'd like to see Sarah Clayton doing things on.
Like, is it different because we were friends with her? We knew her before she started doing porn and all that kind of stuff. So would you be? Well, it's different for you guys, but like, are you okay with your significant other following and watching her videos?
Here's the deal. What would you say, Preston? You answer first.
How I would feel about my significant other following someone we knew who does porn and watching that. I'd feel uncomfortable about that.
You would feel uncomfortable.
Well, if Rochelle,
I would be more comfortable if we were like, oh yeah, we know her. Oh my God, look at her vagina.
Yeah. No. If say Rochelle was following a guy that we know on Instagram, Bill West.
Yeah.
How do you like this?
Hey, baby. Giddy up.
And because that's tangible that we know him. Look
at this. That's a Jewish thing.
See, Kath, I'm kind of with you. I'm more curious.
I would think the viewing would be more curious, not like so much sexual in nature.
Yeah,
as
but
other
see that
viewings
once
would be.
and that's enough. You don't need to
go
that's what they
back.
do. You don't need to be watching it regularly.
So, good point.
My take is Claire could do whatever she wants, and shy of actually cheating. Whatever I have no concern. Like I have complete faith in her. And if there was ever a time when she said, "This is just not what I want someone else," okay, we cross that bridge, whatever. But I have no desire. So there'd be nothing generated from any. And I don't do this. I don't do OnlyFans. But it's something I never think of. I just don't even approach that notion.
Yeah. You know what's weird about actually knowing the people? And I just thought of this. And hey, pornography. It's been a part of my life. And when we have had. Not that I starred in porn.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Here we go, baby. Local broadcaster Preston Elliott with a startling revelation this morning. Apparently, he can be seen in the Ass Masters series.
Ass Sandwich. I'm in Ass Sandwich 5.
We got to the bottom of Ass Sandwich.
Yeah.
He goes by the name Butt Nugget.
No, but it's funny when we have had porn stars come by here through the years, and we have had a relationship with them. After that, I don't want to watch their videos anymore.
Because they become real.
Yeah, right.
Yes,
it's there. I believe that there is room for fantasy.
Yeah.
And there is. Oh God, here he comes.
Yes. Jennifer Garner
Yes.
and her cool boy Ben Affleck for incorporating them into my fantasy life.
Who was the milfy one?
Oh yeah, she was really pretty.
Kind of looks like Carla Gugino.
Sunny.
No, Sunny Leone is just a straight up.
Lisa Ann?
Hold on, Marissa. Oh, Lisa Ann. Yeah, she was fun. Yeah.
Sonny Bono.
And she said something on our airwaves years ago where she was like, you take your follower count and double it. Because there are people who are looking at your profile but not following you when you're in that industry. So I think that also applies.
But it's kind of interesting. I find the fantasy life and the real life separate, and they would never cross paths. You know what I mean? Like that would never become reality.
It's like you don't eat an animal you name. You know,
line 5.
Oh my God! Look who's on the phone.
Our little porn star.
Our little porn star. Look, hang on. Do we have her song, Casey? Hang on a second. We got to do this. Here. It's our calendar girl, Sarah Clayton. Hey! Hi, Sarah.
Hi, guys.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
We're doing wonderful. We were talking about you.
You're actually good that you're calling. So, on a source of this, I don't know if you've heard a lot of the conversation. Do you have any take on this and the dynamics of what would constitute cheating and all of this stuff?
I didn't hear any of the conversation. So
Okay, all right. So here's the story. I got an email from a gal who had a boyfriend at the time. He was following some OnlyFans models on Instagram. And now what we don't know is if he was interacting with them or not. The girl had posed the question, is following women on Instagram, do you consider it cheating? Would people consider that cheating? The main reason being because there's more of a direct connection to that person as opposed to watching pornography or, so once you start to interact with someone as you can, you being a creator, she was curious if people felt that fell under the umbrella of cheating.
I mean, I personally would not. I really wouldn't give a crap at all as my husband did.
Yeah.
But, and that's just our relationship because I completely trust him.
You and your husband, you're talking about, yes.
messaging people. Yeah, I mean, he's the most upstanding person I've ever met in my life. So honestly, like, he wouldn't be messaging people trying to like flirt with them or anything. But I mean, I think it depends on the relationship. So
Okay, so on the basis of the relationship, so in a generic term, though. So with OnlyFans or anything like that, that does invite that interaction. I think in general, I would tend to think that could get a lot more problematic a lot quicker. With that situation going on. Do you think that has any merit?
I would agree, because it's not like it's this unattainable Jenna Jameson. It is a person that's more real and more involved. So
Yeah.
I
There you go,
think somebody could get much more involved and kind of think it's real.
And I think that to me has more of the complexion of cheating.
Yeah, I could see that.
Okay.
How is your OnlyFans career going? Is that doing well for you?
Yeah, it's doing well for me.
Oh,
we're losing you.
You keep breaking up a little bit. Say that again.
I'm sorry, I'm on my car phone.
I had asked how well you were doing, then you broke up. How is that going, that career?
It's going pretty well. I mean, it's my only source of income right now because the place I was working closed. So, thank God I had it.
Okay.
Sure, but
Sarah, are you? I'm sorry to interrupt, Nick. Are you pulling down good money from that?
I am.
Okay.
Good. Well, good.
It's nothing to be ashamed of.
Can
Yeah,
you help me get mine set up?
Yeah, we do. We literally, Kathy wants to do a foot.
Kathy's into foot stuff.
I mean, they allow you to have, referrals. So if anybody wants to reach out to me and have me help them, I'm more than willing to.
Footy, foot.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to need a little help.
Yeah,
Sarah.
7 figures for footy, foot.
By the way, it's Sarah Clayton Modeling, Sarah with an H, Sarah Clayton Modeling, if you're interested, because a lot of people are asking.
Instagram.
On Instagram. And I was going to ask Sarah, on which platform do you feel like you have the most interaction personally with people who follow you? Is it Instagram? Is it OnlyFans? Is there a delineation?
There's a little bit of the delineation because I respond to OnlyFans quicker. But other than that, and plus it's more personal on OnlyFans. A lot of Instagram is just people being stupid a lot.
Just in general reaching out, but you're actually conducting, like you're part of the deal, and what people who subscribe to your OnlyFans account would expect, I assume, is for you to be, hey, Joe, that there's a little bit more of that, and that's what they're paying for.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
And therefore, since they're paying, are they a little less stupid than they are on places like Instagram?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're much more personable. Yeah.
All right. It's interesting.
Wow, that is interesting.
So I'm just on one of your posts, and it's just, looking very pretty today, sweetie. And
I
these
know,
are,
I was reading
and
that's a comment on one of her
and
posts?
And listen, it's innocent enough, but there's no innocence behind it, I feel like. Do you know what I mean?
The intent.
Yeah, the intent.
Right. The intent is I want to get to know you better.
Yeah, so I'm going to say something nice and sweet, right? And she is going to see this and think that I'm a really... And then
oh, my God, this is the guy I've been looking for.
Uh-huh, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow. Okay. Well, yeah, we were just curious of this whole realm of OnlyFans. I mean, obviously, it's been around for a long time now, and people are having incredible success with it. And somebody like Sarah can segue or use this as a patch if professional things aren't working in the meantime. Sarah, how long have you been on that format, by the way?
I'm going to say it's probably around 6 years.
Okay, so even a good amount of history accrued there. When I really started to hear about it would have been about 10 years ago, I think, right?
Like for me, I feel like it started really popping off during the pandemic because people had nothing to do, and then they had extra money. So
that's interesting. Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah.
Remember, people were creating new accounts during the pandemic.
Yeah,
right. But also it's interesting because it didn't start off as like an adult site. Like the intent there was was not going to be adult content, but people were using it as artist platforms and whatever else.
Right.
But it sort of became this thing over time and become very successful and lucrative for people like Sarah.
Patreon. So like
Patreon
a Patreon.
Yeah.
So Sarah, you do what's the word I'm looking for? Explicit content on there. Is it difficult to have a that side of your life and a more traditional side as far as work goes?
Yeah, like I personally, like I don't edit the stuff. I never look at it.
Oh.
Like my husband takes care of all that. So like I participate and then I kind of like forget it happened.
Okay. But does it?
I didn't forget it happened. I just forgot it was like filmed and stuff.
Okay. All right. Do you try to hide that fact?
Have it behind. Yeah, I mean in everyday life. Yeah, like if you met me in my regular job, you would absolutely never think in a second that I have this going on at the same time.
Is it ever a concern that might be found out that you are who you are?
Like it is in the back of my head, but luckily anybody that's ever found out about it in my professional life, it was always after they were no longer involved with me.
She's a booking agent for the 700 Club.
Yeah, because that was always my curiosity was piqued by people who quote unquote have a normal life and then they have this side of their lives as well. And can the two coexist
to balance,
or do you completely hide that fact and try to keep it a secret?
So and to that point, Sarah. So when Kathy starts her lucrative OnlyFans foot page, what should she do to hide her feet? Wear things like shoes?
Stop it. No, but Sarah, I mean, I do, because I remember years ago when we met Sarah, and you weren't as open about what you did until we got to know you, and then you were pretty open, at least with us, about it. But like, I'm looking at your Instagram page, and there was a photo I was, clicked on, and it showed a resort that you were at, and like the resort probably is some sort of swingers resort or something. So you're not hiding it. It's out there. You're not hiding that well.
I mean, it's out there and people can make assumptions, but at the same time, there's people that go to those resorts that do not do that kind of thing. They're just going there for a sexy environment and they're going there to be naked.
Sarah, and I'm sure for that very tasty jerk chicken.
Sarah, people are asking, what is your OnlyFans name?
Footy.
If you want to say it, you don't have to if you don't want to.
No, it's just Sarah Clayton.
Okay. It's just Sarah Clayton. Okay, Sarah with an H.
Yeah,
okay.
So the URL would be the OnlyFans.com and then the backslash and then my name.
Okay. All right, cool. Well, it's great to talk to you.
Glad you're doing okay.
Yeah.
Bye.
All right, we'll talk to you soon. Thank you, Sarah.
All right, love you guys.
I love you too. Her music, please.
She's still so pretty. Like some of our calendar girls. I mean, listen, everybody ages, but like I'm looking at her stuff. She's like Scott Wolf.
Oh yeah,
age defying.
There's two people that have been on hold for like 20 minutes, but we do need to wrap this up. If you want to just go to them real quick.
Very quickly?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me go to Mike with his thoughts quickly on OnlyFans. Hi, Mike. Good morning.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, bud. All right, jump in there. We don't have much time, bud.
So, no, real fast, man. This is kind of really directed toward, it's like Casey, like in a way. Casey, you're Catholic, right?
I was raised Catholic.
Yeah, me too, but I'm not really anymore. But the Ten Commandments, man, like adultery is mentioned in there like twice. Once for actually doing it, once for even like freaking thinking about it.
Yeah,
what does it say about OnlyFans?
Just to qualify. So sorry, Steve.
Well, no, I get it, man.
When was the last time you went to
though,
mass? Because
the mere thought of going on the OnlyFans, doing these things, right? Like, it's not on the OnlyFans, like, creator. That's on you, man. Like, you're the one who's doing this. Like, you're the one who's doing this deed. You're the one who's responsible for what you're doing and what you're doing to your partner at that point, right?
Well, yeah, I think all right.
Yep.
Good luck not thinking about sex, by the way, Mike. Thank you for your call. We'll go to Frankie. Hi, Frankie. Good morning. Yeah. What's up, Frankie?
How we doing? So I'll be quick. So I'm a photographer, and I've done photography for about 3 OnlyFans accounts. Kind of the other way around what we're talking about here. I had a girlfriend when I did it. She did not like it at all. And then I met my wonderful girlfriend, Erica, who you guys actually know. I met her at a Keen's event, and I stopped doing OnlyFans content.
Okay. So out of deference to her wishes, you stopped doing it.
Yeah. Whether she wanted me to keep going or not, that's the person I figured I'd spend the rest of my life with and decide that OnlyFans content was not going to fit within our relationship.
She didn't ask you. You just, because you met this woman, you felt no longer the desire to continue on. Okay.
Yeah.
That's why I gave up Chippendales.
So even you, who has done photography for a few different ones, realized this is a little too much.
It was intense.
Okay. All right. You'll always have those memories, Frankie.
That's right.
Love you guys.
I love you, man. We'll see you later. All right. And the extras that he kept of the photos. All right, well, Gina, there you go. I don't know if we cleared anything up for you or not, but I think
we
it's
solved the ass sandwich question, but
listen,
not that.
I think it depends on you personally and the relationship, and you can argue about it. And if you guys don't agree, then maybe that's a telltale sign. It wasn't supposed to be.
Yeah.
Right.
Or maybe just a request that they follow only foot models.
Yeah. Only
your
footy
significant
footy foot is what it will be called. All right, we have to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment, so stay with us. We won't be gone long.
Preston and Steve.
Oh man, and I was driving and closing my eyes.
Is your mouth watering?
I'm actually salivating a little bit.
But it is
Did you hear it?
sexual, right? I mean, it is. I was having roasted vaginas and boob soup last night.
Oh.
And I'm like, this is very sexual.
Boob soup. Hey, Preston, I thought I don't normally suffer from this where you get annoyed at people eating and the sounds of it. But on Wednesday, I think it was Wednesday last week, I was going to jump across the table
Who was the
and strangle
culprit?
you.
Me?
It was Preston, yeah.
Really?
With those soy crisps. Every single one, you were like, you put it in your mouth and it's
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
First bite is always super loud.
But how else are you going to eat them?
I know.
They're crispy.
But I know what Casey's
And I eat one
talking
at a
about.
time.
I know what Casey's talking
Was your
about.
mouth closed?
Yeah.
Then you can't suppress the crunch.
I don't. Well, that's a good ad. That's a good ad slogan. You can't suppress the crunch. How did you guys fare in Lent anyway? Is it done? Are you done? You finished?
I actually did great. I'm very proud of myself for how I did. I gave up chocolate,
and
I still haven't had it. Although technically yesterday I was allowed to have chocolate.
Why? Why yesterday?
Because it's after the Holy,
crucifixion.
The Holy Thursday vigil. You're allowed to.
Did you do Sundays?
No.
So you haven't had it.
So technically, all right. So I didn't do Sundays, but I did. All right. So hear me out here.
Okay.
I bought Skinny Cow ice cream cones, and the kind that I bought it on the box, because everything Skinny Cow had was chocolate based, except for these one ice cream cones. It was an ice cream cone, vanilla ice cream with caramel drizzle. All right. What I didn't know was that the cone was laced in chocolate.
I'm seeing a whole new business here, Preston. Lent lawyers who can argue your case.
Yes.
But luckily,
it is. There's
Dear Father, my client was unaware that the drizzle was, in fact, chocolate on the box. And I want to enter into Exhibit A. It says caramel.
It is, though. It's always like, you always have to have, there's always a reason. Like, well, here's why.
Yeah, heavenly lawyer.
Let lawyers.
Your Honor, Kathy gave up processed foods, was unaware that this is a new process. She was absolutely in a state of dementia when it occurred.
But I mean, luckily, when I had my first Skinny Cow, it was on a Sunday, and I'm like, okay, all right, I get away with this one. But I was mad because nowhere on the box did it say that there was chocolate.
My client was in a car with a whole bunch of children heading to Menchie's. And yeah, it's when you're, by my reckoning, when you're having to, but this and I couldn't. The light was dim in the room.
Look, you tried.
You have to give me some credit.
I give you credit.
I give you all the credit.
I read the boxes.
I give you all the credit. Now, did you, after taking that one bite and you realized it was chocolate, then you throw it away and get rid of it?
No, it was on Sunday, so I got away with it.
The whole thing.
All right.
You can't throw it away after you start eating it.
Thank you, Kathy.
You probably did better than
Kathy
I did.
will represent you.
Yes. I'd like to call Kathy Romano as a hostile witness. If the soul doesn't fit, you must acquit.
Yesterday, we had a conversation with our assistant program director, Chuck D'Amico. Where is he? Is he in here?
Let's get him down here, Chuck, if you're in the listening area.
He had told us this before the break that there are several foods that through his life he had never even tasted. That not only does he not eat these foods, he has never tasted. And these are not, like you said earlier, Steve, escargot. This is not foie gras. These are not these exotic things.
It's the never tasted thing that blew us away. Yeah. I could see I don't eat it because I taste it, I don't like it. And as I've said many times, to put this in perspective, and I use this because I think it's effective for you to understand, these are foods that if you were to walk around during the day with your mouth open, probably would end up in your mouth anyway.
Yeah.
So you almost have to actively avoid ever tasting a lot of these foods.
So apparently I'm going to try a whole ton of food that I've never even tried in my life. I'm not all that interested in food. And when I am interested in food, when I am hungry, I want to eat something I'm comfortable with, something I know. So I get what I know, I get what I like, and I move on. And then a lot of stuff I've never tried because of the way it looks, the way the texture looks like it would feel in my mouth. They're shocked and mad at me for some reason that I haven't had a strawberry. Or they go, you know what, I'm just like you. I'm just not interested in wasting any time or money on something I haven't had before, because the risk of not liking it, like I said, I just go with what I know and what I like.
I think Chuck is a little nervous about this. I mean, he's gone 43 years without ever sampling any of these items, and now we're going to make this happen. I think melon has a very mild flavor to it.
Let's go with the...
Fine, show me a melon.
Let's go honeydew.
All right, he's saying cantaloupe. Jay's saying cantaloupe.
Is this cantaloupe?
Cantaloupe is outstanding. All right, Chuck is now eating cantaloupe. First time ever.
Cantaloupe.
It's juicy.
What do you think?
It's good.
It's good. And you've never tried it.
That's pretty good.
All right. I know you want to eat
mine.
more. Isn't
One
that
down.
good?
There we go. Good.
Cantaloupe is outstanding. Now, you want to try something completely different and have a cucumber?
Just stay away from the hair and fur and all that stuff.
Yeah, go. All right, cucumber.
No, we're gonna get to the hair and fur. Cucumber, he hasn't had it yet.
This is very
eat the whole
mild.
thing or bite?
Bite half of it. Just
no, it's very mild. There's virtually no flavor to it.
I don't trust a thing you say.
Just take it. No, it's extremely mild. It's great.
But I could use a cucumber.
I love cucumbers. All right, so Chuck is sampling the cucumber.
Seeds in it.
Yep, but they're edible.
You don't like seeds, right?
No.
All right.
You can get what's called an English cucumber that doesn't have any seeds in it at all.
Got a funny accent.
And socialized medicine.
Yeah. What do you think of the cucumber?
Tastes like nothing.
Yeah.
You know what's great? A little salt on it, man. Outstanding. We need
salt.
You know what you do? You
cucumbers?
put a piece of cantaloupe on each side of it, and it tastes great.
He's never had a strawberry.
All right, this to me is one of the holy grails. Now, are these in season? Because
from Florida.
Okay, when they're in season, they're sweet and they're wonderful.
Get one of the really red ones.
Really red.
That means more juicy.
They're both. This has green on the end. Is
like
that okay?
a used feminine napkin.
See, this scares me.
Don't use that one.
Cut the tip off of the green.
You circumcise it.
Different
Just
one.
get
How about
another
that?
one.
Pick a different one.
That's better.
All right.
Now just take a bite of it.
No, those are seeds, right? Are they hard?
No.
Those little seeds?
No.
Seeds?
Well, they might be to you, but most...
He's nervous about the strawberry.
I'm excited that I might like it, but I'm afraid to bite it.
Just stick the whole thing in your mouth.
I'm excited that I might like it, but I'm afraid to bite it.
It's so good. They're one of my favorite
That's my
fruits.
first album. Yeah,
I got it. Go ahead. All right. He's doing it. First time ever.
He doesn't like it already.
He touched it. He touched it to his lips and said he didn't like it.
Bite it.
I don't like the feel of it.
Shut up and bite it.
Put the whole thing in your mouth. Just do it.
Just do it. Go.
Go.
Go, 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 go. All right. He's chewing on it.
Bits in it. It has little bits in it.
Just chew it up.
He doesn't like it.
No, it's like sand.
It's like sand.
It's a strawberry.
No, dude.
No, because of the texture, huh?
No, the sandy bits.
Quick question. The sandy texture of it overrides whatever pleasant taste it might have.
They're like little crunch. They feel like bugs or something.
So the question is, does the sandy texture override the taste of it?
It ruins it. It ruins
If
it.
these are odd.
Yeah, I'm giving
strawberries.
It was juicy and tasty, but when you find those little...
Do you like a Nestle Crunch bar?
Yeah.
Think of those as like crunches in the Nestle Crunch.
Well,
now finish it.
We have
try mango.
Let's do mango.
So that's not the same as that other yellow?
Here, wait, hold on. Let me, because
Usually orange is more ripe.
here, yeah, do this piece right there.
Okay.
That's all right. Okay, go ahead.
So what is this again?
This is mango.
Mango.
You've heard of this before, right?
He's like a little kid. He touches it to his lips.
He's shaking. Now that is a fantastic fruit.
It's like tangy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tropical.
Yeah, it's not so bad because
it's citrus.
No seeds or crunchy bits.
Do you want to do raspberries? Because they have what Chuck says is fur on them.
He won't like them, but let's have him try it. And they're loaded with seeds, too.
Oh, man. Oh, no way.
You can see little pubic hairs on them, right?
I would think they're bad.
And little bits of or raspberry often end up stuck in your teeth. Chuck, you're not going to
look dirty or
No,
something.
it's actually good.
Try just a tiny
one.
Yeah, I just ate one. Yeah, go
tiny
ahead.
little bit of one.
Just like a small
By
bite.
the way,
No, put the whole thing in your mouth.
By the way,
Put it all-
raspberries with chocolate, fantastic.
All right, listen. I'm earning my pay here.
Yeah, you are.
I mean,
come on.
All right.
I don't think you're going to like it, but go for it. 1, 2, 3, go. All right, it's in his mouth.
That is disgusting.
All right.
They're going to spit it out?
He spit it out.
Raspberry earns the distinction of the first
I don't know,
fruit
what is that?
being spat out.
That's terrible.
Wait, we didn't do blackberries yet. Do you want to do a blackberry?
So is it better, worse than raspberry? See,
you're not going to like it.
You're not going to like it because of the texture.
Similar
Because of
to
the
red.
seeds.
Yeah.
Go.
Just to say you've tried one, okay?
Yeah.
That's why we're doing this. We're not expecting you to like everything.
We
At
don't
least you
even
just
understand.
tried it.
Preston, you would agree. We don't even understand why we're so fascinated with this. But it's to just never have tried one.
What do you think?
terrible.
Yeah. All right.
He's like a 5-year-old kid.
But now you
He's
know.
spitting it out. He's spitting it out.
Now you know.
So raspberry and blackberry he hates.
All right. Casey wants you to try grapefruit.
Here's the thing, though. I think he should do the kiwi first
We're
because the
gonna do-
grapefruit is so flavorful and citrusy.
It doesn't
gonna-
matter.
No?
If
Okay.
he cleanses the palate.
All right, go ahead.
Casey's been biting at the
Isn't
bit.
grapefruit like dangerous? No.
If it has a hand grenade attached
There's
to
like
it.
medical commercials that tell you if you're eating grapefruit and you can't take
No,
this
if
medicine. How do you eat that?
You can eat it like an orange. It's an appetite suppressant.
Excuse me.
I was eating lots of them
Sorry.
before the prostate cancer. So
right before.
You're terrible.
Grapefruit. All right, go for it.
Cheers.
Cheers. Both of them sucking on a grapefruit. Chuck's waiting for Casey to do it first. Go ahead, Chuck. I don't care for grapefruit unless it's got sugar on it. Yeah. Let's see. You know what I thought would be kind of nice? We haven't done one of these yet this year, but I've got some surveys. So survey says. Oh, you weren't in the studio.
No, I was. You said survey says,
Oh.
and I heard junk drawer. Don't ask me why. Don't ask me why. But
No, but
how
it's,
about junk face says?
it's
Survey junk.
Survey junk. Survey drawer.
Exactly.
I'm so sorry.
Drawer
It's
survey.
okay.
I don't really know.
All right, do it again.
All right. Hi, we haven't done one of these yet this year.
It's true.
How about survey the first survey we're going to get into, I actually saw this morning, and that's what gave me the idea of maybe to do this segment. But this is according to a survey of 2,000 U.S. adults, evenly divided by gender. And apparently, nearly half of us carry a spare pair of underwear with them at all times.
I do not.
I know
You
someone
do?
that should. No, I don't.
Apparently a
She
lot.
means you, Casey.
For what reason?
Well, I'll run down the reason. So half of them do it just in case they need them. 70% of those who do have these pair with them needed them at some point.
So I know for a fact when I had my surgery years ago, when I was recuperating, you regain the ability to control your urine flow, and everything is fine and everything's great now. But I became aware of just how many people have issues, and a lot of women do with pee or laughing or whatever or poop. But mostly pee.
Yeah, but even listen, not comfortable and yes, dirty, and you may want to change when you get home. But for women who have that issue and do pee a little bit, I mean, it's just wet. It's going to dry. I don't know that I would need to go to the. It doesn't happen to me.
So you don't mind walking around in piss-soaked panties?
No, but I was going to say, I don't know. Listen, do you know how many times I've been at a bar and there has been no toilet paper? We forever walked around with damp underwear in college.
I didn't know that.
They also have for like women who have given birth and all that stuff.
It becomes an issue, right?
It becomes
Now-
an issue,
yeah.
like sneezing, laughing, getting scared, and stuff like that. And they have poise pads for that. You know?
I technically do have spare underwear with me in my car, and that's because I always keep a packed bag for golf.
Yeah.
And it changes. I change it out when the weather changes
Do you
because
change your undies when you play golf?
No. I'm saying if I have an extra pair just in case.
In case you crap yourself on a hole.
Or
You
if
have a
it's-
whole outfit in
I have a
there.
whole outfit.
Got it.
Yeah.
And
Got
so, and it changes when the weather changes. In case I'm in my quote unquote street clothes and I'm like, hey, I can squeeze in golf
I'm gonna
today.
play golf.
I'm going to go play.
And you're
I
at a
need to have
club where you can change.
Yeah, and I have that too.
Got it.
But I keep the underwear in there, Kathy, because summertime, if you're carrying a bag playing golf, you can get sweaty as hell.
Yeah.
And I don't want to put my fresh undies back on after I have walked around and I have, I'm walking around like an ass sandwich.
As the saying goes.
My golf bag is the only place I actually have a spare pair.
And
of
I used to keep a pair in my golf bag too, in case I had crap my pants.
I wonder if this is. Oh my God.
Listen,
because
you've got to be pragmatic.
Listen,
you're not close to any toilet.
You're out in the middle of nowhere. There's no bathrooms,
Right.
and if something happens, it happens.
Have you ever taken a full-on dump on a course?
I have not.
Okay.
No.
I mean, I assume
Thank
that would be
God.
that would get you booted from the course, would it not?
Maybe not. They're
Yeah.
actually pretty open about going to the bathroom outside of
I
golf.
don't know about that. Yeah.
Well, if you had to, I think
Right.
they would be understanding.
Right.
Can
Yeah.
you just take the golf cart back to the bathroom?
Not if it's an emergency.
Okay. Can't
you just
it's like
crap in the
that's
bag?
that could be like 2 miles away. I mean,
Yeah.
the golf courses are big.
All right, I mean this in all sincerity. With that potential and so on and so forth, do higher end golf bags have the potential for mini toilets?
I mean, I think if
my
it's that much of an emergency, maybe you're not feeling good. You shouldn't be golfing.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't know golfers,
I also-
right? You'd
True.
go out. If you had Ebola, you'd go out golfing.
I also think that, listen, if you made the effort to at least conceal yourself, to
Right.
get behind a giant bush or something along those lines,
Or a dandelion.
they should be a little bit more forgiving. And I wonder if there's police officers out there who have come across somebody who's been defecating outside,
Trying their best to do it in a good spot.
Yeah, listen, man, I saw this guy pull over one time right off of Reed Road in Delaware County, right down the street from O'Hara High School. And he just pulled in a weird area. I was like, what the hell? And I was at a light. I was like, what the hell is this guy doing, right? And I see him go behind this giant sign. And as I'm driving past the sign, I look back and I see the dude is straight up taking a dump. And I felt so
Casey!
bad. It wasn't me. It wasn't me this time. No, and I felt really, really bad for that guy because he didn't want to go there.
No.
That was the only
He had to.
the only choice he had was to go there. And I wonder if police officers are a little bit sympathetic for a situation like that.
Over the break, I saw some guy pulled over on the side of the highway puking, and he was the driver, and he had on a button down with a sweater over it, pants, like he was dressed to go somewhere, and I'm like, oh man, I wonder
Or
if
he
he's
was coming home.
hungover. No, I think he was probably going somewhere, and maybe my story in my head was that he was hungover from the night before, had to get dressed up to go somewhere today, and was vomiting on the side of the road.
Casey, let me give you a scenario. You're a police officer and you're driving along the school expressway, and there's a limo that's on the Schuylkill, and there's a bunch of drunk. There's a bunch of there's a bunch of drunk ladies in that limo, and a few of them have been drinking all day, and they got to get out. Like if you're that cop, how would you treat those women?
Were you guys out peeing outside the limo?
Dude, peeing, someone was vomiting. It was a mess. We were a complete mess.
Was this when you went out for the wine tasting?
The wine tasting, yes. We came home and didn't know what, it was like hangover. We didn't know what happened.
But listen, you guys all know, a few of my stories. In fact, the one where I ended up on the side of the building over here at the loading dock. Like, so I have empathy and sympathy in that situation. And I swear to God, like if I was doing something outside and a police officer started writing me up a ticket, I'd be like, dude, are you kidding me? Do you think I want to be doing this?
Well, I think the parameters you said at the beginning are correct. Have you made a decent effort to go? And also, if you have the wherewithal or the ability to bag it or whatever, to please try that.
Yeah.
But there's some times when a situation does not afford you that latitude.
Yeah.
And I agree. I think it would be a dick move to ticket someone who's clearly not in the best of conditions.
Here's a text that says, last time my brothers and I got together to play golf, my dad sharted. It happens.
It's the best.
So
It's
some
like
of the
finding a pearl.
Some of the other results from this, and people are also texting it if you have IBD or IBS,
Yes!
that it's a good idea
It's
to
a-
have
a big
that
consideration.
They do carry extra pairs of underwear with them. So the situations in which people need the backup underwear include if they have an accident. 39% said that in the survey. Knowing they'll be changing clothes at some point during the day. 37%. So that's kind of my case. Or if they're accident prone and likely spill something on themselves. Yeah, but your underwear normally doesn't. What are you spilling on your underwear? Anyway. Others say spare undies would come in handy after a sweaty workout on a really hot day or if they have an upset stomach.
Do you keep spare garters in your car? Because I do.
Yeah, you should. And so you should.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, those stockings don't stay up by themselves. Carrying an extra pair is more common for younger generations, with 60% of Gen Z and 57% of millennials admitting that they have, in case of emergency, underwear.
Is that not interesting? You would naturally assume it would be people who might be later in life and a little bit more prone to being incontinent. It's the other way.
Yeah, I would think honestly that like underwear sort of like for women, I think is like optional. Like I think there are a lot of people that just don't wear underwear. So the fact that they would carry extra, I would just go without it.
Go commando
if needed.
This survey also uncovers how long people keep their old underwear in rotation. Most hold on to them for 3 years on average.
Until it's done.
Yeah. So listen, I have sad news to report.
The Phillies underwear?
Dude, I spotted two small holes yesterday. I was wearing them yesterday. How long have we had those? 7, 8 years?
I think, something like that. Yeah.
That long?
Best underwear I've ever owned.
And what I've never done, like a dumbass, and I'm going to now, is look at the actual brand on it and order some more of those because they have been the best underwear I've ever owned. We got them from the Phillies store at Citizens Bank Park. What's it called?
It used to be called the Majestic Store. I think it has a different name now. But I've texted Francis, who works there, runs that place, specifically about that underwear. And they don't make them anymore.
But that brand has
The company must exist.
Yeah.
With underwear that lasts that long, they've still got to be around.
I hope so.
Did you throw them away?
No.
Do you want to have a funeral for them?
No, they're not.
Okay.
They're still a ways off. They just have. They're just showing the signs.
May I recommend something?
They're in the death rattle, but they're not there yet.
When the time comes, turn it into a flag.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
I need to do something with it. They're my favorite underwear.
Where's Preston's setup? Oh, there it is.
That wouldn't look too white trash.
Is that Phillies flag? No, it's underwear.
I got a new beach flag, though.
Oh, you did?
I did get a new
nice.
one, yeah, so.
Hey, by the way, speaking of underwear and bathroom, do you guys know what the difference between toilet paper and wallpaper is?
No.
Gross.
Thanks, Dad.
That was good.
All right. Also, they reveal when it comes to bras.
You don't wipe your eyes with a bra.
Women keep those for an average of 4 years, but 8% confess that they have that some are well past their prime and at least 10 years old. What do you think the oldest bra you have is?
No, not 10 years.
Okay.
I would say under 4 years because if anything happens to it, sometimes it gets stretched out or you get like a little rip or a tear or, if you have underwire, sometimes the underwire starts to pop out. Like any of that happens, I'm out and I just get a new one.
The average person owns just what they call 4 pairs of good underwear and only 3 good bras.
I have right now, I'm a little low right now. I have
on bras and underwear?
2 good bras. I have an entire drawer filled with bras, but I have 2 that I wear every day.
Okay.
Do they have nicknames?
Jitna and
Jatna and Keena. I went from my doll names to my bra names. Yes, I'm wearing Jatna today. And then my underwear. No, I have more than. How many was it? What did you say? 4 good pairs?
Yes.
No, I have more than 4. I actually, I go crazy when I find something that I like. Shoes, jeans,
likewise,
bras, underwears. I buy every color.
I buy one type of bra.
So I have a lot of my favorite underwear.
So I just around the holidays I get a nice replenishment. So my underwear count is up substantially.
Yeah.
And I just adopted the idea of just buying the same type of sock. So that I'm picking makes it so much easier.
You know what? That's my problem. Like everything, in my house is I try to keep it organized and decluttered. My sock drawer is. I have so many socks. I can't get rid of them. I have like some sort of weird attachment to my socks. Like, if I'm really cold, I'll wear these socks, but I won't ever put sneakers on with them and wear them out of the house. But I have like 9 pairs of cold socks, and then
these are my cold socks.
Yeah.
Oh man, I got a really good pair of cold socks on today, Kathy.
Yeah. But see, I wouldn't wear them with shoes.
What?
My cold socks aren't for shoes. They're just for cold in the house.
Oh, around the house.
That kind of cold socks.
Sorry.
Okay.
Do you know what are awesome that I recently started wearing? The compression socks.
Oh yeah.
Are friggin' awesome.
Kath, real quick,
they're warm as hell.
I want to show these to Steve because I got these. They're REI co-ops, and I know you like getting your hiking shoes.
For hiking, yeah.
And so these are fantastic for hiking, but also, Kathy, I think that these would be good around the house warm cold socks.
And for sock puppets.
Yes.
No, my around the house cold socks are a little bit thicker, which is why I don't put the shoe on with it.
I don't want to tell the foot expert how to model her
foot.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Have you ever turned a bra into a Muppet?
Wait, I have to tell you, before we get off the sock conversation, I did endorsements for a company called Heat Holders over the holidays. Dude, those socks are the best things I've ever put on my feet.
Really?
You got them for us for Christmas, right?
Did I?
No.
Oh, okay.
What is? I'm sorry. What is the mechanism?
I don't.
that
It's the fabric that it uses, and
just holds the heat.
It holds the heat, and they come in like different thicknesses. So Nick, they have like an at-home cold sock.
All right.
They have a put on a boot cold sock, a skiing sock. It
Really?
was yes, because I was outside. I did did Longwood Gardens. I was at Hershey Park. I did a lot of outside stuff. Put those socks on with my boots.
I'm
it
going
was
to look
incredible.
into that because I have
You
electric
should.
socks, but I'd try that.
You're endorsing these?
I
Yeah,
did
she
over
did.
the holidays. I don't know if they're still going to be a client or not. I don't care because
I don't remember the commercials.
They were great. Yeah, they're
Okay.
socks. They have other items too, but like they're known for their socks, and it was awesome.
Okay, I got to try those out. All
I
right.
was listening.
We're going to move on to another survey. Here we go. All right, this is from MSN.com, and it was a poll about food, and they asked a couple of questions, and they said, which of these meats could you not live without?
Which of these meats
All right.
could you not live without?
Go on.
Do
All right.
we only get to pick one?
There's 3 choices. There's 4 choices.
Okay.
Beef, chicken, pork, or I don't eat meat.
Oh, that's easy for me.
Those are which one?
Chicken.
Chicken is you couldn't live without.
No.
It. Okay. Anybody else?
Beef.
Beef. Okay. Wow.
Definitely beef.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I like more than any. If I were desert island and I couldn't, only one for the rest of my life, like a good steak.
Yeah. I do like a good steak.
Yeah, I'm not meat in general. No, has no. I'm a good hamburger periodically, but I'm fine with an Impossible or a Beyond.
So you'd say I don't eat meat, but you do eat meat.
I don't eat any steaks. I eat burgers.
Yeah.
That's the only.
Yeah.
So and then
So
periodically.
beef?
Yeah, but it'd be chicken would be probably more chicken. But turkey is actually the my main protein. Salmon, and it's not on the list. Fish is not on the list.
No.
I think I eat chicken most days. I wouldn't say every day, but if I don't eat chicken, then I'm not really eating a meat on a normal day.
Okay.
Occasionally,
Okay.
I would have some sort of red meat, but I mean
Chicken.
that's only like a few times a year.
I'm torn on this.
Really?
Yeah,
I consider you a steak lover.
Definitely, but now I'm starting to think about not just because immediately when you think chicken, or at least I do, I think, all right, chicken breast. Right. A broiled chicken breast. No, but there's so many different great ways and things that you can make with chicken. And chicken. You can, there's dark meat and light meat. Dark meat, light meat, you just can't lose.
Lurky D.
Oh my God.
But there's, I don't know. I guess pressed, probably beef because there's way more different cuts of beef that you can choose from, and you can go lean or fatty or
Hot dogs too, man. Hot dogs.
Meat. That's
all beef
pork.
hot dog. No, all beef.
Oh,
hot
a beef
dog.
hot dog.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
I prefer a beef hot dog over a pork hot dog. Yeah, I would definitely go beef.
So the survey results are number 1 is beef at 44%. Number 2 is chicken at 40%. 11% say pork, and then 5% said they don't eat meat, which would be Marissa in that category. But
you're pescatarian, right, Marissa? All right,
Yep.
there we go.
But I don't know, man. A good pork tenderloin.
Yeah, but think desert island.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
What if it's not wild pork growing?
How about this? Which of these beverages could you not live without?
A good pork soda.
Oh, margarita.
Margarita's not on there, but there's soda, beer, wine, and coffee. Those are the
coffee.
given those
Coffee.
choices.
Coffee.
What?
Soda.
Coffee.
Coffee.
Yeah. I think so too.
Yeah.
Wine.
You would give up coffee before wine?
Desert island. Yes.
Yeah, I would do the other way. I
Yeah.
can't live life without coffee.
You got to be drunk at some point on a desert
That's
island.
right.
The whole time.
Well, you eat those berries they told you not to eat.
And if you're stuck on that island, I'll do all right sleeping in the morning. I can get by without a cup of coffee. But man,
How'd you sleep, Wilson?
I'm going to need that damn wine to get through.
Number 1 answer, though, was coffee at 54%.
Yeah.
Followed by soda at 25%. Beer 12% and wine 9%.
Yeah, I don't, Nick, I'm not dismissing your desert island theme, but that's not part of the equation here. It's part of your equation. So just as far as like regular everyday living.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, you're on an island. What type of ass sandwich do you bring?
Turkey ass sandwich.
All right, what about these desserts? What could you not live without? There's 4 of them. Ice cream, cake, pie, and cookies.
Cookies.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ice cream, cake,
chocolate chip.
pie,
Preston,
and
your ice cream for sure.
without question.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ice cream is so good and so destructive to your soul and psyche, because any sort of control that you can exert, especially if it's really good, if you're in the mood to really tear into. So I told you we got for Christmas, Preston, Claire got a Breville ice cream maker.
Yeah.
You've made ice cream at home.
Yeah.
Big difference, do you think?
Listen, I think it's great.
Yeah.
Now, you can get, I think the greatest thing in the world is Haagen-Dazs ice cream. All of their flavors are just phenomenal. But there's something about homemade ice cream I find super yummy.
Oh, we're looking forward to it, yeah.
What's the one that stopped by Camp Out for Hunger that gave us that giant brick of ice cream that was in the freezer?
Yes.
Was it Hangry?
Yes, Hangry Bear.
They are phenomenal.
They sure are, Steve. In fact, so much so that when we were leaving the RV on the last day, Preston took this giant brick of ice cream.
It was probably 3 gallons of ice cream, at least.
Well, in a wise move, you thought probably doesn't make sense for me to take this home. So you handed it to me. It's still in our freezer at home.
Are you serious? You took that home?
But of course I took it home. It was a brick of ice cream.
You was going to leave it?
I'm not going to leave it, and it was damn good. And
It's really
it's
good.
still in there, and now I have to figure out, well, do I just put this in the trash? It's a brick of ice cream.
I went to their location and I bought. I took an hour trip to get out there, and
they're in
bought
Kennett Square.
I bought a ton of ice cream.
Yeah, so I'm going to change my answer, guys, because initially I said cookies. I agree with Kathy, but man, did I just find a loophole. You can put all that stuff in ice cream, baby.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
You can.
So you have chocolate chip cookie ice cream, cookies and cream ice cream.
Ice cream.
That Black Magic ice cream from Zaz. That's got cake in it.
Black Magic ice cream is Zaz is right up the road.
Yeah,
they're friggin' awesome.
So, how close are they to the studio right now, Steve? Are they
Zaz?
Yeah.
About 12 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did they deliver?
Here are the results of the survey. Number one was ice cream. 48% of the respondents said that they couldn't live without that. Cookies was second at 27%, followed by pie at 14, and then cake. Pie beat out cake. Ha! I'm a pie fan.
In the world of cake, I wonder how many. So, numerically, if you crunch the numbers, there are probably about the same amount of pies that I love as cakes that I love.
Cakes that you love?
I think on the whole, cake is kind of overrated.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I mean, I think that pies.
Where were you guys when we had this conversation a couple of years ago?
I don't know. Maybe it convinced me.
Everybody beat up on me about being a pie lover.
I think. Well,
oh no, I don't. Oh, sorry.
I actively beat up you at the time, but you convinced me that your opinion was in fact a fact.
Okay.
I wasn't saying pie over cake. I was just saying cake is overrated.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Okay, I gotcha.
Hey, I also think that in apple pie, that the apples are too big. They should probably cut those up a little bit more. They're these slices of apples, and they really should just be small chunks of apples.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes they are very large wedges, and I would agree with
They
you.
should just take the
Sometimes,
apples
though,
out.
it depends on how the apple pie is made. You can rock those big wedges all you want.
Kathy, name of your OnlyFans account should be hot fruit, not foodie fruit.
No, hot fruit. No, I hate that. I don't
Kathy
want to hate
hates
my OnlyFans.
Hot fruit.
I don't want to hate my fans.
I got some bad news for you, Steve. Zaz is closing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Closing at the end of the year, it says here. Wait a minute, the end of 2024?
Yeah, they've been open since for 14 years.
We're going to change
I'm gonna
that.
have to call Diane because they were doing great.
Yeah, so there was an article, Steve, in BillyPenn.com. It just came out at the end. It literally was like 2 weeks ago that this article came out.
I'm gonna have to look into this because I may have to put them in my will.
Buy, or as they say, buy out
Buy
their
the company.
inventory.
Wow. Okay. Anyhow, one last from this survey, then we'll move on. Which carb could you not live without? Bread, rice, pasta, or potatoes?
Oh.
Potatoes.
Crap, man.
Wow.
That's hard.
Do it again.
That is difficult. Bread, rice, pasta, or potatoes?
So potatoes, I believe, are in French fries.
Yeah. Hey, hang on. Let me fact check that.
Yeah.
No,
so
you're right.
yeah, I'm a big French fry fan. But however, at
burgers,
a restaurant,
sandwiches,
yeah, with a
hoagies,
good bagels,
I can definitely
and
live
such.
without pasta.
Okay.
That would be. I could definitely pass that
I could
up.
make it.
Are we talking? So
It's bread. It's got to be bread, guys. 'Cause all that stuff you mentioned for French fries that accompanies your French fries, burgers, hoagies, that's all bread, man.
this is probably a moronic question, but cauliflower is a carb.
No,
it's a vegetable.
See,
I don't think it's a starch.
Okay, so on that level, which is what I assumed, pasta made from cauliflower, I think is excellent.
And you can also make a kind of like potato thing with cauliflower as well. You can mash
That's
potatoes.
fair, though.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
potato is it's a vegetable, man.
No, it is. I agree, but it's got a lot of starch to it.
I know.
And therefore, it
vegetables not even a real thing. Vegetables a made up term in a kitchen. Seriously,
I believe it.
Yeah. So vegetable is a kitchen term. Potato is a starch. It's a tuber. It's a root.
Yeah.
And which Steve, I think like maybe cauliflower falls into something kind of similar or whatever. It's a plant, but like the term vegetable, like when delineating between fruits and vegetables a made up thing.
Too vague.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and I'm going bread. I think this is an easy answer.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a toss up between bread and potatoes for me, but I think I was leaning bread.
I would say no. Listen, you go into a restaurant that has really good rolls, or you have a pretzel roll that you have your sandwich on. It's so goddamn good.
I was sad to see rice so low on this because we eat rice regularly in my house, and I am a big fan of rice. Which, by the way, I finally wrote down my fried rice recipe.
Oh, you did?
I'm going to have to share that soon.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's my way through life, like not eating bread. Like
Is rice?
I'll turn to rice.
Okay.
Yeah.
So bread is number one at 40%.
Yeah.
Potatoes second at 29. Pasta third at 22. And rice came in and the rear with 9% of what people wouldn't live without. What
Though I do love
carb
rice.
they wouldn't live without. Yeah.
Rice and beans?
Yeah.
Friggin' love it.
Yeah. All right, let's go to another survey. As we were doing survey says, let's go with, I have so many different ones. Let's do this one. So new research from, who did this research?
Who did it?
I have no idea.
Is it the JSI?
I was just saying institute. No, finds that Americans tend to regret things they didn't do more than the things that they've done. This is according to a poll of 2,000 U.S. adults. A lot of Americans feel bad about missed opportunities.
I absolutely believe this. What is that? That I'm paraphrasing the proverb, but the most tragic words are what might have been. So think about that while you're having your ass sandwich today.
I was going to say something serious, but you always have to do that right before I speak. My biggest regret, like I can relive, I do relive them in my head. They all involve Jace, and it's little things, and it's things that he probably doesn't remember or won't remember, but like I do. And there's three
things
of them
that you've done. Or haven't done.
So I'll give you an example. And literally, I relive this in my head, and it can bring me to tears. We were at Elmwood Park Zoo.
Yeah.
And there were, oh my God, I'm going to get sad. There were, who were the white guys? Stormtroopers?
Yeah.
Yes. And Caucasians.
We're the white guys.
Caucasians. Racist.
Well, the black one was there too. Who's that?
Darth Vader.
Yeah, they were both there.
Oh my God.
You know.
Who are the white guys?
So he was super into it. He wore his little costume. We went, we had a brunch with them, and then they walked around the park, and we followed them. And I was like, okay, and I was like, this is getting weird. Like I felt weird that we were like, but he was so little and he loved them. And I made up a story that we had to leave, that they were going to go, and he saw them later still walking around, and like,
busted.
Yeah, like the way he looked at me, like I thought, and he had so many questions. I thought you said they had to go. They were going to go somewhere else to see other kids. Like, and I was like, oh my God. Like, I was like, why? And I think to myself, we could have just followed them all day. Who cares? That's what they were there for. Yeah. Why did you end that for him? So it's instances like that. There's another one with.
Go ahead.
There's another one with Santa. There was another one with just more recently when we went to the Grand Canyon. He still to this day says to me, why don't we stay another day at the Grand Canyon? I'm like, oh my God, he loved it so much, and I only took him there for 2 days. Like, why didn't I stay another day?
That's funny though. It's those, so we can hear that. And you are a terrific mother, and we see all the things that you do, and you're dialed in and invested. So to us, it seems we'd be like, oh, well, you're crazy. You do so much for him.
I know.
But for you, and I get it in the context of that it's crippling. But you're never going to weigh it against all the great you've done for him. That's going to haunt you. I completely get it.
Listen, Kath, you're just, and I'm a little further along in the parent game than you are. It's just parents.
Yeah.
You regret things you have and have not done about and for your kids, and you will worry about them for the rest of your life, and that's all there is.
I was talking to my
part of it.
little one the other day, and I said, "Why are you pretend?"
Well, according to this poll, a lot of Americans feel bad about missed opportunities, like I said, including like not speaking up. 40% said, I could see that. There have been times in my lives where I should have
said something.
Should have said something.
Oh, I have one for the room. Anybody regret shows that they could have gone to that they didn't?
Grateful
Concerts?
Dead.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like
Beatles at Shea Stadium.
Yeah?
No, I got
Oh, I didn't. I mean,
no.
Yeah, I told you the Police Synchronicity Tour. I'll catch them next year.
Right.
Oh, right.
And
When
the
somebody,
band
Nick, does one come to mind?
Pearl Jam in 1996. I got an offer to go see them in Paris, and I'd never seen them before. And it was like Pearl Jam in '96 at an intimate venue. I could have gone, and I didn't.
I think of the classic thing. Oh, I'll see him next time around, and somebody passes away.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Or like when Homer wanted to see Mr. T at the mall, and then he didn't come back the next year.
Mine was U2. Pierre offered me tickets. I forget what the tour was. What was the tour where they had the big robot in the middle?
Oh, the 360 tour,
okay,
yeah.
that one. He offered me tickets. I didn't take them. I went to see them years later, and like everybody at the show was like, yeah, that one was okay. It wasn't the 360 tour. And I was like, ugh.
So not just not speaking up, but also they regret not visiting friends and family enough.
Yeah.
And then not pursuing their dreams is another regret that
It's one thing that I did. It's funny. Pursue your dreams. But a lot of times leave open the option for where your dreams might take you in ways you had not thought about. To beat yourself up for, again, you talk about the chaos theory and how things will lead to where they are.
Sliding doors.
You're where yes, exactly. Yeah. Sliding doors is a perfect example. Those things had to happen or not happen if you were hopefully living a relatively enjoyable life for you to be where you are right now.
Yeah. During their lifetime, Americans miss an average of 3 chances to take a once-in-a-lifetime trip. That's kind of like the concert thing, Nick. 4 lost opportunities to ask their crush out, and have 6 instances of not having the perfect comeback in an argument. That's okay.
Oh, the jerk store call.
That's the one. What'd you say?
The jerk store call.
Yeah.
It's like Costanza one.
Yeah. That's a good one. Not knowing the right thing to say in the moment.
Yeah, I was thinking
I had the best comeback ever, and then I thought of it right then and there, and the guy yelling at me about. Because I parked somewhere where it said no parking. Yeah. And I'm walking across. He's like, what does it say? Right here. Right here. And I was like, it says F you. That was the best comeback.
That was a good one.
I have been blessed with the ability to come back pretty quickly in my life. So that hasn't been something, but it can be ultimately frustrating on the occasion where you're like, I should have said that.
I've shared this story with you guys before, but the crush thing, Preston, that girl Meg that I had a huge crush on in junior year of high school, and we're sitting in the car, and she's like, do you guys want to make out? And I was like, no, I don't know. And I just blew it. We've been walking for the rest of my life.
Yes.
It's just like
you idiot.
Yeah. And I was 17, and Steve, like, everything's fine now. But I still regret that. I still regret missing out on that thing.
With that, and setting aside the whole, had I done these things, I wouldn't have ended up in my life in the way it is now, and with Rochelle and with a beautiful, perfect woman. Putting that aside, there were times where I'm like, I look back and go, God, why didn't I ask her out?
Yeah.
But beside the whole my life ending up this way, I probably wouldn't have gotten a date. It probably would have been another rejection to throw on the goddamn pile and make me even more depressed. So,
all right.
It's okay.
Yeah. I got you.
That's exactly it.
I don't have any of those requests.
No.
Why didn't I ask her? Because she would have said no, and you would have felt horrible about yourself
So
for
Nick,
the rest of your life.
You think about this crush, or you make out, and then let's screw. Oh, okay. I'm pregnant, Nick. And so think about all those potential things that we always think about. Wow, what could have been? But it's like, oh man, what did I avoid?
I know, but she was so hot.
And she wanted to make out with
me.
Oh my God. When it comes to bad decisions, Americans are almost twice as likely to make one at night, 41%, than in the morning.
I'm going to put an extra pair of underwear in my car.
Regrets are also higher at night, including not going to bed at a decent hour, eating too much, and bickering with a loved one. So these are things that people regret, and it does happen
at nighttime. Absolutely.
Yeah. People also regret an average of 5 angry texts
Oh,
and
yeah.
2 breakups throughout their lives.
Oh God, I have an angry text. I hit send and I literally hit send and then went to her contact and called her. She didn't answer me.
Well, how long, by the way, in the current? Because I don't think I've ever had an angry text that I regretted. I don't really angry text. But let me ask you, when you do, how quickly can you retrieve or stop a text from going through to its intended recipient?
I forget what the time is, but I
Right.
think there is a way to go in and
to not.
I don't think you can take it away. I think you just edit it.
I
but
think you can.
I think you can stop
mine was
it.
so long there was no editing.
Well,
gonna happen.
and that technology has changed, and it's a lot easier to edit now than it was probably 5 years. How long ago did you send that text? Do you remember?
A couple of months ago.
Oh, geez. Oh, so you had technology on your side, and you still blew it.
Nick, it was so long, dude. Oh God. I'll just gonna give
Read it to us.
I just
was
sent you a
basically
text.
yelling in text message.
Do you still have it?
Oh God, I hope
What were you
not.
gonna give
I
us?
erased it from my life. I basically told someone they needed to find their inner peace.
So you're giving advice.
Yeah.
It was awful. It was rude advice, and I was like, "Oh my God, why did you send that?"
Oh, as
And-
soon as we're done with this break, you're telling us everything.
and I immediately that's also something else I still think about today. I should have never sent that. It was not in any way my business. And I mean, I apologized, and fortunately she's an amazing person, and she said, it's okay, but dear God.
Well, you're in company. It's an average of 5 angry texts that these people, that on average, that people regret.
Yeah.
doing.
Kathy,
So it happens.
did you get the text that I just sent you?
No.
Hang on.
Because I unsent it.
Okay.
Oh, all right.
Well, but it says Casey unsent a message.
Yeah.
Which is still fine. You're like, oh my God, so sorry.
Did you mean to send? No, I actually meant to send that to my cousin Kathy, and I sent it to you by accident. Boom.
I'm sorry, I had a vicious text sent to you in which I called you the C word. Well, why did you say that?
All right. Well, those are some surveys I thought would be kind of interesting to share with us this morning on Survey Says. And we do need to take a break because we've got some bizarre file stories on the way and a few other things that we will do. We will take a break and we'll come back in just a moment. So stay right there. Returning shortly. Doesn't like that at all.
I knew it.
It looked like a kid that had had lemon in his mouth for the first
I've never
time.
liked grapefruit, and I agree with you, Preston.
Throw it
It's
away.
only good if you have sugar on it.
Oh, that's terrible.
Isn't that nasty? And people eat them like crazy.
I know. All right.
I hate you.
What's up next?
You're going to need to wash your mouth out.
Yeah,
That's terrible. Oh,
Have some
God.
cantaloupe. You like that.
Take some water right there.
Ugh.
Have a bite of cantaloupe. That actually would be a good cleanser.
Yeah, it is.
Ugh, that's terrible.
All right, so we're going to do the kiwi next, and then we're going to do red grapes.
Kiwi, here we go.
Here it is. Pop it in. Should be very tender.
Right?
Like a love song.
All right.
The bits in it, man.
So you have a thing with the bits.
The taste is okay. Strong, and very strong.
Yeah.
All right.
But those little crunchies, you don't like.
You actually.
It's like, Jimmy's on ice cream or something.
Will you eat something with poppy seeds on it?
Yeah, everything bagel.
Or sesame seeds and stuff like that?
Sesame seeds I like, yeah.
Think of it like that. I mean, these seeds don't really have any flavor. They're just part of the texture.
I could think it's filet mignon, but it's still bitty and crunchy in
Well,
my
let me
teeth.
ask. Let me
Like
ask
an
you this.
everything bagel.
Would you eat popped white heads off someone's
Everything.
scrotum?
Grapes and then pineapple.
Hold on.
Red grapes. He's had green grapes.
Okay. Grape. Yep.
Okay.
Grape.
Red grape.
Seedless?
Should be.
Good.
Yeah, right? Good. Thumbs up.
Yeah.
Bonus.
Another one.
Thumbs up. All right. He's having
He's having another one.
How about that? That's going to be your latest snack food.
Accepting red grapes. The pineapples that I used to have all the time, Chuck, were from a can when I was growing up, and I hated them. Once I had fresh pineapple, the world opened up to me.
This is the sweetest fruit that you could possibly try.
All right.
It is so good. Love pineapple. First time ever trying it. Very juicy. It's running down his. What do you think of that, Chuck?
Beard.
Come on, man.
That's good. Real good.
Yeah, isn't that real good? Yeah, it's okay. You've been letting these things get by you in life.
All right.
Never, ever had pineapple before. Fantastic. And he likes it.
And
Like
never
it a
have the
lot.
canned. You always have to have fresh because the can, they put a syrup in it that just F's it up. Natural, fresh pineapple is glorious. All right.
Really good. You changed
So,
my life.
In summation, cantaloupe,
Yep.
pineapple,
Mango.
grapes, Mango, you liked.
Cucumber was good.
Cucumber was good. These are things he's never, ever, ever had before.
Right, and I was right the whole time about the bits in the hair.
Bits in hair, F you
That's
up.
his thing.
So he doesn't like berries. And that's pretty much it. Berry and kiwi.
And kiwi.
Yeah.
Nice job.
USA! USA! USA!
Lindsay, we haven't talked about her in a while.
Yeah.
Lindsay Lohan is on the verge of turning 30.
30. Dirty 30, right?
Yep. Can you imagine waking up, no makeup, it's kind of actually smeared makeup, hair, all kind of crazy. Ha!
Where are my cigarettes?
But she's reflecting back on her past mistakes as well as looking ahead to the future. She discusses her ambitions and failures in a new interview with Vanity Fair. Now, she says of her...
Life is like a chicken finger. Chicken in the center, surrounded by finger.
Life is like that?
Yeah, exactly.
How is life like that?
Exactly like
it. She says...
Point taken.
Of her checkered past... I wouldn't call things regrets per se. I can't turn back time, but if I could, I would have listened more to my mother and gone back home to New York earlier in life and chosen my friends more wisely.
Regrets? I've had a few, but still too few to mention.
Lindsay also, but you did it your way.
I did it my way.
Yeah.
To me, life, if I may, was like a huge chicken finger.
All right, Lindsay also looks ahead to her
with multiple dipping sauces.
To her milestone birthday on July 2nd, saying, age is only a number, right?
No.
I have learned a lot over time. I'm in a wonderful place in life and look forward to the near and far future and projects that I'm working on.
Something's going on with Lindsay's face these days. It looks as if she's perpetually smelling poop.
That's the way I feel. I'm sorry to go off on a tangent, but about Cersei Lannister on Game of Thrones. Her nostrils are always kind of flared, and the corners of her lips are kind of up a little bit. Like,
did someone defecate? Someone. Everyone, check your trousers.
Eyes open wide, nostrils flared. All right. Anyhow,
the distinct odor of fecal matter.
She said that I'm grateful that I have a voice, which I can now feel comfortable using as a platform to let people know that we all have our ups and downs in life.
Check your trousers.
And we can all come up from the downs if we get in touch with our inner self and spiritual side.
Hey, I'm happy if she's turned it around. She's got that Russian boyfriend, right? The multimillionaire boyfriend?
Yeah, Igor Tarabazov. That's what?
Stravinsky.
This is my woman.
She
loves chicken fingers.
She also says of her future plans of making more films, writing my books, starting my charity, working with children a lot, maybe having some of my own soon after I get some movies done first. She seems to be course corrected and getting her life together. I don't know what that means as far as her career goes, though.
I don't think it's going to be where it could have been, but maybe that's the best thing for her. Maybe getting back into that lifestyle would be detrimental.
Yeah. She could pull a Robert Downey Jr.
She could play Iron Man.
I don't know if she could play Iron Man, but
I can't fit the chicken fingers to this opening. There's an 800-pound gorilla in the room. How do I get chicken fingers through this thing?
Tell Jarvis to open the hatch. And it will. And
you're a disaster.
The face mask will actually.
Jarvis closes and places those chicken fingers.
Will open, and then you can eat your chicken fingers.
There's a Popeyes on Route 1.
A little underdone. Let me kick him up a little bit. Just like I like him.
Heating them up.
Let me get that for you. They're a little cold. Just like I like them.
No, what I'm saying is she might be able to turn her acting career around. She's not as talented as Robert. Even when Robert Downey Jr. was younger, even in those like Weird Science and Back to School, stuff like that, you could tell he had acting chops. So.
It's hard for her, though, because the party lifestyle left a mark on her appearance. And,
Yes,
it's harder for women in general. And then when they mess up their appearance like she has over the last 10 years or so. It's going to be an interesting thing to see where she goes next.
Nick, I clearly remember we did it. We did a Dirty Old Man screening of Mean Girls.
Yep.
Well, that's what we called it. We had us, a whole bunch of guys.
We called it the Dirty Old Man Matinee. And we went to a matinee showing we took a bunch of guys to a matinee showing of
Mean Girls.
Mean Girls when she turned 18. Oh, my God.
How pathetic.
Hey, Lindsay, can you warm up this burrito for me here?
No problem. Stand back. John, just hit it.
Hikaru Sulu.
Yes.
Is revealed to be gay in the upcoming Star Trek Beyond movie. Sulu never had any romantic partners on the original series, but it was eventually revealed that he did have a daughter who was a character in the 1994 movie Star Trek Generations.
And Spock's going to be a plushie, Preston.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, you need to do something to that guy.
I find it very comforting around my testicles to feel the soft, stuffed quality.
It is a logical sensation.
Yes. It arouses me in a very primal way. The Ponfar is kicked in. I must return to my home planet and bang a teddy bear.
They should give everyone something. Everyone should have something, right?
I agree. I mean, after
Dr.
all,
McCoy's into hot Carls.
I mean, Kirk's a total perv. He'll bang anything.
Listen, after all,
Kirk is crawling with disease.
The show itself was meant to show diversity in the future.
Gene Roddenberry's saying infinite diversity and infinite combinations.
Yeah, all across. And then eventually when it got to the next generation, it got outside of the United States. It got, diversity in different alien species and so forth with, Worf on the deck and so forth.
What you dip your wick in, as they say.
God, what would Worf do? What would his perversion
Oh, this is going to be good. Here, put the saran wrap over your face.
He's the hot Carl fanatic. God, imagine what would come out of that.
Klingon hot Carl?
Oh, my God.
Forget it.
It'd be corrosive.
Oh, my God. It'd be like
burn through your skin.
Like the blood in Alien.
A hot Worf.
Yeah, a hot Worf.
By the way, I think I can safely say that the words Klingon hot Carl have never been said by anyone in humanity before.
I'm sorry. It melted your face. Captain, may I speak with you for a second? What is it, Wolf? I just did a Klingon sexual act and melted my partner's face. How many times have I warned you about the hot Carl?
Hot Worf.
It was not meant for your species.
Oh, my God.
There is no saran wrap that contained my fecal matter. Woo! But yeah, no. In the long run, though, I think this is it's a great way to pay tribute to
George Takei.
George Takei, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
It's the first LGBT character to be introduced to the franchise in the 50 years that it has been around.
Mr. Wolf, you must stop doing that. You almost breached the outer hull of the ship. We were able to freeze your fecal matter before it hit the retaining wall.
Set shields to maximum.
Oh, my God. Can't contain it, sir. It's another hot cattle. Of course, I'm mixing crews here.
It doesn't matter. It does not matter. It does not matter. Oh. You can't contain it.
Can't contain it, Captain. Crazy Klingon.
The final frontier.
And his poopy sex.
Oh, dear God. Okay, so I guess that's revealed in the next movie that Sulu is gay.
And I think it's just, as he said, it's casually mentioned in passing.
Yeah, it's just...
It's not like, they're 69ing,
Yeah. I think I've decided something.
What did you... Wait, are you the decider?
No.
No?
I'm the noticer.
Okay.
But I have decided that when I am the noticer...
Oh, you're going to do something?
You're going to put a fake beard on?
I'm going to put on...
Wow.
Nice, all right.
Hero
That's going to get old real quick.
noticer mask.
Oh, kind of like the noticer?
Preston Elliott, in the dark of night, he seeks out stories to entertain you. He is The Noticer.
I had this superhero mask, and it's sat on my desk for years, and I'm like, I wish I could do something with that.
He wished he could do something with it.
So I'm now wearing the superhero mask when I am the Noticer.
Known to a select few as the Noticer.
Yeah. This will get old, right,
It's
Kate?
going to get old for you, not for me.
It's already old.
Well, I noticed that the Mega Millions jackpot for today has ballooned up to $540 million.
Where does that put that in?
MMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kath. Real quick, going back to we were talking about the sending a text you regret a moment ago, and you can stop that text, or you edit it. Is that what it is?
You can edit or unsend.
Yeah. Or unsend. Okay, because if you edit it, somebody says edit doesn't hide the original text. You can click edit and read the old unedited text message.
Yeah, but what you could do is you can just copy it and then unsend the message and then paste it and edit it that way, and then the original text won't.
And then, by the way, somebody else says, Kathy, if you ever send a text you immediately regret, hit airplane mode right away. That will stop the text from being sent, and then you can go back and delete it. You're welcome. P.S. I would easily pay $20 a month to see your beautiful feet. On
Well, check out my OnlyFans page.
Yeah.
There's a point of contention here, by the way, between Chuck and Casey, whether the original incarnation was footy foot or feety feet.
I wrote it down as a lesson question yesterday.
It was feety feet, wasn't it?
It was feety feet.
Yeah,
was the
that's
original name. That was what Kathy said yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And
Chuck was right.
speaking of feet, and Kathy, we are 600 followers short on Instagram.
Okay. That is correct. And we had put out there that Kathy will indeed expose her naked feet in photos if we get to 100,000 Instagram followers. So we're at 99,400 and change.
Would you
We're very
consider,
close.
what if we throw this with a little sauce for the goose, as they say?
My penis?
No. But I like where you're going.
Okay.
What if she were to stomp grapes?
Oh.
Ooh,
even
wait, you
more.
can make wine?
Yeah.
Do you have to do anything
You
to
wanna
make wine
with my
besides?
feet?
But how about we stomp grapes with your penis, Preston?
Wait a minute.
I'm out on that.
Okay. Were you going to ask, Casey?
Yeah, when you're making wine, is there anything else you have to, like when you make beer, like there's certain things you have to do. There's a chemical process that takes place. When you make wine, do you do anything
add
besides
yeast to it?
stomp and then bottle it? Like what?
Well, you pump up the jam.
Well, Marissa's going to tell you.
Yes, I was actually at Mural City Winery, which is in Fishtown recently, and the back of their facility is a wine barrel place. You know, they make wine. So yes, it's the same kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's in vats and they're doing stuff to it. It's the science of it. I've made beer before. I appreciate everybody out there who makes beer. It is a science and it is wonderful. It is one of the most boring things ever. Because it's like hard manual labor. You're grinding things and you're putting things in and you're taking them out of tanks and putting them in other tanks.
And then before you know it, you're married.
Exactly. No, then you're just sitting around.
Oh, wow.
Because all of the magic happens inside the vat. So you're just waiting.
Yeah, it's true. I never thought of it that way.
So obviously you had yeast to get the alcohol in beer.
Mhm.
What do you do in wine? Is it similar?
Oh.
You
Well,
don't-
it's in the
No,
barrel. It sits in the barrels. So, you know, part of the barrels, the type of barrels that it's put in, that all has to
No, I
do
know
with
that's
the
part of the flavor, but I think
What's
he's talking
added.
about to get the alcohol, right?
I think it's sugar.
Yes,
I think a lot of the alcohol comes from sugar.
I was at a Chadsford.
The yeast eats the sugar, and then the byproduct is alcohol.
But I don't think you need to add anything. I think most of it is natural fermentation. And if you decide to add anything, you can change the flavor of the wine or you can also add grape skins and it'll ferment differently, or different types of grapes will yield different types of wines. But did you saw some of it at Chadsford?
Yeah, they were explaining, and of course, in my sieve-like mind, everything passed through. But there were a couple of different steps. But to what you're saying, Nick, yeah, it was those were the little things that influenced the taste of the wine. The addition of the grape skins or whatever, and sugar and so on and so forth.
I'm just curious how you get the alcohol.
Yeah, me too. I was
fermentation.
So you just let it sit.
Yeah, natural fermentation within the barrels is what produces the alcohol.
Science.
Yeah, I think since we're talking about this, we need to watch the footage of the woman on that morning news show. She's stomping grapes. I don't know why they have her up on a platform.
I don't like that one.
No?
That woman was hurt
I know.
really bad.
Okay.
And I'm surprised you like that because you usually don't like it when people get hurt.
Because she doesn't. I don't like watching people hit their heads.
Right.
And,
Right.
I
She
don't see
falls
her.
off?
Yeah, she falls
Oh,
off.
yeah. And then she kind of
is-
convulses a little
Oh,
bit
God.
afterwards. Yeah, I know it's hilarious, Kat. Anyway,
Well,
yeah.
it made me laugh. It was chuckle worthy. I know you've laughed at sometimes.
Definitely have.
Yeah,
Definitely
So
have.
this is going to be mine.
Have it.
Yeah.
I'm not denying you. It's
By
all
the way,
yours.
why
brother.
are they doing that up on a platform?
That's what I'm
Seriously.
Like they
That's
could have
the
been doing
dumbest
that on
thing.
the ground.
I think they planned it.
I think they took her out.
Just short of
we
breaking
wanna
your neck.
fire Jen, but we have no. Put it up on a platform.
You know what's weird about when in beer making process? It just smells terrible. If you go into like a fermentation room or like at a microbrew or whatever, the process of making beer is not appealing at all. It like the after product is fantastic, but if you're ever in one of those rooms where there's like the wort or whatever, and adding those, it just smells awful.
Yeah.
Do you know the funny thing is though, as a non-drinker, like a brewery or a microbrew or. I love those smells. I know exactly what you're talking about. In the process where everything is taking place, not so pleasant.
Hey, with all this chat, a beer is sponsoring the Bizarre.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Bud Light. Don't miss the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff bonus playoff edition. And Nick is going to be there tomorrow night. You can join him at Sandy's Beef and Ale in Langhorne. You can enter for your chance to win Eagles tickets to a 2025-26 Eagles home game. And that is courtesy of Bud Light.
Sandy!
So it turns out a Florida man did not like it as rough as he thought he would. Police say James Neumann and his 33-year-old boyfriend repaired last Friday night to Newland's bedroom to have, quote, relations, meaning that they were sexually intimate. Now, according to cops, the younger man said that Newland told him he liked it rough.
Okay.
So he smacked Newland's butt hard enough to leave a handprint on his ass. After Newland told the victim to stop and that he was hurt, the man apologized, put his underwear back on, and returned to the living room. Well, when Newland subsequently appeared in the living room, he allegedly grabbed a revolver from a side table and pointed the gun at the victim, saying, "You want to try me? You want to F with me?"
Wow. That degenerated.
As the victim departed the residence, Newland, cops charge, fired one shot into his front porch pavement. During police questioning, Newland reportedly admitted to the shooting, but claimed that he would, quote, never hurt anybody and was only trying to scare away his beau, whom he accused of striking him with a gas can. I don't know where the gas can came from.
Well, I guess docking's off the table.
Newland, who smelled of booze and who had slurred speech, gave consent to search his home, where cops found approximately 9 firearms and ammunition. 2 other guns were removed from the man's car, and cops noted they found a bottle of lotion located on the left side of the bed in James's bedroom. Newland was arrested and charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, a felony, and 2 misdemeanor gun counts. So I guess maybe he felt when he said that he liked it rough, he didn't mean for the guy to smack him on the ass.
Right.
So, but
He meant difficult.
I guess so, yeah. All right, if you haven't found a business idea yet, you might not be looking hard enough. Polish entrepreneur Alexandra Kasparek said she realized one day that sometimes people just need a hug, and she opened a professional cuddling salon.
Aw.
The Snuggle Center opened 2 years ago and has grown so popular there's a wait list of several days to get an appointment for a 1-hour snuggle session.
So there was a big thing a couple of years ago. We talked about getting professional snugglers in here. Nothing ever came from it, but I guess it's still going. You know what? I would imagine people need that now more than ever.
Yes. The rules customers have to agree to make it clear that crossing sexual boundaries leads to an immediate termination of the session.
Does it involve penetration?
She says that the service is most popular with people between 40 and 60 years old. The cuddle sessions cost $37 for 1 hour and $72 for 2 hours.
Cuddling with benefits.
I wonder, the weirdest part about that would be, do you talk at all?
Right.
Or do you just sit there and hold each other? Or I don't know. That'd be weird.
You might want to look into that.
May wanna look
freckle.
into it.
Talk to your dermatologist.
So, love can make you do ridiculous things, but we may have a new champion. A zookeeper at a private zoo went into the lion enclosure to film himself petting the lions to impress his fiance.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, 3 fully grown lions inside didn't seem to believe in love, and they attacked and killed him.
So he wanted to impress her as an idiot.
I guess so. So what were described as his partially eaten remains were found 4 hours after the incident, and 2 of the lions were tranquilized because they escaped the enclosure after the 44-year-old man left it unlocked.
That was amazing. Call me.
The 3rd lion was shot. Reports say the man was an experienced lion handler, so
come on, yeah,
should have known better.
Lions are gonna lion.
Yeah. A woman on TikTok has revealed how she navigates life with her extraordinarily long and bejeweled acrylic nails.
Now, this is something I want to find out.
She said, a lot of people ask me if my nails are heavy or how I work with them, but honestly, once you start wearing them, you gain all this finger muscle, and it doesn't feel heavy at all.
Finger muscle?
Yeah.
Wow. Like a fingercep, like a bicep?
In a clip, the nail enthusiast explains her desire to have long nails with 156 charm attachments. She said, this is my longest set yet. They literally are as long as my torso. Despite the length, Mariah brags about her abilities to do daily tasks such as cooking and taking care of her 4 children, including her newborn. Now, Mariah answered looming questions about her cleanliness.
Yes.
By sharing how she maintains her hygiene with the help of her family. She said, I often get the question, how do I wipe my ass?
Yeah.
Yes. And she said, this is what she says, I can use a bidet, and when I make a mess, my sister doesn't mind helping.
Are you kidding?
Okay. That's a good sister. But nope.
And she will clean my nails like any good sister.
No, F that.
No.
This is stupid. These are fake nails, by the way.
They look horrible.
They're straight.
They look like straws.
People who grow their nails to really stupid lengths, they like curl.
Yeah.
But these are straight ones. These are dumb.
When she's talking about finger, like the people with the super long nails, they're picking up things like on the the meat
pads
of the finger, the pads.
Yeah.
So I can see what that means. But at this level, you're almost
how do you function?
Incapable of living.
How do you eat popcorn?
I mean, it's pretty like Casey.
No, even with those, you'd be impaling
It
yourself.
is amazing though, like as they grow and how people will adapt, and they can actually do simple tasks that you would. I mean, this is obviously an extreme case, but like I see women with really long nails, and I think the same thing. But then I'll watch them, like if they're a cashier somewhere, or
and they're working on a touch screen.
Yeah,
it's
like
pretty wild.
One girl had an attachment for her nail so that she could do the touch screen. So she wasn't doing like the skin of her finger. It almost mocked that, and it was at the edge of the nail. And so she would put that on. She worked at a bank.
Absolutely. We had the event at the Glappy Hour at Acme, Casey, and we had a listener who came down and had very long nails. I think I've said this before on the air, and she talked about their special keyboards that have elevated bumps on the
so that
on
you
the
can
keys.
use your finger. Yeah.
In the clip, she demonstrated how she cleans her nails in the kitchen sink using a nail tool and soap. And she said, y'all act like nail cleaning brushes and soap don't exist.
No, that's not what we're acting like. We're acting like we don't have 19-foot long fingernails.
And that is.
I mean, look at the video. Look at the video.
That's ridiculous.
I mean, but if those are actually attached, securely, when one of those snaps off, it's extremely painful.
I would imagine.
How
right?
would you drive?
And that is what we have in our bizarre
like where
file.
do they go when
This
she
one.
drives?
Yeah,
Do they
good
hang
question.
over?
That wouldn't even be possible.
It would be unless you have a convertible top that you keep down.
That's the thing. Now
can't.
she's making her life other people's problems.
Go to
right?
hell.
Yeah.
I agree.
Why isn't she getting eaten by lions?
Wow. All right, and that is it in the B file. We are taking a break right now. When we come back, we'll get that lesson question to see if you've been paying attention to the show. And we'll get trash music news too, so stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
The biggest of all time.
Ooh, that's a good question.
That $1.1 billion Powerball lottery, there's still. I can't look at you.
I'm sorry, I have this mask on my face right now.
Preston Elliott.
I'll take it off in a minute.
Nick can't look at him, but we can.
There were 3 winners, 3 tickets won. One is yet to be claimed. If Preston has a mask on, Casey probably should have one on too.
It's not that hard to push a button.
Casey Boy Wonder.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Can I put some saran wrap on my face and have
And also crap on your face. It'll give you a hot wharf.
A steaming
Steaming Klingon?
Steaming Klingon.
I just gave Casey a steaming Klingon.
I'm pretty sure if I'm wearing a mask, then Nick should take his shirt off.
Well, listen.
Okay.
Well, and if Nick's taking his shirt off, I should probably take mine
Done.
off.
Oh, Marissa found some saran wrap.
Are
you serious?
It's for the bit.
All right.
Preston Elliott noticed some other things. He's still wearing his mask.
I am still wearing my mask. You know what? I'm going to have an imprint of this mask on my face when I'm done, probably.
So people are going to know who you really are.
Damn it.
We have found out who Batman is. Mr. Wayne, would you step forward? So he's got the line around his...
Yeah. How'd you know?
What?
He does have eye makeup on too, right?
Yes.
I mean, come on.
Yes. How do you get that off so quickly? And
they're appliques.
And how do you put it on? But he does have.
What do you mean?
What?
He's got
see the lines.
The circles around his eyes, like the trick binoculars.
And his hair's all molded into the pointed bat ear. That. Come here. Look in the mirror. Oh, damn it.
For a while, believe it or not, there was octopus wrestling.
Really?
And you can look that up if you want to.
Who did that?
Octopus fighting. I'm sorry.
Oh, so an octopus would face off against an octopus. It wouldn't be an octopus
No. A
facing
person.
off against 8 people?
No, one person.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it was a thing back in like the 1940s or something like that. Nick, do me a favor. Look it
Now
up.
it's time for an octopus fight. Say, this fellow looks rather spry. Do you care to face the octopus?
I wonder if there's
I
anything.
squirted ink in his face. That's dirty pool.
Nick is looking up. I don't see it. What are you looking at? The lion?
The lion and the anaconda. I didn't know that was a fight that was possible.
There are you can find animal fights, like in the wild.
To be honest, I never much liked anacondas anyway. But I guess if lions and anacondas can get along, maybe we all can.
Can you click on that lion anaconda? I want to see that.
That one looks fake.
I was going to watch
You think it's fake?
Doc Ock versus Spider-Man.
No.
Nick is.
There was a series for a while, Preston, you remember, where they had imaginary battles.
Yeah.
So who would win between a fight between a polar bear
and a crocodile?
And a crocodile, right.
Yeah, I remember that.
Now, this is 4.5 minutes long.
Or what would win, I should say.
Yeah, we don't have time to watch all this. So now we're watching a lion attack a giraffe. Or actually, the giraffe is attacking the lion.
Yeah.
Lion, giraffe
Kicking its ass, too. Oh, my God.
Whoa.
Trampling this thing.
I know that you never thought that a giraffe could beat a lion. But I guess I never much thought that too.
I never much thought that, too. Now we're watching a cobra versus a mongoose. Those are known adversaries. They would have fights. You put two of those in a
Ricky Tikki Tavi, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And now, meerkat versus hoot owl.
Snake versus crocodile.
All right, let's go.
Casey's all about this. Man. Yeah.
I think it's snake.
The snake will win the fight.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Nope.
Looks like the
crocodile won it. I don't know.
I've seen alligator versus an eel.
Do they tap out?
The snake doesn't have
Remember,
any.
snake, safe word to sofa.
All right, jaguar versus crocodile. All right, let's see.
You gonna give a play-by-play?
Jag doesn't have a chance. He doesn't even know that the crocodile's in the water.
Looks like he's dragging it out, Casey.
Looks like he's dragging it out, though.
The U.S. Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals issued an opinion which found in part that sharing passwords is a crime prosecutable under the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. And the decision, according to a dissenting opinion on the case, makes millions of people who share passwords for services like Netflix and HBO Go into unwitting federal criminals.
I don't want to go to jail for something stupid like that. Like I know people who have who rent like the streaming movies. Whatever's in the theater right now, they can get online. I'm like,
Right.
I am not
Would it suck?
doing hard time.
If you're sitting in a cell with a guy who cut somebody's head off,
Yeah.
what are you in for? I shared my Netflix. Say that again. I shared my Netflix password. But tell me how you beheaded that family again.
All right, so I'm a little concerned by this news story.
How many federal laws have you violated?
I don't know. Are there any gray areas in this? And I don't quite get what the illegality on sharing passwords is.
All right, here let me. This is the case that supposedly may set the precedent. The decision came in the case of David Nussel, an employee at the executive search or headhunter firm Korn Ferry International. Nussel, Korn Ferry.
I'm the Corn Fairy. Your corn will grow tall and yellow. Thank you, Corn Fairy. The Indians refer to it as maize.
If it helps, corn is spelled Korn.
Oh, okay.
And then fairy is Ferry.
Wrong fairy. This is the Corn Fairy.
I only have one TV in my house, but other people use my Netflix account, and they have their own separate channels. But I'm the one that's paying for it. But I'm allowing them to use it in a different place.
No, then you should be okay if you're covered for X amount of screens.
Yeah,
then
I am.
I don't think
then you're
that-
fine.
but
Okay.
it's
But the people are sharing it, and
I'd lawyer up.
This is all gonna be admitted as evidence in the trial.
Let me ask you something, Mr. McElwain. On the evening of April 23rd, you seemingly shared your Netflix password with a whole cadre of people.
I object.
I'd like to represent myself.
Khloe Kardashian is denying that she was bullying Chloe Moretz when she tweeted a photo of what she believed to be the 19-year-old star's bare butt over the Kim Kardashian-Taylor Swift drama.
Oh, man. Steve, you blew this one.
I saw this picture, though.
I didn't see it.
And it's, now, apparently there was butthole visible.
No.
That's what I hear because it was blocked out. Chloe Moretz Grace Mellencamp is bent over on the beach, and she's wearing a bikini, and they blocked out the area that would be said butthole.
If you're wearing a bikini, how do you see butthole?
The bikini
Off to the
cinches
side.
in, and the butthole pops out.
It's one of my favorite words, by the way.
Butthole.
Butthole.
All right, take a look at this picture.
Oh, yeah, okay, all right.
See what I'm saying?
So she's riding piggyback on a guy, and he's reaching around with his hands to grab her, I guess her legs to support her, but he grabbed her suit and pulled it off to the side.
Whoa.
Oh, that sucks.
And it exposes her butthole.
Okay, but why is Khloe Kardashian tweeting this?
Because she's striking back at Chloe Grace Moretz because she chimed in on the Tay Kanye conflict.
Now look at this butthole.
Yeah, look at this chick's butthole.
All right, so the response that Chloe wrote was, "Is this the hole you're talking about, or whatever?"
Okay, on 93.3 WMMR, everything that rocks. It is 10:25, and it's a Wednesday morning. Cold, folks. Brr! Looking at those winds. Looking at, the trees are moving around outside. They have no leaves on them, so it's even harder for trees to sway in the breeze when they don't have leaves on. But you can clearly see them, and it is, if you're outside, man, it's a biting wind.
You described, and it's the truth. In this parking lot, you may have occasionally heard us talk about the wind tunnel effect, but there are times when you get out of this parking lot where you have to use your feet to push the car door open.
Yes. That was this
because
morning.
It's too much.
And add that our high temperature is 30 degrees today. It's pretty damn brutal. And the same thing tomorrow. But sun. But Friday and Saturday we have clouds moving and may get some snow showers as well. But we're staying in the 30s as our high temps.
Why with the 30? Why aren't we hearing real field temperature? Right with the.
They said in the teens today.
Okay, all right, yes.
Yeah, I just don't have that info handy, but wind chill is going to be cold, very, very cold. It's going to feel like it's in the teens. So,
and that bitter cold supposedly is going away maybe next week.
Okay.
Yay.
Real quick, I have a follow up to something we were talking about earlier. Steve, you mentioned Zaz ice cream. We were talking about things that you can't live without, and ice cream being one of them. Marissa had sent this to me. I failed to mentioned this earlier, but Danielle had written on their Facebook page that they are, wrapping up. They're going to be closing
But she said, beginning this week, we're embarking on a year-long grand closing. So please come out, especially now during the months that are crucial for us getting to the springtime swing. So they're not closing immediately.
I just talked to her
It's a
actually on the
year.
phone, and then commercial break. I gave her a call because I was concerned because she's such a generous person and always helps out, and the ice cream is legendary. So yeah, she's going to try to go out and find fashion, and hopefully, if there are people who support the notion in the community, Zaz is well loved. Maybe some people step forward and work with her. She's also doing something with the biscuit lady. That's coming up there. Yeah, they're doing something. So if you've not had a chance to get to Zaz or try some, Preston, I know you had.
Yeah.
It's terrific.
Yes.
So and Danielle could not be more wonderful.
So I wanted to pass that along. All right, we're going to do the lesson question now, and we are going to give away as a prize a pair of tickets to MMR Rocks. Tom Segura, that show is going to be Saturday, January 18th at the Wells Fargo Center. And the question I will ask is this. Whose poster was on the wall in the bedroom of Scott Wolf's childhood home? 215-263-WMMR. We had Scott Wolf here in our studio earlier this morning. Whose poster was on the wall in the bedroom of Scott Wolf's childhood home? 215-263-WMMR. See if you know the answer. Call.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
We'll get right to it, get some stories, and we'll get a winner. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Yes, well, Preston, Dua Lipa stirring up rumors of an engagement by conspicuously flashing a large gold ring on that finger. The sultry, sexy singer is not interested, though, in addressing the rumors and says she prefers to concentrate on giving out boners.
Oh, my God.
Hugh Jackman and Broadway performer Sutton Foster taking their relationship public on a date night in Santa Monica. Jackman admits he almost blew things early with Foster when in full Wolverine costume he attempted to finger her.
Oh, no.
And finally, late New York socialite Jocelyn Wildenstein, known as Catwoman because of her multiple cosmetic surgeries, is set to be cremated. And in keeping with her feline persona, those ashes will be used in kitty litter. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we will go to the phones and see if someone knows the answer to this question. Whose poster was on the wall in the bedroom of Scott Wolf's childhood home? And I have Meg, who we'll go to. Hi there, Meg. Good morning.
Hello. Good morning.
All right, Meg, whose poster was on Scott Wolf's childhood home?
It was himself.
Scott Wolf. That is correct. Hang on, Meg. Got yourself tickets to go see Tom Segura Come Together Tour. And that is going to be Saturday, January 18th at the Wells Fargo Center. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
I thought about bringing this up earlier in entertainment news, but we had a bunch of other stories, but I bring it up here in music news. Peter Yarrow, singer, songwriter, activist, whose work in Peter, Paul, and Mary made her one of the most beloved folk acts in the 1960s, has passed away. He was 86 years old. He died of bladder cancer on Tuesday at his home in New York City. His children, Christopher and Bethany, wrote online in December while asking fans to leave living tributes to their father that he had, quote, has kept his doctors in awe at his resilience as he has continued to perform and live life in his own generous and cause-driven way. It has been a long road, and he has been a strong dragon, but right now he is very weak, and at 86, his dragon days are numbered. So they knew that it was coming to an end.
Yeah. But a rich life, though.
They continued saying there is Peter Yarrow, the folk activist legend, and then there's the man, a deeply compassionate man who changed the lives of so many people in very personal ways. Peter, Paul, and Mary were known for hits like Puff the Magic Dragon, Day Is Done, Light One Candle, and they had a #1 hit with a cover of John Denver's Leaving on a Jet Plane. They also recorded a popular cover of Bob Dylan's Blowin' in the Wind, which they performed in 1963 at the March on Washington, led by Martin Luther King Jr. After graduating from Cornell University with a degree in psychology, Yarrow headed to Greenwich Village in New York City, which at the time was a crucible of creativity, he recalled. And it was there, while playing local coffee houses as a solo act, he met future bandmates Noel Paul Stuckey and Mary Travers, and they made their debut as a trio at The Bitter End in 1961. And the group released their self-titled debut album the next year in 1962, which topped the charts thanks to hits like Lemon Tree and If I Had a Hammer. Over the years, the group won 5 Grammy Awards, notched 6 top 10 hits, and earned a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Songwriters Hall of Fame. Though they parted ways in 1970, due in part to, and I didn't know this, Yarrow's serving 3 months in prison after he was accused of making sexual advances toward a teenage autograph seeker in 1969.
Yeah, I remember that.
He was pardoned by President Jimmy Carter in 1981. But Peter, Paul, and Mary later reunited and continued to perform together until Trevor's death in 2009. In addition to the music, Yarrow was an activist, and the group performed at both the March on Washington and the Selma Montgomery March 2 years later. Over the years, Yarrow organized peace concerts at protest of the Vietnam War and was an advocate for hospice patients and children. He's survived by his wife, Mary Beth McCarthy, whom he married in 1969 and later remarried in 2022, as well as his son, Christopher, daughter Bethany, and a granddaughter as well. But he left behind a whole lot of music.
He's featured pretty heavily in A Complete Unknown. Peter Yarrow is, and because he was one of the architects for the Newport Folk Festival, and there was this argument that develops between Peter Yarrow and Pete Seeger and Bob Dylan of moving towards electric and becoming more popular. And so Peter Yarrow ends up losing out, as depicted in the film, because Dylan's popularity starts to supersede the folkness of it, and they want to stick to like the folk roots. It's a really interesting dynamic, and I've said it a bunch of times, but a great movie.
Just a heads up, it is Philly Loves Bowie Week, celebrating the city of brotherly love for the Starman. It kicked off on January 3rd and continues until the 11th with events all over the city. I think today would have been David's birthday. It was either today or yesterday. They have...
Same as Elvis's birthday?
Yes, today.
Wow. Is that right, man?
Yeah.
That's crazy, man.
So Bowie Quizzo will be at Ray's Happy Hour, or Happy Birthday Bar. Bowie for Kids at Brooklyn Bowl in Philly. Bowieoki will be at Johnny Brenda's.
I love all this.
Transylvania Nipple Productions presents Rocky Horror Picture Show with Bowie Tribute Show opener at the Ritz 5. And the closing event will be A Night of Stardust at the TLA. Dates and times and information is available at PhillyLovesBowie.com.
I love seeing archival interviews with him because he was very prescient for a lot of things. The way he saw the internet going.
That's a wild clip.
Yeah, that is a wild clip.
He dives right into it, and he says all the stuff way before it existed of what we can expect from that type of technology.
It's pretty amazing.
He was a very forward thinker, yeah. Lenny Kravitz is headed back to Las Vegas for another 5-show stay. Kravitz had a series of 5 sold-out shows in October at Dolby Live at Park MGM, and now he's headed back for another Vegas run. The shows supporting his latest album, Blue Electric Light, will happen August 1st, 2nd, 6th, 8th, and 9th, and tickets are on sale now for the general public. I'm sorry, they go on sale starting on Saturday.
So he's doing music because I had heard he was filling in for Carrot Top, so he was doing that act, but he's not.
Music. Pre-sales kick off today at 10 a.m. local time, and tickets are expected to go quickly.
Wait, Carrot Top is like a legit agent now?
Agent?
Yes.
For the CIA?
No, for entertainment.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
No.
I assume that's what you mean.
Yes.
I'd not heard that he is an actual agent now.
Let me look into it. But there's somebody, I can't remember who it is, who uses him. At least I think that
because he'd be the worst kind of undercover agent.
Well, I think that it was not a joke, and the person was kind of like, yes, he's my agent or manager or something. He was like, I don't want to answer any other questions, and like moved past it. So I don't think it was a joke.
Interesting. So March will mean time for Kill Switch Engage to show up at venues near you. The Massachusetts metal band is hitting the road for a headlining tour March 5th in Nashville, and they're hitting cities around the country through May. The tour is in support of their upcoming album, This Is Consequence. We'll also have Shadows Fall, Fit for a King, and Boundaries taking the stage. So they have an April 5th date in Philadelphia, and I saw it through the band's website, and it didn't say what venue, so I don't know where. But you can do a quick search and find out. What are you laughing
I'm having a hard time not thinking of Carrot Top as Jason Bourne.
I have to find it because I thought about. I was like, "Is this?"
You mean entertainment agent, right?
Yes. Like, was this a joke or is he actually? But the person brushed it off so quickly that it made me think that wasn't a joke.
Okay.
All right.
One last thing. Our intern James has a band called Double Vision, and they've got some shows in the new year. So I'm going to mention these. Saturday, January 18th, Double Vision will be playing and making their return to the Stone Pony.
Nice.
In Asbury Park, and that's a legendary venue. Tickets are on sale at stonepony.com or stoneponyonline.com. Now, speaking of legendary venues, they're going to hit the road, and they're headed to Hollywood, California, and they are playing at the Whiskey A Go-Go.
Legendary venue as well.
Thursday, May 22nd, and tickets for that are available at Ticketmaster.com. You can stream their new record as well. It's called Piece of the Action, wherever you get your music. So James Barnes, our intern, his band called Double Vision, wanted to get a little plug-a-rooney there.
We've had a conga line of pretty successful interns who have had bands, right?
Yeah, I believe so. All right, and it's time for Secret Text Word. I forgot to do that in the last break. Kath, can I get a number caller, please?
Carrot Top.
All right, caller number Carrot Top.
7.
Which is 7. 215-263 WMMR. We'll see if you know the secret text word. Coming back with a winner, so stay with us.
Chloe's, Maurice Gretz Mellencamp's.
All right.
What her tweet was.
She initially reacted to the Kim and Taylor war by tweeting, "Everyone in this industry needs to get their heads out of a hole."
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And look around to realize what's actually happening in the real world.
That prompted Chloe to post a picture of her butthole.
I rest my case.
Man.
I'm glad we did that story, though.
The butthole wars, they have begun.
The butthole wars.
Here, I'm going to read this headline to you. Poisonous rattlesnake warning in South Jersey. Casey hates the idea of rattlesnakes. And where are you spending your summer?
South Jersey.
That's right.
Oh my
So this, honestly, and we have been for the longest time saying you have nothing to worry about, and apparently we were wrong.
Well, listen, I always thought that they were like west of the Mississippi, like Colorado, Utah, Nevada, that area. And then, lo and behold, a couple of summers ago, my father-in-law saw one up in the Poconos. And I'm like, what? And I didn't believe him.
Because he lies. He's the one who told you about the flying squirrels.
He's a drinker, and he's a
Let me
known
tell
liar.
you something. The place is crawling with unicorns.
Well, he also told me about the flying squirrels up there as well, and I
Now
didn't
that
believe him.
he's accurate.
Well, he's accurate about the rattlesnakes too.
Yeah, the guy is just absolutely tapped into nature. He's Grizzly Adams.
He's a mountain man. He's
a mountain man.
Yeah.
He eats tree bark and lives off deer pee.
If you think one of these snakes has bitten someone, seek medical help immediately.
Oh, my God. It says once they bite you, they turn your cell phone off.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so you can't call for help.
They're that?
Yeah, they're smart, too. Look at snakes getting it on.
We're looking at snakes screwing.
Yeah.
Oh, hey.
Wow, look at that. That actually looks pretty hot, the way they wrap around each other like that.
Romantic.
Look at that.
They provide their own bondage equipment.
That's cozy, actually. They're cuddling.
Yeah.
Wait.
I'm going to...
Yeah. Ah! Sorry. I got it all over what I perceive to be your back. I can't... Well, snakes, it's hard to tell.
One more time, I'm sorry.
So dumb.
Snake sex on the Preston and Steve show.
I'm going to bang your skin right off you.
You know,
they're molting.
Yeah.
Romantic.
I banged this chick so hard last night. She totally molted right there.
Can snakes use their own molted skin as condoms?
Oh, I don't know about that. I was thinking more of like a sex doll, you know?
Yeah.
Because when the
Filled
skin
it up with peat moss. It was just like the real thing.
skin comes off whole sometimes, it seems like. Well, we got rattlers. There's a warning in South Jersey. Just to give you guys a head up, officially a warning. They're saying to keep an eye out. It's the mating season, and they're a little bit more prevalent this time around, even though they're endangered. So keep in mind, just listen for the sound
that's
of
it.
them mating.
And you'll know.
And you
Run.
should know. Exactly. And then finally, Korn will release its 12th album, The Serenity of Suffering, on October 21st via Roadrunner. Grammy Award winner Nick Raskelenik, who has worked with Foo Fighters, Deftones, and Mastodon, is producing it. So they're going in this softer direction. The album. The album is a follow-up to 2013's Paradigm Shift. On the album, Slipknot frontman Corey Taylor makes an appearance on the song "A Different World." Stop it!
The hell?
It's gross.
Good Lord.
That reminds me of something. I can't.
Tasmanian
think of what
Devil?
it is. No, but I mean,
Or Slayer.
do it again. All right. Okay. Nimnut.
Nimnut.
Nimnut. Is that what he's saying?
Nimnut. You not.
Yimnut.
It's such a weird sound coming out of a human.
All right.
Did Mel Blanc do Tasmanian Devil?
Yes.
Let's see. Josh Dallas and Jennifer Goodwin fell in love off screen as their Once Upon a Time characters fell in love on screen.
I can't say I wouldn't fall in love with someone named Josh Dallas.
He told reporters at Comic-Con, magical. On and off screen, it was magical.
Magic.
I can remember now when we were shooting the pilot.
I'm going to cry.
We were shooting that scene where he rides up on the horse and she's asleep in the coffin and she's surrounded by
She's beautiful. Oh my God, she's a vision.
So she's asleep in the coffin.
Oh my God.
And she's surrounded.
She's a vision.
She's surrounded by the forest.
The chirp of a bird.
And listen, and he says, and she's, for all he knows, she's dead. And he goes to kiss her, and she went, "That's disgusting."
Yeah. Sure.
He thinks she's dead.
Oh, well, if you saw the scene, he's actually taking his pants off.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm alive. Oh, I knew that. I was just adjusting my... What were you about to do? Nothing. I had to pee.
You were going to pee on her?
No. I was going to go behind the tree. You were gonna bang a corpse. I was not. That would have changed the whole tone and tenor of the show if it turned out he was a necrophile.
Oh, my God.
He would be less charming, I would say that.
Yeah.
You know, charming in this thing. No, what? He loved dead people. No. Yeah. That's how he met Snow. Thought she was dead.
And then after that, she wakes up, and now he's committed.
He's stuck with her.
And he's stuck with her.
And on and on and on.
He just wanted to, do his business and move on his way because he's a necrophilia.
Right. And it's horrible because there's so many times you can have a hummingbird land on your shoulder.
My mom last week had a hip replacement surgery.
Yeah.
So I'm over her house the other day, and so she can't, so after having a hip replacement, she has to sleep on her back. So
Sure.
she has a hard time with that. So she decided to sleep on the recliner downstairs because she can't sleep in her bed on her back. So the problem is she weighs 10 pounds, Steve.
She does. She's a tiny woman.
She's a tiny little thing. And so she can't, she doesn't weigh enough to weigh the recliner down, right?
She can't activate the recliner. She's
she
so
can
small.
put it down, but as the seconds go by, the recliner just lifts up, and she's in a seated position again. So I'm trying to rig the recliner so it stays down, which requires me to get things out of the house. So I need to go at one point into the basement. And I'm 41 years old, Steve, and I opened the basement door, and it's dark down there, and I was like, oh.
Ma, can you come with me?
Yeah, Mom had just had a hip replacement. Has to walk Casey down the stairs into the basement.
So your childhood fears come rushing back.
Oh, Steve, I had chills up and down my arm.
You've now passed on the basement because it's too scary, and you go up to the second scariest room, or perhaps the most scary.
Yeah,
Are you crapping yourself?
Well, not yet. I'm like, oh man, I have to move a couple of things. I open the door, and I look at the top of the stairs, and there's a thing there. I was like, oh man, what is that? So I turn, a
thing.
There was something at the top of the steps.
There's a thing.
All right, so there's something at the top, a figure at the top of the stairs.
You
Steve.
swear that you see a figure. What did this figure look like?
So
a man, a woman?
I do the same thing that I do in the basement. I put my hand on the light switch,
right,
and then I put my face away from the stairwell. Now I'm looking, towards the hallway of the second floor.
It's okay. You were singing along. We like that. 10:47. Wednesday morning, and we are getting to the end of the program. I had actually Kathy had asked for a number caller, number 7, and it's for a secret text word. So we're going to go to Sean. He is caller number 7. See if we can get a winner. Hey, Sean. Morning, bud.
Morning, guys. How you doing?
We're good. All right. So since you're caller number 7, you get a shot at this. What, is our secret text word this morning?
The word is viscosity.
Viscosity. Hey! Yeah. Very good. Hang on. And it's an engine-related stupid or lesson. No, none of those. Secret text word. Thank you. And we are going to set you up with a pair of tickets for the Philly Auto Show. January 11th through the 20th at the PA Convention Center. Tickets are on sale now, PhillyAutoShow.com. We had another winner, and that was our random texter, Corey Leeper of Levittown. Bucksco is going to get the same thing. So congratulations to you, my friend. I would like to thank our guest on the program, Mr. Scott Wolf.
It was great.
He was fantastic.
Super nice guy.
We could have gone for another half hour with him easily, but he had to get over and see our friends at Fox 29, so he skipped out of here, but it was a great conversation. His new program is called Doc, and that appeared last night. It debuted last night on Fox, and it airs on Tuesdays, 9 p.m., and is streaming on Hulu as well.
Yes, I recorded it because as you had, Preston, it looked very intriguing, the whole notion.
Yeah. So we thank him for being here. We thank Pierre Robert for coming in this morning. Hey,
Good
man.
day, my children.
Nice to see you.
And to see you, too.
I enjoyed your tribute to Neil Peart, of course, yesterday.
Oh, thank you.
Which was, unfortunately, the day we lost him a few years ago. But thank you for that wonderful tribute.
No, my pleasure. I remember, what would you say... I remember when he died that you and I came in the following Sunday and did like a 4 or 5 hour show, which really was quite satisfying. You're more knowledgeable than me, but we had a really good program together doing that. But what would you say would be, I was looking on lists of what people thought were his best drum parts, and I played some songs that were. A lot of people said YYZ. Would you agree with that?
It's one of them, yeah. I mean, some of the more adventurous and intense ones are from album cuts that you'll never play on the air because they're either too long or just not, right for the...
Bitar and the Snow Dog?
Yeah. Oh, my God. Stuff like that. So, Cygnus X1. I mean, there's some ridiculous stuff that they've done.
We had a guy who worked in our music department, Mike Von Floto, and lovely guy. And so I said, I need a super rare, the most rare Rush song of all time, Uber Rush fan. And he goes, oh, Biter in the Snow Dog.
Oh, wow.
And I go, and I made a
noodle.
A noodle out of it.
I was working for you.
Name that noodle.
Yeah.
And I go, yeah, and it was it's like, nobody's going to get that.
Yeah.
First person. Oh, dude, it's Biter in the Snow Dog. Anyway.
And Von Floto was so proud of himself because he thought he came up with, and he did, an obscure Rush song. But that's how passionate Rush fans are. The first dude that called it, he knew it right away. It was freaking hilarious.
That is funny.
Yeah.
Would you say Xanadu would be one of them?
Xanadu is probably my favorite Rush song. And Neil does some cool stuff on that. But I wouldn't say that like his most intense drum parts are in Xanadu. Some really good stuff in there. But man, I'd have to really think about that. I mean,
Olivia Newton-John's vocals are amazing.
That's true. You do think of that. But
I played The Trees, And what I love in the trees is the percussive parts he adds in the middle of the song, these textured sounds that are coming from his drum kit.
Well, you're hearing him right here. He uses temple blocks, and he uses, this is actually from Xanadu, but he'll use temple blocks and chimes and different types of chimes to kind of bring out a more theatrical feel, and really create an environment. Yeah, this is trees. But it's in the middle part that he's talking about. This is a great song.
Anyway, there are so many cool moments, but I'm honored that you were able to catch that.
Oh yeah, no,
I did justice.
Once I got it, I'm like, oh, I'm locked in.
Cool.
Yeah, excellent.
What a sucker punch that was. Are we talking about being Bowie week? Bowie was another sucker punch.
Well, Bowie was, I often say Bowie was the first of the wave of deaths of rock stars in more current times.
Remember that?
I remember it because I was sitting at home reading, and Marcus called me, who was on the evening show on Sunday night. He said, I think David Bowie just died. I said, no. He said, should I go with it? I said, we've got to verify it. And he was looking on social media. I had the BBC in my car, so I went out to the garage and listened to the BBC, and they were not saying anything about it. And it took us about half an hour, 40 minutes to verify it. And then we went on the air about 11 p.m. Sunday night with that news.
Bowie, Glenn Frey, Tom Petty, Chris Cornell,
Prince,
Chester Bennington, Prince. Like they were dropping like flies.
Yeah.
And we were all going, my God, every other week we were having to have another tribute.
Yeah, and it hasn't really stopped, and it's not surprising. It is of that time where it's funny. I was talking about, I'd seen David Crosby backstage at the Keswick Theater on his last tour through Philly, and I was talking about a mutual friend of ours who had died. He goes, well, you got to get used to it. And I go, what do you mean I got to get used to it? He goes, you're of that age now where you've got to get used to it. This happens. People are dying. And a couple of years later, he died. So anyway, it is Bowie's birthday today.
And it's Philly Loves Bowie Week.
Right.
I'm sure you'd do something, but can we get the letter first?
Oh, sorry.
All right, let's do that.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
A as in art.
A as in art. All right, and we have 2 more to go, and we give away a pair of pit tickets. Speaking of concerts and rock stars, we're going to have the MMRBQ and you in a pit, in the pit, not a pit, the pit. We'll just dig a little spot out in lawn for you.
Put that lotion on.
Saturday, May 10th, Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, and tickets are on sale now. What are you doing today on the program?
See, I can envision someone actually in a hole on the lawn at the barbecue in Camden digging a pit. We will have a big block of David for what would be his 78th birthday today. Block of the Doors. Robbie Krieger of that band would be is 79 today, and the King. You made reference to this earlier. Elvis would be, were he still with us, 90. And I saw him a year before he died.
Which is an amazing thing. Was that the one and only?
Yeah, one and only time. But I mean, he was the large Elvis.
Yes.
But, and the first couple songs were a little iffy, and then whatever flight of drugs he was on at the time kicked in, but he was stupendous.
Yeah,
he was large.
Who wants to see me eat a bundt cake? No, the guy was a dynamo.
Well, if you've got the charisma, I don't care who you are. If you've got the charisma, it doesn't leave you.
Yeah.
Steve and I love this documentary called This Is Elvis, and towards the end of it, at the latter part of his career, and even the narrator saying, even as out of it as he was, and where the drugs are taking hold of his life, his voice still did what it did. And he could still do it. Like you said, he probably had to warm up a little bit, but then when he got there, boom, he was Elvis.
God, it was magnificent. And what was wild is the horrible doctor, both Colonel Tom and the doctor who took care of him, both should have been locked in jail for the violations, so many of them that they did on that guy. But he went to the White House during Nixon's reign and wanted to be appointed the drug czar. And he brought a pistol, some ornamental pistol, and gave it to Richard Nixon.
Take this to the White House.
And he was high. When he accepted, he
got, some honorary position, Sheriff of Nottingham or something. I don't, and there's a famous picture of him shaking hands with Nixon in the Oval Office.
Wearing a cape.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he was high as a kite. He had no concept that he was a drug addict by virtue of the pills he took to wake up and go to sleep. And
it's an honor to be Secretary of Treasury.
So we'll do the big L today.
All right, excellent. I want to thank our sponsors. President Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin', and the President Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and Primo Hoagies. You can bring friends and family together for the playoffs with the Primo Perfect Spread at order.primohoagies.com. Let's see. Tomorrow on a program in the studio, we will have our friend Eddie Alvarez, who is along with the bare knuckle fighting championship founder, David Feldman. So they will be joining us tomorrow, and we'll see what else we can get into. So that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, my friend. Bye-bye.